Hello everyone, welcome back to another video and welcome to our cozy little corner of the internet. I know, no energy drink for starters, that's a fucking shocker. Do I have any water bottles? Yes I do. Hydrate or dihydrate, bitch. I'm joking. But anyway, as promised as ages ago when I said in my fucking community post, this is the first 10 chapters of Double Dare. I've got chapter 11 up right now as I'm recording this, just finished uploading chapter 11. But this will go up tomorrow for my time, so like in 12 hours or so. Anyway, this is all of the first 10 chapters of Double Dare, however you want to pronounce it, and I'll see you guys in there. See ya! If what Dare heard coming from the upper story window of Aldera Middle was any indication of a typical school atmosphere, they were quite glad they had never been allowed to attend. Classes had just been let out for the day about 10 or so minutes ago, so Dare decided to use the crowd of children, leaving as a convenient cover on the way to their daily patrol, but they were distracted by the sound of small explosions emanating from a classroom overhead. No one else seemed to look twice in the direction of the sound, so it must have been a regular occurrence, but something about it gave them pause. Dare elected to loiter around, just in case their services would be needed after all. The popping sound of further small explosions sounded out in tandem with the smallest boy's whimpering cries, followed by the unceremonious tossing of a scorched notebook out the window. At first, Dare was unsure if the owner of the notebook was the one who had tossed it or not. Could just be some brat rebelling against the concept of homework or something like that. But the words he heard next dispelled that notion for him. "That's just so sad. I thought you would at least have some fight in you," the first boy said dismissively. "He finally gets it. He'll never be a hero," the second said with a sneer. "Better to find out now instead of later, I guess," the first boy replied. "You know, if you want to be a hero so badly, there might just be another way." The third boy, the one Dare had instinctively pegged as the ringleader, said with an air of false hope, "Just hope you'll be born with a quirk in your next life, and take a swan dive off the roof of the building." Dare recoiled at the cruel indifference in the boy's tone, as he suggested the unthinkable. He said the words as if they were an obvious solution to an overdue problem, and in that moment Dare's heart broke for the green-haired boy in the window. It took every ounce of his self-control not to leap through the window and disperse his usual justice on the vicious brats, but despite the hot bite of anger in his stomach, they reminded themselves that these were just middle schoolers and not actual villains. That didn't mean Dare was completely powerless, though. In this moment, two things were known to him about the boy on how to help the boy with the Viridian curls. The first was that he was in serious need of a friendly face to help combat the other's cruelty. The second was that the real notebook was almost certainly theirs, and must be some form of importance if its destruction left him so upset that he would stand there and look gutted by the loss of it. So, instead of charging into a public building in the middle of the day to fight 3 middle schoolers, like he so desperately wanted to do, Dare scaled back down the side of the building and started gathering the scattered pages. Midoriya Izuku thought he was used to Kachan's bullying at this point. After years of snide comments and outright abuse by his former childhood friend, he thought he heard it all and felt the worst of what him and his cronies could offer. He should know better by now to never underestimate Kachan. He could always go above and beyond. He was glad that none of the teachers had stuck around to hear their latest fight. They never had done anything to stop his bullies in the past. In fact, it sometimes felt like they had encouraged the kids with more promising quirks to practice their powers on him. By openly baiting a student, even a useless quirkless one like him, surely that was crossing the line, wasn't it? The last thing he wanted to do was get Kachan in trouble and get in get in the way of his dreams of becoming a hero. Midoriya bent over to gather some of his pages on the koi pond in front of the school, muttering under his breath to himself, "What if I actually jumped? What would he do then?" He shook the bulk of the water gently from the page he grabbed, hoping against all reason the ink had not bled too badly for him to transcribe his notes into a new notebook when he got home. My dreams have turned into fish food. Suddenly, a shadow eclipsed the sun over the boy's shoulder. He turned hesitantly to see which bully had snuck around to beat him up or push him to the pond this time, and instead he saw someone he'd never seen before in his life. His eyes widened in fear as he took in the form in front of him. They were holding his notebook in one hand and extended the other in Midoriya's direction. And while they looked decidedly human and did not look much older than he was, there was two things you could tell by looking at two things you can tell from your first look at them. Their skin was a patchwork of different colours and textures. Their hair was a similar amalgamation, like that of a calico cat, and each eye was a different in tone, shape, and size. No one part of their face or body seemed to match the rest of them, and one fang tooth hung lower than the rest over the top of their smiling lips. The clothes they wore were plain, dark, and dirty, with several patches that were sewn in with little to no skill. In short, everything about this person set off the uneasy danger bells in Midoriya's brain. They looked eerily too similar to Frankenstein's monster from that ancient movie he watched with his mother for Halloween last year. When Midoriya simply stared at them, stunned for an uncomfortably long amount of time, without accepting the other child's hand, they slowly retracted the offering collection of fingers and cleared their throat to speak. But their voice did not help the uncanny valley effect, currently sending Midoriya's heart rate through the roof. It was a true neutral of all speech he had ever heard. It did not reveal any age, gender, or dialect. It could believably belong to anyone you'd heard speak for the first time, without much question, and as a result, felt like it could never really belong to anyone. Hey, this is yours, right? They said, gesturing towards the still dripping and scorched notebook in their hands. Their voice sounded fake, artificial, like a trap. Midoriya could hold in his fear no more. His base fight or flight instincts took over, and they chose the latter. With a startled whimper, they fled from the scene as quick as their nervous legs could carry him. They were sad to abandon Notebook 13, but between Katsuki's explosions and the koi pond, he was going to be transcribing everything again anyway, so starting from scratch instead wasn't that much extra effort, and it was preferable to whatever form of torture that zombie had planned for him. He ran at the full capacity of his lungs before realizing he wasn't being followed. He finally slowed down to catch his breath in the tunnel underneath the bridge, only to come face to face with a third person who wished him dead. A sludge monster emerged from the sewer grate, and Midoriya had no more willpower left in him to fight and get away fast enough. "You'll make a great skin suit for me to hide in, kid," the sludge villain said as they quickly overpowered the already tired boy. Midoriya tried to scream, tried to struggle against the vile tendrils currently slithering down his throat, but all that came out were feeble whimpers. "Don't worry, I'm just taking over your body. It'll be better for both of us if you don't fight. It'll only hurt for a minute. You'll feel better soon." The sludge villain attempted to coax him in with a gravelly voice. Midoriya thought back on all that has happened to him in his life, and the little doses of misery and discrimination that had peppered his days ever since he was 4 years old and found out he was quirkless. About his dreams of being a hero, that even his mother didn't think he was capable of the childhood friend who made it abundantly clear that he wouldn't be missed, and all the other signs of the universe seemed to be sending him even in the past day. Maybe Katron was right. Maybe he would have better luck in his next life. He wouldn't even have to find a building to try. All he would have to do is stop fighting. Just as Midoriya was beginning to come to terms with the opportunity before him, he saw something even more shocking than either of the monsters that had attacked him in the last hour. "Have no fear, you are safe, now that I am here. All Might?" Midoriya could hardly contain himself as the number one hero. Midoriya's idol, All Freaking Might, jumped into action with the call of his catchphrase, calling out one of his signature moves with gusto as he punched. "Texas Smash!" The force of the blowback, combined with the excitement and lack of oxygen, all came together at once. And against his better wishes, Midoriya lost consciousness just as the villain was being scooped up into a plastic bottle. Dare should have known better than to sneak up behind the kid like that. He was already in a fragile state, and, well, most people were afraid of him even with the best conditions. He hadn't meant to scare them. He hadn't even really meant to sneak. But several years of self-training is hard to just turn off at a moment's notice. They couldn't find it in themselves to be upset at the boy's reaction. There was a time that seeing the look of terror and unease on people's faces when they saw him was deeply troubling to him. The frustration and loneliness weighed heavily in his heart, but with each attempt at a pleasant introduction. But as time went on, and as their body morphed further and further with each injury or failed experiment, those emotions were replaced by understanding. He looked in their reflection in the pond to see just how badly their current face had gotten. Admittedly, it had been a while since his last reset, and while most of his features had been damaged or reformed in the past month or so of work, none of it happened in the same fight. When he saw the discordant features reflected back at him in the water, they let out a long suffering sigh. "Yeah, I guess I would have run too if I were you, kid." He hated doing resets. The pain was short-lived, but not non-existent, so the mental energy it took to strike himself into it was usually more trouble than it was worth. But last night's patrol had tipped the scales on "that guy's kind of funny looking" to full-on conspicuous. So, if he didn't reset soon, people were liable to start taking note of them. Plus, if he managed to track down the boy with green curls to return his notebook, he would need a vessel that was a bit more approachable to gain their trust. Dare searched the environment for a suitable corner where he could do the deed in one swing. They needed the change to be simultaneous across their whole face, and if they wanted to do that, if they wanted it to match when it regenerated. Plus, he hated when he had to psych himself into doing it twice when he missed something. He tested out the dimensions on a possible contender, and when it seemed to fit nicely, he shook out his hands and began his usual prep talk. Okay, Dare, you can do this. Your pain is temporary, theirs isn't. You can't save people if they're running from you, and if you get caught, then you won't be able to help anyone from inside the lab or jail cell. Who will feed your cat? No one. The mission comes first. You can do this. You're not even real. The pain is just an illusion. Nothing matters. Just do it. Just do it. With a final desperate shout, he rammed his face as hard as he could into the unforgiving bricks. He barely had time to react to the blood splatter before his quirk took over, shuffling the broken bones and regenerating the bruises and torn flesh to create the newest iteration of their face. Dare squeezed down on his thumb to contain the rising bile, but no matter how much it happened, the visceral wrong feeling in his bones shifting and morphing under your skin never got any easier to stomach, and while the skin regenerating was simple enough for their quirk to fix in mere seconds, the cartilage and bones often took a minute or two to settle. God, I hate reset days, he griped himself as he made his way queasily to look back in the pond to assess his new look. It's not bad. Decidedly more masculine than the last one, but I can work with that. Maybe this draw will be more authoritative and reassuring. The nose leaves a bit to be desired, but I've had worse. Yeah, this'll do, he thought to himself before carefully flipping through the notebook the boy had lost. Normally, they would try to avoid such invasions of privacy, but this time it was it was essential to track down the kid before they had any chance to follow through with the tiny villain's advice. Normally, kids would write at least a name somewhere at the front or back of these things. If Dare was lucky, he might even find an address or some sort of contact info. There was no such extra info, but what was there was incredibly enlightening. While parts were difficult or impossible to read due to the damage and missing bits, what was readable was page after page of incredibly well done hero analysis, completed with detailed sketches of heroes and their gear. The more they read, the more confused they become. He was pretty sure the bullies from earlier had called him Quirkless, but surely skill and intelligence of this level would be impossible for someone so young without one, wasn't it? What was once a simple wellness check had upgraded in his mind to a full investigation. Insight like this would go a long way in his field, and given that this notebook was labelled Hero Analysis for the Future number 13, there must be at least 12 more books filled with knowledge he could read. Hopefully, the boy with green curls would be gracious enough to let him take a look. At a loss for a better plan, Dare set off on a light jog in the direction the boy had run. When he got to the city, he could take the rooftops for a bird's eye view. Worst case scenario, they could always camp out by the school tomorrow and hope that the boy would show up in one piece. Midoriya stood in stunned silence, abandoned on the top of a random high-rise, feeling hollow and heavy all at once. He finally met his hero. All Might saved his life, and he made that life seem pointless in a mere 5 minutes later. They took the last vestiges of his carriage. It took the last vestiges of his carriage to grab onto the towering figure as he leapt up into the sky. It was reckless and stupid, and All Might had told him as much, but he couldn't bear to see him leave before he had a chance to ask him one question he had always wanted to ask him. And then there was the shock of seeing the inflatable hero deflate before his very eyes in a puff of steam and tell him that this nearly fatal he had this nearly fatal accident all these years ago that no one knew about, How was that even possible? He swore to never tell anyone, and he meant it. Even now, he never dreamed of betraying the symbol of peace by telling his secrets. But then he got up to leave again, and Midoriya once again panicked. All Might had been vulnerable with him, so he laid out the last shred of hope he had. Sometimes I feel like I'm a failure, but there's no hope for me. But even so, I'm not going to give up, ever. He braced himself to ask the question, is it possible to become a hero even if I don't have a quirk? I'm just a normal kid without any powers. Could I ever hope to be someone like you? There it was. No one else had ever believed in him, but if All Might said he could do it, then it would be enough. He had enough reason to keep fighting. But All Might didn't say that. He told him in no uncertain terms that he could never be a hero, not without a quirk. It's not bad to have dreams, young man. Just make sure your dreams are attainable, realistic, understand? And with that, he left. He left him standing alone on the top of a tall building with nothing but his thoughts and his broken heart. He slowly slumped against the wall by the vent shaft, hugging his knees tightly to his chest, willing his consciousness to eject from his body, to leave behind a useless quirkless body and find a better one with a quirk, any quirk, even a weak or passive one. He could find a way to make it useful. He could find a way to make it a hero's quirk. Midoriya was so lost in his own despair that he did not hear the blast in the distance. So used to the sound of resonant booms after a lifetime of knowing Kachan that it had become white noise to him, so removed from the world around him that he hadn't even seen the boy approaching him until he was running past in front of him. This is now your chance to take a break and take a sip of drink. Get something to drink some water. Be smart, drink water. If I need a break and need to have some liquids, you need to have a break too. Had it? Good. Dare managed to make it halfway. Dare had made it halfway across the city when he heard a blast in the distance. He wanted to continue his search, but he knew the first rule of heroism: prioritize the rescue. He may not be a hero in any official capacity, but even vigilantes had to abide by the code if they wanted to be a force for good. Leaping from roof to roof allowed him to reach the fight faster and without being seen, so it was his preferred method of traversing the city. Plus, he was already up here anyway, searching for any sign of the boy with the green curls. They were so focused on getting to the city centre that they nearly ran right past him, or more accurately, he did run past him. A blur of brilliant green from the corner of his eye had him doing a double take and skidding to abrupt stop. The boy's eyes flashed wider in fear, revealing eyes like a forest after it rains. He had clearly been crying, his eyes were puffy and bloodshot, and tracks ran down his face, clearing the dust and grime he'd somehow gotten on his face since he'd last seen him. For a moment, Dare was perfectly still in the awkward runner's knee he'd skidded in place. Fear locked into the other child's eyes. They feared moving too fast or saying anything wrong would only scare the boy away again. But as the uncertain seconds ticked by, Dare watched the fear dissolve into a hollow acceptance. Whatever self-preservation techniques he considered the minute before was no longer worth it. He didn't say anything aloud, but his body language conveyed his message perfectly. It said, "This might as well happen." Taking reluctant advantage of this indifference, Dare readjusted their stance to instead sit crisscross applesauce in front of the boy and pull out the notebook from his backpack. Recognition flashed for a moment across the boy's freckled face as he looked at the tarnished book in Darai's hand. Darai's still mismatched fingers, followed by the utter confusion as he looked up at his new face. Still not wanting to spook them, Darai slowly extended the notebook towards the boy's direction and gestured with his head for the boy to take it back. The boy swallowed, his barely peeking Adam's apple bobbing with reluctance as he took the book. He flipped it over and back as if inspecting it for booby traps. Once he was content that it would not bite him, his eyes were locked onto Darai's. "Thank you," he stuttered out. Darai smiled in a way that he hoped would at least look reassuring. But he still hasn't learnt the intricacies of expression with this new face. "No problem." The sound of distant sirens sounded out in the distance, and both boys instinctively gazed at its direction, but Darai knew there would be plenty of other heroes and police there to handle that crisis by now. Right now, he was needed here. Prioritize the rescue. "What's your name, kid?" Darai asked to regain the boy's attention. He seemed confused by the question, but Darai wasn't sure if it was from the stranger asking his name or from being called a kid by someone who was presumably around the same age as him. Whatever it was, he answered anyway. Midoriya Izuku." They smiled at them again, hoping to convey warmth, but they knew right away that it was a bit too far stretched in the cheeks before they readjusted it. They extended their hand to be shaken, hoping this time the boy would not refuse his grasp. "Nice to meet you, Midoriya. They call me Darai." Midoriya was at odds with himself in ways he never expected to be. He was almost 99% sure that the person sitting in front of him was the same he encountered in front of the school, but he was also about 80% sure that he looked completely different just under 30 minutes ago. Was he hallucinating? Misremembering? Was this the same person, or were they two different people who had Frankenstein bodies and calico hair? Izuku his panicked lizard brain still thought there was something inherently off about the person before him, but on the other hand, they hadn't done anything particularly mean or harmful to him yet. In fact, they went out of their way to return his notebook to him. So, in a strange turn of events, they were actually the only person to show him kindness today without adding onto his ongoing mental health crisis afterwards. Or at least they hadn't yet. The night was still young. Perhaps the strangest thing about him, besides, well, everything, was a name. Darai? What does... that just means who? That's like being named John Doe in America. That's not a name so much as an absence of a name. And he smiles like he's still learning how to, which would be unsettling if it weren't also somehow kind of charmingly endearing. He may have literally ran away from him after their first meeting, assuming this was indeed the same zombie from before. But something about the obvious effort that they were extruding to seem friendly in their second encounter gave Midoriya the instinctual knowledge that he meant no harm. Midoriya had nothing left to lose, so when Darai offered his hand in greeting, he shook it. "I'm sorry if I scared you earlier," Darai said sheepishly. I know I'm not the most charming presence to have sneak up on you." They admitted as they flexed their arm to rub the back of their neck with a shy smile. Midoriya suddenly felt very guilty for his earlier reaction. He tried his best to formulate an acceptable apology that didn't seem too forced. "It's okay, I'm sorry, I ran away. You seem really nice, and I didn't mean to offend you. I'm just having a rough day. I guess I'm kind of jumpy. God, I hope not. What? What? The two stared at each other for a long moment before Dare broke the silence once more. You want to, get out of here? Go for a walk or something? Somewhere more ground floorish? A montage of stranger danger lessons he'd heard as a kid began playing in his head. I pinky promise I'm not a villain or anything, Dare reassured, extending his pinky that was a good 12 shades darker than the adjacent finger and 3 lighter than his palm. It was at this moment that Midoriya gave a closer inspection to the boy's outfit. While the damaged and dirty assessment from earlier still held true, it also featured a lot of pockets and pouches, as well as a utility belt and what he was pretty sure was a taser. Are you a hero? He asked before he could think better of it. Not exactly, but I'd like to be, so do you, right? Midoriya felt his stomach drop. This was it. The moment this person turned on him, and he would be told his dreams were pointless. He wouldn't even give him the chance. No, he said, with a much colder tone than he intended. I can't be one. So it would just be useless to want that, right? I don't see why not. I hope you don't mind, but I kinda read your notebook. Midoriya panicked a little at this, and based on the rushed words that followed, it must have shown. I was trying to look for a return address. I wasn't intentionally being a creep or anything, I promise. But you're freakishly smart, dude. I've never seen such an in-depth analysis, especially someone from your age. Midoriya felt his eyebrows furrow on reflex. This was another strange thing about Dare. They kept talking to him as if he himself wasn't also a kid. It was intriguing, but it was hardly the most mysterious thing about him, so he elected not to question it. That's kind of you to say, but it doesn't matter. Of course it does. A big brain and a bigger heart is the ultimate formula for heroism. I think you'll be great at it. He had said it like it was so matter-of-factly, as if he really believed that's all it took. Against his better judgment, he asked him the question, the one he dreaded the answer to. Even if I don't have a quirk to back it up, you think I could still be a hero? Of course you can. Of course you can still be a hero, Midoriya. Quirks don't matter, actions do. He doesn't know them, not really, but Dare just told him the words he waited to hear his whole life for. He hadn't meant to cry in front of his new acquaintance, but at the same time he really didn't, but Midoriya wept all the same, and before he could think to stop his shameful display, Dare had already swung around to sit next to him and placed a reassuring arm around his shoulders. And that's how he ended up crying ugly giant Midoriya family tears onto the shoulder of a zombie who'd only officially met 5 minutes prior. They stayed on the roof like that for another 20 minutes or so before Midoriya took Dare up on his initial offer to go for a walk. He thought about texting his mother, letting her know that he was out with a friend, but he wasn't entirely sure if that was true or not. Sure, he'd spent 20 minutes staining Dare's shirt with his tears, but he'd never be so presumptuous as to think anyone would want a Deku like him as a friend. So instead he said nothing. It would hardly be the first time he stayed out late chasing heroes to fill his analysis pages. So long as he made it back before dark, it would probably be fine. Dare allowed Midoriya to choose the route of their walk, so he led them in the general direction of a park near his house, figuring he'd be near home in case of an emergency. but would also have something to do once they reached their destination. They made light, pleasant conversation on the way over. Midoriya had a million questions he really wanted to ask Dare, but he didn't really know which, if any, would be appropriate to ask of him. Things like, why don't you use your real name? Or, why do you look like a human quilt? Or, am I nuts? Or do you have a new face? All seemed like potentially sensitive topics, so he opted for the far less interesting inquiries. When they reached the park, they sat on the swings. Midoriya used to come to this park all the time when he was younger, but it had been a few years since his last visit, at least since he was about 7. That's when Kachan's teasing had started to turn truly violent. So, Dare eyed Midoriya on the swing next to him. So? Are you okay? Midoriya's face flushed in shame. Yeah, I'm really sorry if I ruined your shirt. Midoriya? Dare grabbed the front of his shirt and gestured wildly at his outfit with his free hand. You can't ruin this. That's the whole point of the costume. It's made for kicking ass and consoling children. They did it again. This had become far too big of a pattern to be ignored. How old are you? He blurted out. Dare seemed to consider his answer for far longer than necessary before he replied. 15, I think. Why? You think? Yeah, they never told me, but you're like what, 14? They measured themselves from a distance against Midoriya's form for a moment before confirming. Yeah, 15 sounds about right. Midoriya wasn't sure if what he was about to say was weird or not, Midoriya wasn't sure if he was about to say that's weird or that's not how age works, but he doesn't get the chance to say either because all of a sudden Dare is enthusiastically pulling a cell phone with far too many external attachments to be normal from his utility belt and practically tossing it into Midoriya's hand. You've got a cell phone number, right? Give me your number so we can talk. Midoriya's face burned hotly for a moment. No one had ever asked him for his phone number before, nor had anyone given him theirs. His contact list was 5 numbers long, and 2 of them were just emergency services. It used to be 6, but Kachan made him delete his number the second Auntie Mitsuki was out of the room. Talk about what? He asked in his son's state before wincing at his own awkwardness. I don't know, life and stuff? We will need to coordinate somehow. For hangouts and training. The first 2 were already foreign concepts to him. Not that he didn't know people did those, just that anyone would be willing to do them with him. But that last one of the list had truly stupid him. Training? He croaked out as the word got stuck somewhere in his throat. Yup. Dare popped the P sound for emphasis. You want to be a hero, then you've got to train for it. Midoriya didn't know what to say to that, so he said nothing, just kicked his feet in the sand. Unless, Dare hesitated, you would rather not? No, I want to, it's just... Midoriya did not say, I don't want you to waste your time helping out a lost cause like me, out loud. He didn't think he had to. Dare's gaze dropped to his own feet for a moment before he swallowed with a nod. You'd rather find someone a little more qualified and less me-shaped to train you. That's not what I meant! Izuku panicked as he realized the insult his new acquaintance thought he was giving. It's okay, I can help you find a better teacher. Dare reassured as he gave him a half smile that did not reach his eyes. I don't want a better teacher. Oh, wait, that's not what I meant either. I mean, let me start over. Dare gestured for him to speak, so Midoriya took a deep breath as he formulated his response. I'm honored that you would even consider trying to help me, or even spend time with me at all. I guess I just don't understand why. Like, why me? A couple of reasons, most of them selfish, really. For starters, I was hoping you would let me read the rest of your notes. Figured you'd be more likely to say yes if I was doing you a favor too. Notes? Oh, you mean my analysis books? You really want to read them? What for? Well, they're fascinating, great reading material for trivia buffs and all that. But if I'm being brutally honest, I know as much as you do about other heroes. Knowing as much as you do about other heroes will make my job a lot easier. I'm sorry, I don't understand. I still don't understand. Well, vigilante work isn't exactly legal, so knowing how to best outrun, outmaneuver, or just plain avoid the pros would be a big help. It makes more sense than he would like it to. Dare had said he wasn't exactly a hero earlier, and promised he wasn't a villain either, so being a vigilante was the only explanation for his actions. He was a little disappointed in himself for not putting the clues together sooner. He was also a little conflicted. The notion that analysis he had done for the intention of helping heroes instead was being used to make their jobs harder wasn't exactly his first idea of a good step onto his path of heroism. But on the other hand, it's not like Dare would use it to pick fights with them, just to evade capture. It's not illegal to help your friends avoid arrest. Wait, no, yes it is. That's called aiding and abetting. Would that make him a criminal? Would he get arrested for that? Maybe he should be writing his analysis and code to avoid falling into the wrong hands. Wait, that's ridiculous. They couldn't be that dangerous. It's not like he was writing down any information that wasn't already common knowledge. Anyone with half a brain could look at the same articles and news clips he had and draw the same conclusions. So it's not like anyone had shown interest in reading them before, so I really didn't catch a word of that, but I'm gonna cut you off there, Dare said suddenly. Midoriya slammed his jaw shut and covered his mouth with one hand. He really needed to annoy his annoying habit of rambling when he didn't mean to. Dare shuffled in his swing to see Midoriya's face better as he continued. You don't have to let me read them. If you're allowed to say no if it makes you uncomfortable. I'll still train you either way. You will? Of course. You're going to be a great hero one day, and when that happens, I'll have the honor of saying I knew you before you made it big. There was practically stars in his eyes as he said this, a huge grin he'd finally mastered the use of, plastered across his face. Midoriya could tell he really meant it, and suddenly a second bout of happy tears threatened to fall from Midoriya's eyes. Oh no, what's wrong? Too much pressure? Dare asked as he saw water fill in his eyes. With a sniffle he replied, No, it's just you have so much faith in me. But I've done absolutely nothing to prove I'm of any real value to you. What makes you so sure? Dare shrugged. Call it a hunch? Midoriya gave a polite smile in response. He still didn't understand any of this, but if Dare was willing to place his time, effort, and belief in Izuku, then he would need to commit 100% to making sure he didn't let him down or make him regret it. It's kinda getting late. Let me walk you home? The possible older boy asked. Oh, you don't have to do that. I know, I want to. Unless you don't want me knowing where you live, in which case I could always walk you a block or two away from your place to keep it safe. No, I don't mind. It's just I don't want to burden you any further than I already have. And I'm sure you have places you'd rather be. You're not a burden. Dare hops up from his swing and extends his mismatched hand in an offer to Midoriya's of his. Midoriya's face flashed for a second as he accepted the help, avoiding the other kid's gaze. He wasn't used to compliments. On second thought, it really wasn't much of a compliment, so much as there was a lack of an insult. He wasn't used to that either. They were a block into their journey when Midoriya realized he hadn't exactly denied the claim that there would be other places he'd rather be. But it seemed too late now to worry about that. He would just need to add it to the rapidly growing list of favors he owed the boy. "Hey, you know Dagoba Beach?" Dare asked. "You mean the little beach everyone dumps all their trash on?" "That's the one. I want to use that as our base of operations for now." Okay." Midoriya had no idea why that particular venue appealed to Dare as a training ground, but he was by no means an expert, and he wouldn't dream of questioning the kind miracle stranger, acquaintance, friend, mentor. He'd have to figure that out later. "Does tomorrow after school work for you?" Midoriya's eyes widened for a fraction of a second. He wasn't expecting to start so soon. Then again, the less time before they began, the less time Dare had a chance to change his mind. Yeah, that works for me." "Sweet. Want to meet me there, or should I pick you up?" "I'll meet you there," Midoriya said a little too fast. The idea of adding one more favor to the list was unforgivable to him. "I know the way." Something in Dare's utility belt beeped out at him. He glanced down real quick and then cursed under his breath. He glanced up and bit his lip, looking conflicted. "I'm really sorry, but duty calls. Will you be alright making it back on your own?" "Yeah, of course. Don't let me keep you." Right. Real quick. Make sure you bring extra water with you tomorrow and some workout clothes for you to change into. Don't want to mess up your uniform. Oh, and maybe find a first aid kit if you have one. Just in case. What else? That should be it for now, I think. The device beeped again. "Shit, I've got to go, but promise you'll text me when you're home so I know you're safe." Dare was already sidestepping nervously in the direction of whatever distress call he was getting. Not wanting to hold him back any further, Midoriya nodded urgently and waved goodbye. "Promise?" Dare gave him a look between a smirk and a gaze. A smirk and a glare. "I promise. Now go. I'll be alright." And with that, he turned on his heels and started jogging back down the street and up an alley. When Midoriya got back to his house, he kicked off his shoes at the door and yelled, "I'm home," to the empty house. It would be another hour or so before his mother got back from work, but he had got into the habit of saying it anyway. He heated up some leftovers and parked himself in front of the coffee table so he could eat. Watching the news, he started on his homework, pausing only for a moment to nervously text a quick "I'm alive, haha," to Dare in an effort to fulfill his promise. When he turned to the TV, his stomach dropped, face paling instantly as he took in the sight. It was the sludge monster from earlier, the one that All Might had captured, only he wasn't captured at all. He had done a lot of damage to a whole city block, and to make matters worse, the reporter said a middle schooler had been taken hostage by a villain and was currently being hospitalized with injuries he sustained before a hero with the right quirk was able to arrive on the scene. They kept the student's identity hidden for security reasons, but it hardly mattered. It was all his fault. Looking back now, the plastic bottle All Might had captured the villain in was no longer in his pocket when they had landed on the roof. He must have dropped it dropped it because stupid Deku jumped onto him as he was taking off. And now that Sledge guy had done all this damage and injured some other innocent kid. He stared at the screen like it was a train wreck. As much as he wanted to, he couldn't look away. His leftovers were getting cold again, and his pen was hovering above his homework, but he couldn't move. An intermediate amount of time later, Izuku was shocked out of his trance by the sound of his phone buzzing on the table. Good, I'm glad. Smiley face. Midoriya was still so dazed that he had to look back at his own message to understand. He was saying that he was glad he was alive. He couldn't help but laugh at that. He wasn't quite so sure he agreed. This is now your time to take a sip of drink and take care of yourself like I'm doing now. Okay, make sure to take care of yourself as you continue this. Let's keep going. The following morning was equally rough. He nearly forgot to grab the supplies Dare had asked him to bring to the beach for their training. In his rush to go back to the apartment to grab it, he tripped and gave himself a bruise on his left cheek. But the worst part was when he noticed the empty desk at school. The teacher announced that Bakugo was going to be out for a few days. I'm sure you've all seen it on the news by now, was the only reason he would give. Midoriya was sick to his stomach. He pieced together those implications. The anonymous middle schooler that his foolishness had gotten hurt was none other than Kachan. He was so pissed off at himself that he almost didn't show up for his training with Dare. He didn't feel like he deserved the chance he was being given anymore. But standing up the first person to willingly hang out with you and throwing away the effort they had already made seemed rude. So he kicked his feet remorsefully the whole way there instead. When he got there, he wandered aimlessly in the sand amongst heaps of trash, realizing only then that he'd never asked which part of the beach they were meeting at. He sent a quick inquiry text to Dare, and almost immediately the sliding door of the half-buried van slid open next to him. The sudden noise and movement startled him. He leapt up with an involuntary yelp, only to realize the ambush was only Dare. Yikes, dude, you scared me. Izuku clutched at his rapid beating heart to settle it. Then the moment of secondary panic, realizing that he called Dare dude, beyond being informal, he wasn't also entirely sure if that was accurate in Dare's case. He still couldn't quite get a read on their gender due to the androgynous mismatch, and on second inspection, once again changed parts. But he didn't seem to react at all. So at a minimum, they weren't offended. Still, Midoriya made a mental note to ask their pronouns later. For now, he'd get his breathing back in order post-scare. Sorry about that. I didn't realize how close you were to the van. Dare climbed the rest of the way out and approached, the face morphing into a smile, from a smile to a look of concern the closer they got. Dare then pinched Midoriya's chin with his thumb and carefully tilted his head to the right, inspecting the bruise he had gotten that morning. What happened? Oh, I tripped, he replied nervously, embarrassed by both his own clumsiness and also the sudden contact. Dare squinted at him as if he didn't quite believe him, but said nothing to dispute it. Right. Did you bring the stuff? Mm-hmm. Cool. Go ahead and get changed in the van. And don't let Patches, that's my cat, give you any sass. She likes to think she's the queen of the beach, but she's really just a big scaredy cat. Once inside the van, Midoriya couldn't help but do some cursory, involuntary snooping. The van was outfitted with a small workshop and a heavily modified laptop, a cooler, and a beat-up mattress. A beaded quarter curtain separated the back from the gutted fan from the driver's compartment in the front. But a fat but dingy calico cat sat on the dashboard, glaring at the intruder. Between the evidence here and the things Dare had just mentioned, it was looking highly likely that this van wasn't just a hangout spot for the young vigilante. This was his home. Izuku was suddenly overwhelmed with grief and worry to his new friend/mentor. He was only a year older than him, presumably, yet he was homeless and living in a van, covered in junk, all by himself, minus the cat, of course. He contemplated asking his mum if there was any way Dare could stay in their spare room, but in all the excitement yesterday, he never actually got around to telling his mum he even made a new friend, much less a friend that was going to start training him to be a hero. And the idea of having to explain to his mum how they met and why he still hasn't given up on his dangerously and most likely pointless dreams was a task he was hoping to have more time to ease into. One thing at a time. He'd get through his training today, and if Dare didn't give up on him and cast him aside immediately, then he'll bring up the idea of introducing him to his mum. Maybe they could have a sleepover this weekend, and then just keep him indefinitely. It would be an easier request than asking for a permanent placement right away. Once he was dressed and exited the van and helped Dare stand up from his sandy spot in the ground. Alright, so I guess we should go over the game plan with you, and we can workshop some other things together, yeah? Okay, what's your plan? Well, I'm thinking we start off your training with a 5-pronged attack, and we can edit and figure out more things about your strengths and weaknesses. Midoriya pulled out a pen and a fresh notebook that he had shoved into his bag that morning. He had preemptively labelled it Hero Training for the Future No. 1, for lack of a better title, and then nodded for Dare to start. Dare was smiling at him with an unreadable expression, but Midoriya elected to ignore that in favour of paying attention to what he said next. Prong 1, getting you into shape. I know you're pretty fast, based on how quickly you ran away yesterday, but regardless of what fighting style you choose, you're going to need to build up a bit more muscle. The whiplash of guilt from the reminder of his less than tactful first intro to Dare leading immediately into the shame of him being so scrawny had Midoriya making a queasy looking smile. But if Dare noticed it, he did nothing to acknowledge it. Which brings me to my first question. Do you have any particular style in mind? Not really, he admitted sheepishly. His favourite hero was All Might. His favourite hero had always been All Might, and all his life he wanted to be like him. But realistically, he was never going to be anywhere near as strong. He wasn't going to be anywhere near strong enough to even think of imitating his fighting style. He wasn't sure which hero, if any, he'd have any luck trying to copy without having a similar quirk. Maybe you could just show me how you fight normally? I'm sure that it would be easiest for you to teach, right? Dare laughed a bit too hard at that before getting a hold of himself to explain. No. If you fought the way I fight, you'd come home in a full body cast every night. The recovery time would mean you'd only get one fight a session, which would be insufficient as well as painful. Oh, was all he could think to say about that. He didn't think he was all that fragile. Years of taking a beating from then and then hiding the damage from his mother meant if nothing else, he knew how to take a punch, and his pain tolerance was pretty high, but he didn't think it would be wise to share that at the moment. Well, what would you suggest then? Dare steepled his hands together in front of his face, eyeing Midoriya up and down as he considered his options. Well, your current build is both wiry and a little short, and I've already mentioned the speed. I'm thinking we go for dexterity and stealth over brawn. It'll be easier for you to build up. That way it'll be easier to build up and perfect in our current time frame anyway. If you can outsmart your opponents and avoid getting hit, the lack of overall power won't mean so much. Like a ninja? He said a little too enthusiastically, causing Dare to chuckle. Yeah, man, like a ninja. Sounds good? He said as he scribbled down some notes. Cool. Well, we'll make sure to focus on that goal aside from your overall bulk up and fitness prong. Then we can utilize the landscape and get some stealth and parkour training for prong 2. Izuku nodded with enthusiastic focus as he continued writing. Prong 3, I want to try teaching you some basic mechanics and hacking skills. I have a feeling you're already pretty good at it. Really? He never really considered himself all that tech savvy, but he wasn't computer illiterate either. Maybe he could do it if he tried. He'd just never thought of that before. Hell yeah, man! Which actually brings me to my second set of questions for you. Okay, shoot. Okay, so obviously your first choice is to get straight into the heroics course. However, the entrance exam for UA is notoriously unbalanced. It's hard for anyone who doesn't have a flashy damage including quirk to pass it. So as a backup, you can also apply for one of the other departments, and then test your way in through the US Sports Festival. All of which is to say, Gen Ed is the easiest to get into, but I'm hoping you'll consider support instead. He knew getting placed into the heroes course was a long shot. Getting placed directly into the heroics course was a long shot. Jumping the ocean in a single bound type long. So he expected he needed a backup plan, but once again was stumped for why he would go for support instead of Gen Ed. Why? Well, it's kind of multifactored as well. Not many people know this, but the support track is because the support track is kind of known for inventing gear and making track that gets stuff advertised the most. But the support course actually has 3 different tracks. There's one for designing costumes and such, which is the second favourite among the hopeful designers, and there's also an analytics and consultation track. Izuku knew of the second track, but he had never heard of the third. He felt his heart flutter at the possibilities. It sounded perfect. Since when was it available? He asked excitedly. About 20 years or so now, but hardly anyone ever takes it. They've only had a handful of students in it before, all of whom were scouted from other courses. His heart sank. If scouting was required, he'd never make the cut. Hey, don't be so glum. I've got a plan for that if you're really interested. But it's actually not my main reason to try pushing you to support, Dare said before Midoriya had a chance to get too sad about it. Oh? Yeah. See, the thing is, a few well-crafted support items can actually make or break a hero's effectiveness. Having a solid arsenal of tools and weapons designed for your wants and needs in mind could make your lack of quirk irrelevant. And the best way to get a bunch of high-quality gear is to either make it yourself or make friends with people who do. Either way, access to the first track of the support course will be a big asset to you. And even if you go into analytics, there'll be a few students that often share a home class, they often share a home room with one or two of the other tracks. So if you show up with the base knowledge of support gear and that stuff already, then they'll be more likely to pair me with them. So I'll have access to the workshop and could potentially make connections with some inventors. And even if I'm not scouted, I could potentially learn to make my own gear as a last resort. Exactly. I see you're getting it now. Okay, I'll list that as my backup for when I fail the hero entrance exam. If you fail it, Dare corrected him. It will be hard, not impossible, but yes, you should test for support too as a backup. And I'll handle plan C I'll handle plan C of getting you recruited straight to analytics on my end. How are you going to do that? Don't worry about it, that's strictly a me problem. But nothing. Moving on to prong 4. Midoriya grumbled as he continued writing their notes anyway. Prong 4 is going to be training on whatever weapons and gear you can... Whatever gear and weapons end up making acquiring, so you actually know how to use them. This is going to be the last step of your training because building up the body and skills to utilize them properly has to come first. So don't get excited about that just yet. If that's the last step, what's prong 5? Prong 5, the most important one of all, self-care. Midoriya tilted his head in confusion. You're gonna be asking your body and mind to learn and master a lot of highly demanding skills in just under a 10-month frame of time. Not to mention the fact that you can't let your normal academics slip during this time either. If you don't take care of yourself properly, both physically and mentally, you're gonna crash and burn. We're gonna start each day with some yoga and end with some meditation at least once a week. You're gonna take a rest day. Do nothing but chill out or maybe do something fun but low impact. I'm gonna need you to make a promise that you'll honor the sanctity of your rest days. Okay, I promise. He doesn't hesitate to verbalize it. He has already learnt last night that when Dare asks you to make a promise, he expects you to verbally agree to it before he leaves you alone. Good. I also expect you to be honest with both me and yourself and take more than one day if you need it. We will adjust to the pace and intensity of your training so that you'll get the maximum effects with minimal burnout. It's going to be hard, but it shouldn't be so hard that you do more harm than good, yeah? Okay, I can do that. Good. I'm also going to teach you some basic first aid. This is not only to help you patch yourself up if you need it, but it'll get you ahead of the curve on rescue training. Midoriya wrote all this down as well. So, to recap, we're going to be building muscle, endurance, and flexibility during your regular workouts. We're also going to train yourself in parkour. So we're going to train you in self, parkour, mechanics, hacking, and first aid. I'm thinking of a rotating schedule where we focus on a different area each day once your workout is done. And then the 6th day can be whatever we feel needs the most work. That's going to be your base level. For the first 4 months, your training is going to be getting a handle on all of that before you even try to worry about throwing your first punch. With me so far? Got it. Then, we're going to take those skills to develop a fighting style, utilizing those strengths, followed by incorporating whatever gear you come up with. That should be the next 4 months after that. The final 2 is about putting it all together, perfecting whatever hasn't already become second nature, and studying up for the entrance exam, because regardless of which track you end up in, You still need to pass the basic exam for Gen Ed stuff. Right. And all the while, you got to keep your grades up and take a lot of care for yourself. It's going to be a lot. Like a lot. You think you can handle it? I've got this, he said with a confidence he wasn't aware he possessed until he heard it for himself, causing Dare to smile at him brightly. Hell yeah, you do. It took a bit to get everything planned out, so we're just going to do the basic workout today. But tomorrow we're going to get started on the rest of phase 1. Please text me if something comes up and you need to skip a day or start later than usual, alright? Right. Sweet. Now, go put your stuff in the van and follow me to the pier. We're going to start with yoga. 3 hours later, they had finished their workout. Dare assured Izuku that once they got the routine, this part of their training would only take about half of that time. But today, it was almost 7. It was almost 7 by the time he had shoveled into his house. He was feeling tired, he was feeling a little sore and extremely tired, but he was also feeling determined and excited for more. He only had about 30 minutes left to shower and get started on his homework before his mum would return home. But as he stumbled into the bathroom, he caught sight of an unfamiliar sight in the mirror. A smile, a genuine smile. He wasn't forcing it to keep others from worrying or practicing it just for an imaginary future interview. He was just perfectly content enough for a smile to form on its own. Wow, he could hardly remember the last time he felt that. Paradoxically, the realization of the emotion and the consequent realization of the previous absence caused it to dissolve as quickly as it had arrived. But it was there. It was however fleeting it may have been, he felt it, and he was determined to feel it again. If sore muscles and fatigue was what it took, then that's a price he was beyond willing to pay. Dare couldn't help but feel a little guilty. He knew it was a major breach in confidentiality and trust, but he needed information and he needed it fast. So, yeah, maybe he hacked into some academic and medical files. Maybe he spent 3 hours familiarizing himself with the documented cases of bullshit a kid he just met had to go through. Maybe he even pulled up the digital files of the past yearbooks to try to identify the bullies he spotted the night before. But he did it with the best of intentions, and in the end that's what really matters, right? He wasn't stalking him, he was gathering necessary intel for a mission. Or 3 concurrent missions, really. Operation Save the Kid, Operation Train the Hero, and now his latest change, Operation Shut Down Aldera Middle. During his investigation, some deeply troubling puzzle pieces started falling into place. The last reported case of Midoriya's bullying was halfway through his first year there, and despite the incident report showing clear unnecessary violence being used against him, he was the only one to get into any trouble. The 2 cases before had similar results. Students using Midoriya as their personal punching bag to take out their aggression and test their quirks. Him being near powerless to protect himself, and then him ending up in detention for wasting teachers' time and making false allegations. He may have only met Midoriya yesterday, but he knew they weren't false reports. If anything, he would have held back on the extent of the damage. Furthermore, there was no way this stopped after his last report. He almost definitely decided it wasn't worth the effort to report it, given that the teachers never gave a shit anyway. A deeper dive into the school's files gave him access to some security camera footage, and it took a disturbingly small amount of time to confirm that feeling. If it wasn't outright damage, it was cruel words and cutting glances. It was isolation and discrimination and horrible jokes. It was being reminded all day, every day, that he was useless, worthless, and quirkless. Or that his dreams were foolish and could never come true. He had already promised he would help Midoriya train for the entrance exam, but after seeing all of that and knowing it was only a fraction of the whole story, Dare mentally raised the importance of his mission to priority number 1. He wasn't just going to meet up with this kid on the weekends and teach him self-defense. He was going like he was initially planning. No, he was going to commit 100%. 4 hours a day, 6 days a week. He was going to make sure to do everything in his power he could so this kid has the tools needed to prove those assholes wrong. At the same time, he wasn't going to force Midoriya into this either. He was going to lay out his ideas and his intentions and give the kid a chance to decide for himself if it was what he wanted, and he was going to make it clear he could back down or scale back whenever he wanted. Dare never really had a choice in his own training, and he wasn't about to inflict any of that damage onto someone else. But Midoriya readily and enthusiastically agreed to all his suggestions. They set up a working schedule, plotted out the details and phases of their training, and Dare was feeling really enthusiastic about the potential he was already seeing in his new pupil. When their workout had finished, Midoriya headed home for the day, with the promise to see Dare again at the same time tomorrow. But Dare would be seeing him much sooner. He tracked Midoriya from behind in the shadows the whole way home. He wasn't stalking, he insisted to himself. It was training, for both of them. It would passively keep Dare's own self and parkour skills up, but it would also be a sort of test for Midoriya, seeing how long it would take for his instincts and situational awareness to kick in and notice Dare's presence. He did not mention this part of the training when he went over his plans with Midoriya. Doing so would have been counterproductive to its purpose. If you know ahead of time to be on the lookout, then you wouldn't really be honing your natural instincts, just testing your anxiety. He wasn't spotted today, but that was to be expected. It was only day 1. On his estimate, it will take about a month for him to suspect anything, and another 2 or 3 for the boy to actually catch him, give or take a month depending on how well he took to certain aspects of his new regimen. Once he confirmed his student was safely inside his own home, he headed off to his nightly patrol. It was a slow night, all things considered. A purse snatcher or 2 that were clotheslined and incapacitated in under a minute each, and an attempted drug deal that's dissolved once the dealer realized that stabbing a knife through his hand would do nothing to slow Dare down. By the time he arrived back in the van, he was equipped with a new hand and a new switchblade. He always loved getting freebies, but he wished the method of acquiring them was a little bit more pleasant. Dare's quirk was unique, to say the least. He never fully understood it, was never made privy to any information that would help him understand who or what he was, but a lifetime of experience and experimentations led him to the following understanding. From his best estimate, it was some sort of regeneration quirk with a dash of shapeshifting thrown in for fun. Anytime a part of his body took any serious damage, it would simply be replaced. It wasn't hearing, per se, nor was it invincibility. The broken pieces were just replaced with a new one. But the lack of genetic coding to tell his quirk what he was supposed to look like meant the overall form and appearance was... Anytime a part of his body took some form of serious damage, it would simply be replaced. It wasn't healing per se, nor was it invincibility. The broken pieces were just replaced with a new one. But the lack of genetic coding to tell his quirk what he was supposed to look like meant the overall form and appearance of the new bits were seemingly randomized. It was always humanoid and generally close to the same size of the part he has lost, so that much was a mercy. The most lopsided he had ever been was that one leg that came in 1.5 inches longer than the other. Not a huge deal, but it had thrown him off enough that a week later he gave in and broke the other one in a desperate attempt to even himself back out. It worked, and now he was taller for it, but the boy was... The most lopsided he had ever been was that one leg that came in 1.5 inches longer than the other. Not a huge deal, but it had thrown him off enough that a week later he gave in and broke the other one in a desperate attempt to even himself back out. It worked, and he was now taller for it, but boy, that was an unpleasant 30 minutes. Bones were always unpleasant to reset. The more complex a replacement was to make, the longer it took, and hence the more uncomfortable it was to feel it developing. Skin was just a little itch for a second or two. Muscles would ache for a few minutes, but it was hardly a distraction. Bones, that's where it started to become painful and time-consuming. The smaller ones didn't take that long, but those big boys in the arms and leg zones took a lot out of him, and the organs, those were akin to torture. The last time his heart got damaged, he spent an hour gasping on the floor through the pain and the nausea as he felt the broken core morph into something new. The lack of proper blood flow as he awaited for the reset to be complete meant that several other organs also failed and needed resetting. A chain reaction that lasted a full 12 hours of agony before it had finally ended. Twice now he had to regrow a finger from scratch when they were lost altogether in the line of duty, and once he had even freshly made a new eye, but those were both minor enough that he managed to keep himself awake, though the process with great effort. Twice now he'd have to regrow a finger from scratch when they were lost altogether in the line of duty, and once he had even made a fresh eye, but those were both minor enough that he managed to keep himself awake through the process of great effort. Anything bigger than that, though. The energy needed to reset from nothing meant he almost always got knocked out for at least a day or two from the effort. He could never be sure 100% how long it was. He was out, but it was long enough for his cat to be pissed off, but not long enough for her to try and eat him, so that was his best estimate. Maybe he would set a timer next time. For science? The impulse dissolved immediately. He was loath to subject himself to any further experimentation than he already had to deal with growing up. The day he escaped from the lab was the best day of his life. He had no desire to return to that lifestyle anytime soon. They had lost track of the years that had passed since then, but several years of constant rubbernecking, palm-sweating, heart-palpitating vigilance later, it was clear that his captors had lost track of him, a helpful perk of having no traceable DNA or appearance. It meant that he was easy to lose, and any time he suspected he was spotted, he would simply do a full body reset and move towns to throw them off his trail. God, he hated those days. Thankfully, it had been years since the last time a full reset was necessary. Usually a facial reset was more than sufficient, but even that still sucked. Still, it was worth it to be free from those monsters that raised him. to be fighting on the side of the good guys instead of being forced into, well, whatever the highest bidder paid the doctors to do to him. Dare stared down at his new palm, tracing the new lines with his mismatched fingers on the other side, hoping that his new palm would reveal a better fortune than the last. After allowing themselves a good 5 minutes of angsty bewilderment, he got to work cleaning and sanitizing his new switchblade. He then fed Patches, cleaned himself up in the shallows of the ocean, and crawled into his bed. It was about 3 a.m. now, and tomorrow was another day. A day where he would start his new job as a teacher in earnest. Hopefully he was good enough to do the task right. Midoriya was counting on him, putting his hopes and dreams in his freakish, ever-morphing hands. The last thing the poor kid needed was further letdowns. Dare was completely unaware that somewhere on the other side of town, Midoriya laid awake worrying about the exact opposite scenario, each of them determined to do the right thing by the other and not be a disappointment, and neither of them fully aware of just how much the other would soon come to shape the very course of their lives. The strings of fate brought these two together, but it was only the beginning of their shared journey. So much more still laid ahead. And as their eyes finally drifted to close for the night, their hands just so happened to lay in the direction of the other's location, as if subconsciously trying to reach out to the others to across the town, a habit that would continue without either noticing, with either's notice each night for a long time to come. The 2 weeks since Midoriya had met Dare had been some of the best of his life. He had a new friend, a new routine, and a renewed sense of purpose and direction in his life. He was already starting to feel the difference in the way his body felt and carried itself too. It wasn't anything super noticeable from the outside. He had only been working out for 2 weeks after all, but he could tell he was improving, and Dare was sure to tell him as much almost daily. He still felt immensely guilty for the reason, but the absence of the biggest advocacy from school went a long way to reduce the overall suckage of Midoriya's school days as well. Bakugo was in the hospital for a week and a half, and spent another 2 days at home with his family before returning to school angrier and more hostile than Midoriya had ever seen him. Some small guilty part of the back of his neck had hoped that his brush with a villain would have made him a bit more sympathetic, but if anything it seemed to make him more determined to prove he was still the best. As Midoriya tried and failed to block out all the painful jabs and deafening shouts from his childhood friend slung at him, he couldn't help but look at him with a fresh perspective. The burning crimson eyes held hate, rage, possibly even bloodlust. But there was something else in there as well, a shadow lingering deep in the back of his mind. Fear. Bakugo cornered him on his way to lunch, slamming his smoking palms on either side of the shorter boy's head against the rattling rockers. Where do you think you're going, Deku? I'm gone for a few days and you think you're cafeteria? Oh, fuck. Where do you think you're going, Deku? I'm going for a few days and you think you have cafeteria privileges all of a sudden? He didn't bother to try to argue. He wasn't actually headed towards the cafeteria. He hadn't been allowed in there in years, instead electing to eat his lunch outside under the trees. But that hardly mattered. Once Bakugo decided you had sighted him somehow, there was no amount of pleading or logic that would change his mind. So Midoriya just stared into his eyes, willing his face to not make any sort of expression that the taller boy could take further offense to. Apparently this was not the right reaction either. The fuck you think you're looking at me like that? You think you're too good to talk to me now, huh? You think you're better than me? Answer me, you useless prick. There it was again, the fear drowning in a sea of hate and anger in his crimson eyes. I don't. I know you're better than me, Kachan. You always have been, he reassured. You're damn right I am. I'm gonna be the number one hero, and you're nothing but a bug for me to stomp on my way to greatness. Don't you ever forget that, he shouted as he slammed his angry fist into Midoriya's gut, knocking the wind out of him temporarily. He probably could have dodged the attack, blocked it with his hands to lessen the blow, but let him do it anyway. It was Midoriya's fault he had spent the past 2 weeks recovering. If he needed to take his frustration out on him, then he was entitled to do so. Seemingly satiated for now, the angry blonde turned on his heels and began stomping towards the cafeteria, leaving Midoriya slumped against the lockers, his hand clenching his bruised abdomen. I'm sorry, he whispered under his breath. The fuck did you just say? The blonde shouted as he rushed back to the scene. Shit, Midoriya didn't think he would hear him from that far away. Bakugo grabbed the collar of Midoriya's shirt to yank him back into an upright position against the lockers, his other palm sparking as the constant tiny warning sparks he raised. The fuck are you apologizing for, huh? You think I'm weak now or some shit? You think you won't take me just because of one stupid villain attack? You're wrong. I'm still the best, and I'll fucking prove it. I'll kick your ass, Deku. I'll fucking kill you. Midoriya braced for the impact as the scorching heat and strong fist pummeled against his torso again and again. As his body slumped down, now held aloft only by the fist still rendering his collar, his attacker seemed to sober up enough to realize the extent of the damage he was doing and toss Midoriya to the ground. Shit! Look what you made me do, you useless jack. You tricked me. This is all your fault. This is... fuck. And with that, he sprinted off down the hall. Wheezing all the way, Midoriya managed to drag himself and his backpack to a seated position against the lockers. He knew he needed some form of medical attention from all the burns and bruises, but he didn't want to go to an actual hospital. His mum would worry too much, and he wouldn't be able to hide who had done this to him for long before she figured it out. Even with the school doing its best to bury it, it may be a big enough stain on Bakugo's record that UA might not accept him into the heroics course. He may be a bully, but he had the potential to be a great hero one day, and it had been his dreams they shared since they were little kids. He could never take that chance from him. Plus, he had gone through a lot recently, and he wasn't wrong about it being Midoriya's fault. Once he got enough oxygen back to think properly, Midoriya pulled out his phone and texted the only person he thought he could help. Dare I, hypothetically, how would one go about treating some moderate to severe burns with little to no medical supplies? Less than a minute later, he got a response. Is this actually hypothetical, or did someone spontaneously combust next to you? More like a series of blasts opposed to combustion, and they aren't next to me. Midoriya's phone rang loudly in his hands, Dare electing to call him instead. He was afraid of this, but he answered all the same. Being able to put him on speaker would be easier than trying to text and patch himself up at the same time anyway. Say psych right now, was all the greeting Dare gave him, sounding a little breathless himself. Midoriya tried to peel away his scorched and bloodied uniform shirt to access the damage. He smelled like meat. He tried his best to stifle the pain groan and realization earned but failed spectacularly. No. "Say psych right now," was the only greeting Dare gave him, sounding a little breathless himself. Midoriya tried to peel away his scorched and bloody uniform shirt to assess the damage. He smelled like meat. He tried his best not to stifle the pain groan at the realization but failed spectacularly, rousing through his bag to check for supplies as he spoke through clenched teeth. "All I've got is some ace bandage and some Niso spray." "Shit. Are you still at school? Who's taking you to the hospital?" "No hospital. Mum would freak out. She would never let me leave the house again." "She's right to worry. You're injured." "Dare," he protested. "Izuku." He cut him off in defiance. He blushed at the sudden use of his given name, but continued his point all the same. "I don't want to give her or anyone else any more reasons to say my dreams are too dangerous. No hospitals. Now will you help me or not?" "Shit. Yeah, I'm on my way. Can you walk?" Midoriya could hear the rapid sound of feet against the pavement and rushing wind. Dare was clearly sprinting to his destination. I think so." "Good. Where are you right now?" You want me to meet you out the front?" "Only if you can do so without hurting yourself." "Yeah, hang on one sec." Midoriya took a deep breath and braced himself as he struggled to stand up. Back up. His legs were still shaking with the exhaustion and adrenaline, and being any form of upright made his entire abdomen shudder in pain. But beyond that, he was perfectly mobile. "Yeah, I'll make it," he finally confirmed as he picked up his bag and began to shuffle outside. Dare stayed on the line the entire time, but both boys were too preoccupied trying to reach each other to say anything. Another 5 minutes later, Midoriya finally pushed open the front door to the school and clung to the handrail of the stairs. In the time it took for him to buckle over and give 3 shaky breaths, he heard Dare huffing his way through the front gates. Hey, stay with me, alright?" Dare said in a breathless panic. Strong hands grabbed either side of Midoriya's shoulders and attempted to stand him up again. Midoriya winced at the stench of burnt skin but stayed up. Dare's eyes went wide as he looked over the wrecked shirt still hanging loosely from his body. "We need to get you somewhere I can at least kind of sterile so I can treat this." Dare's gaze darted back and forth across nothing as he seemed to formulate all possible routes. "Is your mother home right now?" "No, she works until 7. "Perfect. I'm taking you home. My place is a literal dump." Midori worried his bottom lip, unsure of how to tell him he couldn't walk that far without making him worry so much that he took him to the hospital instead. As if reading his mind, Dare said, "I'm going to carry you. Is that okay?" Oh. Midoriya furrowed his brows. It was a solid 20-minute walk from here to his house, which seemed too far for someone to carry him, but he wasn't sure what other options he had. He nodded his consent. Dare grabbed Midoriya's bag from him and slung it on his shoulders, then carefully hoisted him up into a bridal carry, as if he weighed nothing more than a small dog. They somehow made the journey in a little under 15 minutes, Midoriya trying all the while not to wince, groan, or blush too much in the boy's hold. Dare set him down at the front door at his apartment so he could unlock it, using his arms to hold him steady as he did so. Once inside, Dare helped sit him down on the side of the tub. "Alright, okay. You like getting undressed. Is it alright if I borrow your laptop real quick?" Yeah, it's on the desk in my room. First or to the right. Zara gave a swift nod in response and jogged there and back, laptop in hand. He set the laptop on the counter and began rapidly typing something that Midoriya couldn't quite catch from his perch. Meanwhile, Midoriya got to work unbuttoning his ruined top before tossing it like a crumpled piece of paper into the corner of the room. It was a good thing he had a few spares already. Okay, all set, Dare said as he closed the laptop. Now, as far as the school is concerned, you've currently got a dentist appointment. Your mum won't even know you left. Relief flooded his system. He hadn't even thought about that. But it would make sense for the school to call his mum when they realised he hadn't returned from lunch. Midoriya expected him to ask all sorts of questions about what happened, but he didn't. Dare's personality seemed to flip into an absolute focus mode as he cleaned and dressed the wounds with careful, nimble fingers. The only words he said the whole time were asking if he could find the towels and make a quick apology whenever Midoriya makes a sound of distress. As he finished the last roll of bandage from his first aid kit, Dare looked up into Midoriya's eyes. Is everything okay? He asked with a bit of concern. Was all he could manage while his friend's currently golden eyes peer into his own. Dare stood and offered himself as a brace so Midoriya could do the same. Then, when they made their way over to the couch, Dare found a shirt in Midoriya's room to replace the one he threw away and helped him into it before they sat down on the other side of the couch. A moment or two of silence stretched between them before Midoriya finally broke the silence. Are you going to ask me about it? Do you want to talk about it? Not really. Then no. Oh. A few more beats of silence passed, then Dare was the one to speak up. I do have one question. Okay. He agreed with a slight sigh. It only seemed fair. What do you want to do about it? About Bakugo. Midoriya was stunned by this. He never said who did this, and he was almost 100% sure he never said that name before at all, much less he... About Bakugo. Midoriya was stunned by this. He never said who did this. He was almost 100% sure he had never even said the name before, much less named him as his tormentor. So how did he know this? He's the guy that did this to you, right? I know you guys have a long history. I'm more than willing to get involved if you want me to, but I'm not going to make a move without getting your go-ahead first. This brought more questions than answers. How did you know? Dare looked down at his hand, then back up at Midoriya, swallowing thickly before he answered. I may have done some digging after we first met. Dare's speech rushed to defend himself as he explained. I know I shouldn't have. It was weird and invasive, and you have every right to be pissed at me about it. But I had to know what was going on, so I know how best to help you. And after hearing what that dude said to you and finding you on a roof 30 minutes later, I figured it was best to get the info direct from the source rather than force you to talk about it. And Midoriya held up a hand to cut him off, gathering his thoughts. He had heard them. That's why he tried to give him his notebook. Why he had tracked him down so desperately and let him cry all over him. That's why they went to the park and gave him his number and offered to help him train. All because he felt sorry for him. Did he actually believe Midoriya at all, or was this just a charity case? You don't have to. He he's not really sure what he's trying to say until he's already saying it. You don't have to pretend to like me. I'm not gonna jump just because you stop hanging out with me. You're a vigilante. You have better things to do than waste your time on me. So if that's what you're worried about, you can just go. He wanted it to sound passive, like it wouldn't shatter his heart to see him leave, but the tears were already starting to form in his traitorous eyes. What? Midoriya was surprised to see Dare also look upset at this notion. It's fine, Midoriya said with a wobbly lip. He wished he could have more control over. You don't owe me anything. I'm not your problem to deal with. Yes, you are. Dare's hands reached out to grab Midoriya's, but he reflexively flinched away from the contact. So Dare apologetically returned his own hand to his lap. He shook his head and then backpedaled a little bit. That's not what I meant. You're not a problem at all. I don't owe you anything, and you don't owe me anything either. I don't spend my time with you out of, obligation or whatever. I do it because I want to. I'm training you because I want to see you succeed. Because we're friends, aren't we? Midoriya wasn't sure what to say. On paper, it looked exactly like he wanted to hear. But the nagging voice in the back of his head insisted that it couldn't possibly be true. That it was exactly... Midoriya wasn't sure what to say. On paper, it was exactly what he wanted to hear, but the nagging voice in the back of his head insisted that it couldn't possibly be true. That he was foolish to ever think his kindness was anything but sympathy for the pathetic, bullied little quirkless kid. He must have been quiet for a bit too long because the next thing Dare said had a bit of a wobble to it. Do you want me to leave, Izuku? Midoriya's head snapped up to look at him. Dare's head was down, avoiding his gaze, but there was a defeated look on his face, like he had expected to be kicked to the curve at a moment's notice. Midoriya knows the feeling all too well. No, Midoriya corrected a little too urgently, causing Dare to flinch. No, I want you to say, if you really want to, that is. I just don't want you to think that... Dare braved a look his way now, looking more hopeful than before. I've never had a real friend before, Midoriya admitted before he could think better of it. The only other friend I had growing up, well, I'm sure you know he's the one who... my point is that you're my first friend that I've actually wanted to be my friend back. I don't want to lose you, but at the same time, I don't want you to hold back either. You're putting a lot of time and effort into helping me, and I haven't done anything back to pay you back for that. So if there's any part of you that's doing it to make me feel happy when yourself aren't also enjoying it, then I don't want it. Dare took a long, deep breath before they replied. I haven't had a lot of friends either. It's hard when you look like, when you live the kind of life that I do. You get used to a lot of rotating door relationships. Anyone who doesn't immediately run for the hills tends to think twice when I show up with a new hand or a whole new face. He gestured to himself for emphasis as he spoke. And I don't blame them, because honestly, it makes sense for them to be freaked out by that. And I'm sure it's hard to get attached when you don't really know who or what you're getting attached to. So, fair, I guess. I know it's only been 2 weeks. But you beat my record for the longest friendship ever after like the third day, so that pit of guilt ate at Midoriya again. He himself initially ran away in fear from Dare. It is now a moment locked into the top 5 lists of actions he regrets most in his life. Dare still hasn't really answered his question, but in a way he has. Midoriya thinks he understands him and his motivation's a bit better now, even if he's still missing a big part of the puzzle. The edge bits are all together now. He's hoping that over time they can build each other up a bit more. Dare. Midoriya hesitantly reached out his hand towards Dare, just like he had done for him earlier. And cautiously, the other boy takes it. I'm not going anywhere if you don't, Midoriya promised with determination. Dare flashed a big smile at him for this, when Midoriya was quick to return. Then it settled then, Dare said cheerfully. There's no getting rid of me now. Once you're all healed up, and we'll get back to your training. And in the meantime, I'm just going to keep annoying you until you feel better. Midoriya chuckled in response. He wasn't sure if he should be taking his hand back or not, but Dare made no move to pull back either, so neither did he. So, what do you normally do for fun? This is officially a rest day, Dare proclaimed. Do you like comics? Maybe. I haven't had a chance to read any of them yet. You never... Midoriya cut himself off and stood a bit too fast before he remembered the reason Dare was at his house in the first place. He didn't lose sight of his mission, though. He hobbled in the direction of his room, calling to Dare over his shoulder. That's it. Follow me. It's my turn to teach you something. Okay, jeez. Slow down, you're going to aggravate your burns, he said with a chuckle as he followed behind. Dare is well aware of the work of heroes is more than just beating up villains, though sometimes the big-name pros forget that. More often than not, it's the rescue missions, being first responders in natural disasters, saving pets that end up in tall trees or slimy ditches, and lots of paperwork. Luckily, as a vigilante, he is spared the last part, but the rest still holds firm for him. Dare is patched into 3 separate feeds to ensure he arrives on the scene of wherever he is needed. The first is an algorithm that scans popular forums and social media sites for any ongoing crimes in progress. The second is a traffic and weather scanner that informs him of any major accidents or storms causing havoc. And the last patch feed is for local police departments. That way he knows when the pros are about to arrive so he can skedaddle. A new club recently opened downtown, and it led to a slight uptick in the number of car accidents happening between the hours of 11 p.m. and 4 a.m. when the patrons started heading out. And it's for this reason that Dare's patrol route has shifted a little closer to that area for the past week or so, having already pulled people out of their cars to a safer area on more than one occasion. Tonight, however, was a particularly bad accident. Luckily, Dare spotted the swerving vehicle and was already halfway down the fire escape of the building he was perched on by the time the collision happened. The car in the back hit the much smaller one in front of it with enough force to send it flying into the one in the front, jumping over the top of it and landing upside down on the other side. The now center vehicle spun out and was also rammed in by the vehicle in the back, which finally slowed the speeding vehicle's momentum enough to stop it. And the one in the back may as well have been an accordion with how much it had folded itself in half. Dare stared with the overturned vehicle in front, determining they would have the hardest time trying to find a way out on their own. He was right. The driver and its 2 passengers were knocked out. Dara used a pocket knife to cut them loose out of their seatbelts and guided them out, trying his hardest to be gentle and avoid debris, while still moving as quickly as possible. Time is of the essence in a crash like this, and it's better to gain a few extra scratches than to lose an extra life. The fireman carried the ladies over to the other side of the road and propped them up against the guardrails under a streetlight, setting down a few road flares to ensure they would be seen. Then he moved back to the car in the back. The petty part of him was tempted to leave the car for last, given that the drunk driving was what caused the accident in the first place. But he could see the guy in there was in pretty bad shape, with glass sticking out of various parts of his body and blood running down his face. So Dara pulled him out next, prioritized the rescue and all that. The man was barely conscious, slowing out various noises and sobs as opposed to any real words. He didn't seem to have any passengers with him, so at least there was that. Dare deposited the man with the girls, making a mental note to try and stop some of his bleeding first chance he got to prevent him from bleeding out later. The scanner on his arm informed him that someone had called the incident in, and cops and ambulances would be there in 5 minutes. That meant he only had 4.5 minutes to assist the car in the center. Dare pulled out the driver first, using his elbow to break the window in order to reach her. He didn't see anyone in the passenger seat, but what he saw in the backseat made his stomach drop. There was a child, eyes wide, face blanched and hyperventilating in place of real cries. They must be in shock, but mercifully, the only major injury Dare could see was a possibly broken arm. Dare decided pulling the kid out first was a better course, so he quickly sprung over to the other side of the car and tried the door, but it was dented in a bit and it took a bit of force. He was able to get it open. Dare was happy about this. Breaking the window next to an already hyperventilating child would have only made things worse. He did his best to sound gentle and reassuring as he spoke. "Hey there, everything's going to be okay. I'm here to help." The child didn't answer him, but he turned his head to meet their eyes, so Dare was pretty sure he could still hear him. That was a good sign. I'm going to reach over you real quick to get you unhooked, alright?" When the kid made a motion that almost looked like a nod, he went to work. The buckle itself released on the second try, so then Dare walked the kid through the next step. "Okay, I'm going to pick you up now, and then I'm going to carry you over to where you can wait for the paramedics. Everything is going to be alright." He scooped up the now crying child into a bridal-style carry, and was halfway to the makeshift med zone when he heard the kid muttering, "Your mum?" Dare guessed. The kid nodded with enough force to jostle his whole body, eyes wide and sparkling with tears. I'm going to pull her out next, don't worry. More help is on its way too. I know it's scary, but you're doing a great job. You're being very brave." The kid dissolved into whimpers and snot as he was set down next to the other victims. By the time he returned to the car, the mother had already started to stir. She was waking up. This was both a good and a bad thing. Good because it meant her injuries weren't that serious, and bad because this was also the point people tended to panic, and he already had one shock victim on his hands, not to mention a fight response would make it 10 times harder to help guide them out of the window. Luckily, she seemed more of the flight type. She made a sound like a scream, but without any of the necessary oxygen to give it any real volume. As she scrambled from her seat belt, Hey, it's alright. You're gonna be fine. I'm here to help you. Your child's already safe. Please let me help. The woman didn't respond, but with her seatbelt now off, she wordlessly reached her arms through the window and grabbed a hold of Dare's shoulders, squeezing them for dear life. Dare laid his forearm along the bottom of the window. His arm would be a much nicer thing to crawl on than broken glass. He used his other arm to help pull the woman through. Once her torso was out, he readjusted his arms to pull her into a fireman's carry over his shoulder and carefully pulled her out the rest of the way. The feeling of glass being worked out of his now shifting arm was mildly distracting, but he'd worked with worse shifts mid-rescue before. The woman and child had a tearful reunion embrace, and Dara couldn't help but smile a little at the sight. They checked the sensors again for the time. He still had about 30 seconds. 3 unfortunate things happened in quick succession. The first was that the drunk man with the glass very suddenly woke up and jumped to his feet. The second was, unlike the mother before, the fear response was most definitely fight. He began swinging and yelling like a cornered animal. Dare was quick to throw himself in the path between the man and the others, who in turn quickly pinned his arms to the side. And then the third thing, Dare could hear the sound of sirens fast approaching from the distance. The man posed a clear and evident threat to himself and the others, but Dare did not have the time to talk him down or subdue him by any other means, meaning the only real option was to knock the man back out and make a run for it. The man was strong and unwillingly enough that Dare's arms were too preoccupied holding him back to use any pressure points. So, with reluctant realization, Dare realized that he would need to knock him out with the most unpleasant of methods. Shouting just enough for the man to hear him over the sounds of his drunken-filled cries, Dare said, "I'm really sorry about this, but if it's any consolation, it's gonna suck for both of us." And then he slammed his he, and then he quickly reared his head back and slammed it forward into a blunt headbutt, knocking the already drunk and bleeding man out with little to no fight. The headache was severe and instantaneous, blurring Dare's vision for just a moment, but he had no time to wait it out. The first of the vehicles would be rounding the corner any second now, so without any knowledge of where he was going, Dare took off down the street in the opposite direction of the sirens. A block or two later, Dare gained enough of his mental functions back to turn down some alleyways he recognized and climb up the side of the building to wait the rush out. It was only then when he realized how potentially fucked they were. That 3 people had seen him, and he didn't have time to ask them not to tell others about him. The wrong keywords end up in the news or police report, and it would be like a homing beacon telling his captors where he was. Hopefully, the mix of poor lighting, adrenaline, and inebriation would be enough that they wouldn't have much to say. But if any of them saw him mid-healing, he would be in some real trouble. This was plenty of action for one night, and he needed to get off the streets and out of anyone's sight until he could be sure he was in the clear. He took the long way to get back to the beach. If he was already being followed, then he wanted his route to seem sporadic, as if he was still on patrol, and not like he was heading home. When he finally returned home, he took a look in the mirror to assess the damage. Luckily, his eyes seemed unchanged, but the forehead and nose seemed different, as was his arm. Izuku should still be able to recognize him, but the differences were still obvious. Dara knew Izuku was curious about it. He was curious about everyone's quirks, and the more interesting the quirk or the closer his proximity to it, the more curious he became. But still, he never asked Dara about his. Part of Dara was curious to know what he had thought about it. Had he already figured it out at all? Did he know more than Dara did? Or was he completely in the dark? Dara didn't ask either. The less he knew, the safer it would be for both of them. Thus far, he managed to avoid any reset happening in front of him, only showing him the end result after the fact. But it was inevitably going to happen at some point. They worked out together and worked with a lot of hazardous materials in unstable surroundings. At some point, an accident was bound to happen. How would Izuku react? Would he be scared of him again? Dara shook his head, more to clear his train of thought than anything. He had more important things to worry about right now, like whether or not he needed to make a run for it. Dara set up the search parameters and ran the program on his laptop, scanning for any mention of him in the accident. Well, Dara set up the search parameters and ran the program on his laptop, scanning for any mention of him or the accident. An hour later, the story finally broke. With pessimistic hope, he read the article. Mysterious figure saves 6 from multi-car pileup. Shit. Okay. So someone had mentioned his presence, but no need to panic just yet. It's possible that their descriptions would be vague enough that it couldn't lead back to him. Dara read through the article quickly, skimming for the part where he would be described. Most of the victims of the accident were unconscious at the time of the rescue, though those who were awake had little to say about their rescuer. I don't remember much, I'm afraid. Whoever they were, they seemed really kind. They saved Tori and I, that much I'm sure of. I wish I knew who it was so I could say thank you. Mother and driver of the second vehicle, Miss Uzumaki, said. Her son, Tori, was also unable to give a proper description. When the Hero Network 10 reporters questioned the driver of the first vehicle, he had this to say. I'm truly sorry and ashamed of my actions and trouble that I have caused. I'm glad no one was more seriously injured, and I'm sure that it is in no due part small to it is due in no small part to the hero's quick response. When informed that there was no heroes dispatched to the scene last night, they maintained that, whatever their profession, they acted heroically, and I have them to thank for that. Beyond this, they have no information of the appearance or identity of the individual. The article went on to mention the revocation of the initial driver's license and the mandatory probation and re-education program to minimize the risk of future drunk driving. They even made a connection between this and the other incidents earlier in the week, following the club's new opening. An interview with the owner of the club promised new policies that limited the number of drinks patrons were allowed to drink, without proof of a safe way home. All in all, the results were the best Dara could have hoped for. Based on this, he was in the clear. He hacked into the police reports to confirm no identifying information was given to them either before he finally let out a sigh of relief. Dara checked their phone before getting ready for bed. The only message Dara received since patrol started was a gif of a sponge-shaped cartoon character chewing on its fingers nervously, like some would chew at nail beds. He didn't understand the reference, but he understood the meaning behind it well enough. Izuku's first day of work was tomorrow, and he was really nervous about it. The new classes seemed to be going well, but since the job was in person, he felt like his chances of running into someone he knew, or otherwise disappointing people, was higher. Earlier in the day, Dara had tried his best to reassure him about that, but in the end, all he could really do was help was promised that he would meet up with him afterwards. It would be either a celebration of a job well done, or, as a worst case scenario, a pity party for a bad day. They were both hoping for the first. It was too late, or possibly too early depending on one's perspective, to reply, so Dare simply set his phone aside for the night and crawled into bed. Glaring at the roof, Dare let out a deep sigh. They might need to lay low for a few nights, just to be extra safe. Dare was always cautious, but now he had a real reason to stay stationary. The idea of having to pull up stakes to avoid capture was even more painful. Patches the cat crawled on top of him a moment later, purring deeply on top of Dare's chest, soothing the last of his residual anxiety of being discovered anytime soon. The purr sounded to him like a promise. "It's okay, you're safe, you're home." He allowed these imagined words to lull him off to sleep. Midoriya's first day at work was going suspiciously well. After watching a few obligatory training videos and passing a quick common sense safety quiz, he was given a name tag, apron, and a button that read, "Be nice to me, I'm new," which he was told he would need to wear for at least his first few weeks here. Or you can, lie and keep it on indefinitely. It won't make you immune to Karens, but it helps, the boy training him said with a chuckle. His trainer was a boy about his age. He had yellow hair and a lightning-shaped streak of black in it. The name tag said his name was Denki Kaminari. Izuku was expecting someone much older to be training him, but since they were the owner's son, and they would be working pretty much the same hours, they decided they may as well get acquainted now. He seemed nice, if easily distractible, and was quick to start joking as if they were buds. Midoriya wasn't sure what to make of it. Years of experience told him that the kindness was a trap, or that maybe they hadn't been informed about his Quirkless status yet. But maybe there were people like Dare out there in the world. Either way, it was his first day, so Izuku tried his best to make a good first impression and return the friendly atmosphere as best as possible. "Is that why you're still wearing your button?" "Yeah, I haven't been an official employee for very long, but I've been helping out here since I was 12. So it's safe to say that I know most of what's going on around here pretty well." "Well, wow, 12? That's impressive." "Thanks. I wouldn't be so quick to flash such admiration, though. The experience does nothing to keep me from crying like a baby anytime someone yells at me, so button," the boy said while jiggling the matching button on his apron. "Does that happen a lot?" Midoriya said with sudden nervousness. "Me crying?" "No, well, maybe, but I meant people yelling at you." "Oh, not really. Most of our clientele is pretty chill, but retail is retail. Don't worry about it too much. If anyone starts giving you trouble, just let one of us know and we'll kick them out for you." "Oh, well, that's nice of you." "I should warn you though, while completely harmless, we do get a few repeat customers that are a bit eccentric. Real inventor and mad scientist vibes. There's this one girl in particular with pink dreads, zero volume control or concept of personal space. But she's one of our best customers and she knows what she's looking for, so if she's freaking you out, it's best to just smile and nod." Thanks for the heads up, I guess." "No problem," he said with a smile before pulling up a map of the store on his tablet. "Well, we'll probably have you floating around departments for a while we figure out what fits you best, but do you have any preferences on where to start?" "Not really. Wherever you guys need me, I'm more than happy to help." "That's a good answer, but I'm not actually your boss, so there's no need to try and impress me with your professionalism. You can just tell me the truth. Like, if you have a secret desire to be a lumberjack, we can train you on the wood saws, whatever floats your boat." Midoriya thought for a second. Before he could finalize his thoughts, Kaminari spoke up again. "Resume said you're into computers and stuff, right? Maybe you'd like to work electrical with me? he said with one eyebrows raised and a hopeful smile, one hand still pointing one hand pointing to the yellow coded section of the map. Yeah, actually, learning more about electronics and wiring might help me out in a few projects I'm doing. Midoriya's excitement more learning more was poorly concealed. Heck yeah, dude, what kind of projects? Midoriya nearly froze, realizing he wasn't sure if he should talk about it. But he decided that there was nothing inherently suspicious about building your own computer, and he was going to be working on other stuff for his classes soon enough. So it should be fine as long as he doesn't go into too many details. Oh, no, it's nothing special. I just wanted to maybe try building a PC. Kaminari gasped like that was the best possible answer. Do you play video games, Midoriya? Are you a gamer, Midoriya? Not exactly, he said, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. I've played a few games, but I wouldn't say I'm any good at them, and I don't do it regularly enough to be a gamer per se. Kaminari looked slightly less enthused. Kaminari looked slightly less enthused, but still hopeful. But you do like it, right? Like when you play, you enjoy yourself? I guess. Sweet, remind me at lunch to bring this back up then. We should totally play sometime. Midoriya's instincts once again told him that this must be a trap, but Kaminari's smile seemed too genuine to be completely fake. So against his better judgment, he allowed a seed of optimism to plant itself in his heart. Sure, I'm really not great, but if you're sure you don't mind. Midoriya trailed off a bit at the end when he saw Kaminari's attention was now directed about 5 aisles away from them. Midoriya's eyes went back and forth between Kaminari and where he was looking at, but he saw nothing of note over there. Kaminari? He asked hesitantly. Huh? Oh, sorry, dude. I was just trying to decide what to show you first. I'm thinking about lighting department. That's part of our domain and requires the least amount of actual know-how. Okay, sure, whatever you think is best. Kaminari led him up to the various aisles around the various aisles that made up the wider electrical section he would apparently be working in. Once they got to the more finicky materials, Kaminari handed Midoriya a pair of gloves that were meant to cancel out static and offer insulation. Midoriya couldn't help but notice Kaminari's gloves were twice as thick. Are those gloves for that extra delicate stuff? He asked. No, they're for an extra zappy me, he said with a thumb jab into his own shoulder. I've got an electric-based quirk, so I tend to be a little extra staticky. These also help absorb and redistribute some of the excess votes I give off passively, so I don't damage anything on accident. Still doesn't help if I actually activate my quirk by mistake, but at least it's something. Wow, that's amazing. Where did you get the gloves? Were they made just for you, or are they mass produced for people with similar quirks? How much electricity do you put off passively? And how much can you put out when you're meant to? Are there any drawbacks for you? Does it hurt you if you get shocked, or are you immune to it? Does it arc like lightning does, or does it only charge your own body? Can it be used to power stuff like it would if you make it short circuit? Like, could you use yourself as a generator in case of emergencies? Does it get hurt more or less? Does it make you more or less likely to be struck by lightning in a storm? Midoriya snaps out of his muttering when he realizes the wide blinking eyes of his new co-worker. Sorry, he said with a blush and averted eyes. Don't worry, I don't mind. I'm not super sure about the answers to some of those things, but so it's basically called it's called electrification, and basically creates electricity around my body that shocks anyone I come in contact with while it's activated. Once I build up enough of it, it surges out and shocks everything around me too. I can't really control it, so it's kind of dangerous, but I guess that makes it for a good long-range attack. If I let off too much, then my brain kind of fries, leaving me useless and loopy for an hour or so. So there's that. My limits are about 1,000,000 volts before I'm spent, but I'm not sure how much I give off passively. I just know there's more I just know there's more percentage. I just know it's more than the average bear, which I can charge people's phones and that stuff, which is a cool party trick. So I might be able to do generators. I haven't been struck by lightning that wasn't on my own. That wasn't my own, but neither has most people. So I guess it really puts me on the probability scale. Oh, and I wouldn't say these gloves are mass produced, but they aren't really custom either. I actually get them from a local support shop. You remember me telling you about some of our repeat customers are kind of wild? Well, some of them work there and they recommended them to us. Is that everything? I'm not sure if I caught them all. Now it was Midoriya's turn to blink back with wide eyes. I can't believe you actually answered all of that. Most people don't like listening when I start muttering like that. You don't find it creepy and invasive? Huh? No. They seemed innocent enough to me, Kaminari answered with a shrug. Oh. So, anyway, over here's where you put all the scrap. And just like that, they were back to business. The rest of the morning was pretty uneventful, and a full tour of both the electronics department and the rest. Oh, the rest of the morning was pretty uneventful. A tour of both the electronics department and the rest of the store, a quick walkthrough of the registers and the key codes, and finally a lunch break where Kaminari showed off his prized collection of shiny electric type Pokemon on his Switch. You don't want to know how much time I've wasted collecting all of them. Suffice to say, my dad was not pleased. Wow, I usually just go for the ones that remind me of my favorite pro heroes. That tracks. You seem like a fanboy type, says the guy with only electric types. Kaminari chuckled at that before admitting, so maybe I'm a narcissist, but hey, someone's going to be my first fan as a pro hero. Why shouldn't it be me? You want to be a pro hero too? Midoriya said with a bit too much enthusiasm. Yeah. Wait, you said two? What hero school are you going for? Suddenly regretted the entirety of this conversation. Kaminari had been pretty nice about his quirk status so far, but once he found out what his goals were and that he was sure to be mad, he considered lying, but that didn't seem fair. So, indecisively leaning away from the other boy, he braced himself and said, well, I'm kinda hoping for UA, but it's kind of a long shot. Me too! I hope we get into the same class. That certainly wasn't the reaction he was expecting. You're not mad? Mad? He said, tilting his head to the side like he's like this, like, like this, fuck. Mad? He said, tilting his head to the side like a confused puppy. Yeah, I mean, I'm just a useless, quirkless wannabe, and I'm trying to be a hero just like you. I'm even planning to go to the same school as you. That doesn't piss you off? Whoa, okay, there's a lot to unpack there, and our lunch break isn't long enough to address all of that. But like no, dude, I'm not mad at all. I think it's kick-ass that you want to be a hero. And if anything, I'm twice as hyped now, because that means I might have a friend in class on day one. A quick smile was the only time his eyes came up from the screen of his Switch as he continued his search. That's assuming I get in it. That's assuming I get in at all, though. I'm kind of a dumbass if you haven't noticed. And really, I don't do well on standardized tests, so my grades low might be a bit of an issue for me. But I'm trying to think positive about it, manifesting and all that jazz. Midoriya really wanted to dispute this, to offer himself as a study buddy, or otherwise to thank him for being his, he said, friend, right? He wasn't just being that wasn't just wishful hearing. But before he got his chance, an alarm rang on his phone, signaling the end of their lunch break. And the boy had already gotten up and changed the subject to the next thing Midoriya had to memorize for work. By the end of the day, Midoriya decided he really liked his new job, and his new co-workers were all really nice too. Just another thing on the list of favors, he now owed Dare for helping him find and secure the position. Speaking of which, he had promised to hang out with him today when he got off work. They would most likely be meeting at the Go Bar. That was their usual meeting place, but they never actually confirmed that. So, as Midoriya walked through the parking lot, he pulled out his phone to text him, but he froze before pulling up the contact. He suddenly got the feeling that he was being watched. He couldn't really explain it, but he somehow knew someone was looking at him, lurking somewhere just out of his eyesight. Trying to be discreet, he shifted his gaze from side to side. No one at his left, no one at his 3 or his 9. He patted his pockets as if looking for his keys to disguise his behavior as he checked behind him at his 6. This was a technique Dara had taught him. If the assailant knows you know about them, they are liable to either attack or out of panic or make a run for it, meaning they're free to attack someone else. But if you can spot them back without being obvious, then you can use yourself as bait and lead them right towards the police station. Technically, Dare said to lead them to him, but the station was nearby and he didn't know for sure if Dare was home right now, so it would have to do. But he didn't see anyone at his 6 either. He was prepared to shake it off just as him just being paranoid, but the feeling of eyes on him persisted, so without knowing why, he looked up and there was Dare. He was crouched on the roof of the store, peeking out behind the signage. For a moment, both of them just made surprised looking eye contact with each other, which they held for a moment too long to be comfy. But then Dare's face lit up into the biggest grin Midoriya had ever seen on him to date. Dare let out a hearty chuckle and slapped his knee in amusement before composing himself and using his grappling hook to rappel down the side of the building. Midoriya jogged up to meet him in the alleyway. "Zoo, that's amazing! You spotted me in under a minute," Dare said with a proud smile. Midoriya tried his best not to blush at the nickname. Was that a test or something? And I passed? He said with a pleased grin. Heck yeah, you did. Okay, so, confession time. Midoriya gestured with his hand for Dare to proceed. Promise you won't be mad? He extended a pinky with a reddish tint Midoriya hadn't seen on him yet. He tried not to be distracted by the addition of the color palette as he took the pinky in his. Promise. Okay, so I kind of wanted to help test out your situational awareness and passive disruption and all that. Make sure you know what it feels like to be followed, just in case. So, okay, so I may or may not have been following you home every day after our training sessions. I figured it would take you at least 2 months to even notice eyes on you, but we're only a month and a half in and you already spotted me. I'm so proud of you. You're not mad, right? 'Cause you promised. No, I'm not mad, but you've really been following me for that long? Suddenly, a cursed thought came to Midoriya's mind, a memory of him tripping over the neighbor's garbage cans a week ago and landing face first into some half-eaten leftovers. You didn't happen to see... He trailed off with a bright red face. You see you eating shit the other day? Yeah, but don't worry about it. It happens to the best of us. Dare brushed it off with an uncommittal hand gesture and then started walking, looking over his shoulder to make sure Midoriya was following. Midoriya avoided eye contact and didn't say anything else for a while, but followed nonetheless. When they were a few blocks away when Dare spoke up again. I'm thinking we could try something different today. You've cleared out things at Dagoba Beach in a way that accidentally created a pretty cool obstacle course. I think we can make a few minor adjustments and to the placement of stuff, and we can maybe use it to our advantage and work on your jumps. Or if you're too tired from work, we can save that for tomorrow and just hang out for a bit instead. What do you think? He was pretty tired, but he was also really looking forward to working on his parkour a bit more. He had taken a liking to it when he realized how many of his favorite pros utilize the skill in their own work. Maybe a touch of both? We can finish setting up the course today, and that way it'll be ready for us tomorrow, when we can spend more time actually using it, and then we can hang out today when we're done. Ooh, I like that. A happy medium that will help us out tomorrow in the process. Good thinking, Zoo. You did most of the thinking. I'm just too indecisive to choose. You seem like you're in a really good mood, Dario said with a smile. I take it your first day was a success? Yeah, it was really nice actually. I didn't get yelled at once. Well, I should hope not, he said with a smirk. Yeah, and my coworkers are really nice. Kaminari even offered to play games with me during lunch breaks and stuff. Kaminari, that's your boss, right? He said with a raised brow. Well, yes, but no. I meant his son. He's the same age as me, and we're going to be working at the same department, so we kind of got paired up today. Oh, well, that's nice, right? Yeah, really nice. He wants to be a hero too. He's even trying for UA. He said he has hopes of getting into. He says he hopes we get into the same class together. Dario's expression was entirely unreadable. Midoriya wasn't sure what he was thinking, but the mood had definitely shifted. His mood had shifted, but his facial expression and tone remained the same, so Midoriya elected to ignore the obvious shift. Oh, that's nice. That means you'll have friends already when you get in, so that's nice. And he's nice, so you should be safe around him, right? You can hang out, go places, and be friendly. So that will be nice. Are you worried about me? What? I mean, just a little. You can take care of yourself now, or you're definitely making big strides towards it. So I know I shouldn't be worried, but just your last friend was kinda. I know, but Kaminari isn't Kachan. He knows I'm quirkless, and he knows I mumble, and that I'm trying to be a hero, and he doesn't hate me for it. He wants to be my friend, and I want to let him. I'm not gonna lie, it does scare me a bit, but you showed me that there are good people in the world, and that it's a good thing to trust people from time to time. My fears mostly made me miss out on having a friend with you. My fears almost made me miss out on having you as a friend, and now I can't picture my life without you. You made everything so much better and brighter, and gave my life meaning and purpose again. So if trusting one person can make that big of a difference, then I'm willing to take the chance on others. Then taking the chance on others is totally worth the risks. Midoriya gave his best, most reassuring and confident smile he could muster, and Darve's face became an unreadable expression in the opposite direction from his earlier mood before he smiled back. Well, in that case, I'm happy for you. Maybe you could do some training with him from time to time. It would be good to get outside perspectives and diversify a bit. I can teach you the super basic combat stuff a little early so you can spar or whatever. Really? You wouldn't mind him coming to the beach with us? Oh, I meant... No, you're right. You know what? No, you're right. I trust you. If you trust Kaminari, then I'll try to do the same. Yeah, he can come too. Just maybe not all the time. I'm not sure I'm up for taking on another an extra student full time. Deal. I'll make sure to ask about it my next shift. As they approached the beach, they passed a guy selling popsicles out of a rolling cart. Midoriya's eyes lingered on the picture of a coconut lime blend on the cart for a moment too long, and Dara had bought it for him before he even had the chance to say it wasn't necessary. Oh, no, you don't have to. Fine, but I'm splitting it with you. Midoriya pulled on the two popsicle sticks out of the bottom, splitting the dessert in half. Fine by me. They sat in the doorway of Dare's van and ate the popsicles in contented silence before Midoriya changed into the spare workout clothes he left there. Once they were both ready to go and to set up the obstacle course, they got to work setting up the obstacle course until the sun started to set. They spent the rest of the evening with their toes in the waves and their heads in the clouds. Chapter 4. Dare wasn't jealous. He wasn't. Izuku was making new friends, and that was a good thing. A kid should have friends. He should talk to co-workers and chat with fellow students, and build a web of relationships that will support him on his journey. He should be able to hang out at cafes and go see movies, and be seen out in the world. He should have a large group of peers his own age, ones he cared about, and who cared about him in turn. He should be able to relax, have fun, and enjoy life. He deserves as much. So he was happy that he was starting to have that. Sure, maybe he wished he could be part of that from time to time. And yeah, the initial gut reaction of absolute dread at the idea of being replaced or forgotten was hard to shake completely. But he wasn't jealous. So then I said, if you don't want your whole team to be wrecked by a stubborn mudberry, then you should have branched out a little. And he said, you can't betray the aesthetics. It's just the vibe, bruh. That's something to be said about the dedication to his cause, I suppose. Dare tried his best to seem invested in the story. I mean, sure, but oops, or Pikachu is a terrible idea for a team competition. That's the little yellow mouse guy, right? Yeah, this guy. Izuku typed into his phone and pulled up a picture that seemed familiar to Dare. He was pretty sure he had seen him on some signs and stuff before. Did you ever play Pokemon growing up? He asked curiously. No. What games did you play then? I didn't. Oh. Izuku made a face like he was deep in thought about several things before speaking up again. But you make video game references all the time. I do? He asked. Yeah, you say stuff like leveling up and deck build and passive perception, stuff like that. That's video and tabletop game stuff. If you've never played anything, then why do you say that? Dare wasn't sure how to answer that. Now that he knew what Izuku was talking about, he knew exactly where he had picked up on those phrases from. It wasn't someone he liked to think about. He found himself lying before he made the conscious decision to do so. I don't know. I guess I heard people say stuff on the street and stuff. Just like pop culture and stuff, you know? Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. How's your ankle feeling? Are you ready to take the course again? Dare quickly changed the subject. Yep. Izuku jumped up off the stand and started jogging over to the start of the impromptu obstacle course. It had been about a month since Izuku started working at the tool shed. A month of working, mastering, and then rearranging the course to make it more advanced. He was getting pretty good at its latest version, but there was still one more jump towards the end that was giving him trouble. Knowing Izuku, he would have it down by the end of the day. They had started combat practice too. It was a full 2 months ahead of their initial schedule, but Midoriya was a much quicker study than Dara had initially anticipated. He knew he would be good at all the mental work. The coding and the hacking and the first aid portion was stuff he knew he would excel at, but just by virtue of his raw intelligence and insanely attuned? What's that fucking word? He knew he would be good at all the mental work. The coding and the hacking and the first aid portion was stuff he knew he would excel at just by virtue of his raw intelligence and insanely attuned pattern-seeking mind. But Dare would be lying if he said he expected Izuku to be so good at the more physical aspects so soon. He knew with enough time and practice he would be competent in his movements, but the kid took to stealth and acrobatics training like it was his birthright. And now they had actually gotten started on actual fighting. He was surprisingly good at that too. He was still a beginner. He had a long way to go in several areas before he could claim to be an expert by any means. But if an outside observer were to watch him work, they would probably guess he had been working on his skills for a couple of years, not months. Dai wanted to take the boost to his ego and say it was due to his wonderful teaching abilities, but he knew that wasn't even half of it. It was the raw determination and enthusiasm, paired with Izuku's natural ability to self-analyze and troubleshoot his own mistakes, that allowed him to grow so far as fast as he did. He hardly needed Dare at all. Once they had shown or explained something to him once, Izuku had the information stored in his steel-trap noggin or otherwise scribbled away in one of his journals. On a subconscious level, he may have been part of why On a subconscious level, that may be part of why he decided to start his martial arts training early. The one thing his student couldn't do on his own was spar, but that portion of today's training would come later. Dave was, admittedly, kind of nervous. Today was the day he would be meeting the infamous Kaminari, a full month of vetting and stalling after he initially agreed to it. It wasn't that he didn't trust the electric teen, but with each new person who knew he existed, much less knew where he was living, the threat of discovery grew exponentially. Between Izuku, his mother, and now this Kaminari kid, he was up to 3 people who knew his name, and he wasn't sure how he felt about that. Plus, this was kind of their thing. Him and Izuku training and joking, and just existing here on the beach with each other. A selfish part of him wasn't super psyched to open that up to extra people. So after the third week of dragging his feet on the matter, he came up with a compromise. They were going to get together to spar, just not at the beach. Instead, they were set to meet him at a park after dinner. Part of Dare felt guilty and weak for refusing to meet the boy here. It would have been easier for all of them, but he just wasn't ready to have anyone else enter his space like that. He was determined to keep stalling forever. He was tempted to keep stalling forever and hoped that Izuku just forgot about the whole thing, but he knew that would be too selfish of him. Dare was pretty good at emulating different styles, but at the end of the day, only sparring with one person, even one that could change up his styles and his body types, would only help Izuku out so much. Plus, fighting people with fight-ready quirks like Kaminari's would help prepare him for counteracting quirks in a way that Dare simply couldn't replicate by himself. Realistically, the more sparring partners he could find, the better. So, for his sake, Dare was willing to share custody of his friend on a bi-weekly basis. The mission comes first, after all. He reminded himself of this as he watched Izuku's proud face when he finally landed his final jump on the obstacle course with a victorious yell and a blinding smile. And then again when they made their way towards the park to meet up with Kaminari. And then a final time as the electric blonde flashed him a confident smile with an informal bow and greeting. And Dara realized, to his chagrin, that the boy was objectively attractive. He didn't know why that was upsetting to him, but it was. He shook it off. It didn't matter. What matters is the mission. "It's nice to meet you," he said, giving a polite bow in return that he hoped hid his deeper apprehension. "Zuko has told me a lot about you." A voice in the back of his head told him he shouldn't be so informal as to call Midoriya by his given name in front of others, but A different part, petty but not jealous, part of him knew that the other boys weren't on a first name basis yet, and that was an advantage that I felt the need to rub in, just a little. Good, I would hope so, Kaminari said with another sheepish grin. And likewise, dude, the way Midoriya tells it, you're like the world's best martial arts instructor or something. So I'm really glad you agreed to help me out. I'm kind of hopeless. I'm sure you're not that bad, Kaminari, Midoriya interjected. Oh, it's bad. I can't even win it in a fight against my older sister, and she's not even a fighter or anything. She just plays dirty. No such thing. Dare started talking before he could even think better of it. A dirty fighter is just a smart fighter who cares more about survival than artificial rules of engagement. Izuku had a contemplative look on his face, as if he were committing that face to memory. Meanwhile, Kaminari stared at him with a slack jaw for a moment before smiling again. Whoa, brutal? Guess you've got a good point there. Maybe that's why I always lose. Well, we can fix that, Midoriya offered hopefully. Dare did his best to offer the same kinds and this. Dare did his best to smile with the same kind of friendly optimism that seemed so natural to the others. Right, that's why we're here, so you guys can make each other stronger. I guess I should ask about what kind of training you have in mind and what sort of fighting styles you like to use. Well, I'm mostly a ranged fighter, but if I'm honest with you, but Midoriya was saying how could he explain it again? He turned to the freckled boy to ask. Midoriya flipped through his notebook, filled on his thoughts on Kaminari. Zaro wondered for a moment if he had a page on them somewhere in one of his journals. Well, I'll have a better picture once things. Well, I'll have a better picture of things once I've actually had the chance to see you use your quirk to its full capacity, or to see you fighting. But based on what you've told me, I think you would do well to switch to a more close-range melee style, upping the wattage of your passive electricity field around your body, but keeping it low enough so it doesn't start to arc out and give you a high enough voltage to become a human stun gun. In fact, by my calculations, you should be able, with a bit of practice, you might be able to put out enough to knock out a full elephant before you even worry about arcing out. That means you would be able to take out several enemies without going anywhere near your output limit, which means lasting much longer in a fight without going all. Izuku playmated a blank expression and a double thumbs up maneuver that Dare guessed meant he had the capacity to fry his own brain with his quirk. Interesting, Dare interjected. Does your whole body emit electricity, or does it exit from a specific point? Well, it's kind of a full body thing, but when I'm trying to shoot it out of my body, it tends to leap from whichever point is sticking out furthest from my body. I can't really aim it at all, but sometimes I can do this thing. Sometimes if I do this thing, I can get it to go at least in the general forwards type direction. Kaminari made a shape using his hands of the first two fingers and his thumb. Oh, that's the generator grounder thing you're talking about. The one used to troubleshoot wiring and practical direction and stuff. That's so smart, Midoriya said with awe. Kaminari blushed a little from the praise, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. Thanks, but it's really not. I've had this quirk most of my life, and it still took me years to realize I could use the stuff I knew from work on my own body. I guess I only realized I could count as a generator after you mentioned it last month. I haven't had much practice with it, but it honestly doesn't even help that much. I guess better than nothing, still. Dare cleared his throat to get their attention back on him instead of each other. So, if I'm understanding this correctly, you're gonna want a style with a lot of jabs and kicks that allow you to make contact with the administrator to administer a shock without leaving you in any form of grapple. Get in, get out, move on. It's pretty similar to what I've been teaching Midoriya, but something tells me you're not really the stealthy type. You're going for billboard heroics, right? Not underground? Oh, yeah, I guess so. I hadn't really considered underground heroics, if I'm being honest. I've been told I'm a kind of a big, loud personality. Plus, underground tends to be a lot more like being strategic, doing stakeouts and infiltrations, and stuff like that. And I don't think I'm cut out for that kind of big brain works. So yeah, I think traditional heroics is more my speed. Yeah, that tracks. Okay, so we can lean into that then. Instead of trying to be sneaky, you can make yourself into a distraction. Use misdirection and dramatic flair to keep the bad guys looking at you while your allies do the sneaking for you. Worst case scenario, if you end up surrounded, you can just let the bolts fly and take them all out in one go once they're close enough, right? Both Kaminari and Midoriya had stars in their eyes at the thought. Okay, that sounds badass. I love it. When do we start? Kaminari clung to Dai's arm and started bouncing up and down in excitement. Midoriya clung to the other arm, doing the same. Dai rolled his eyes in mock annoyance, but secretly, he was pleased by the collective enthusiasm. Kaminari's similar but far more showboaty style would be a good complement to Midoriya's, which will make him a good sparring partner. Besides which, his new temporary student wasn't all that bad of a guy. Thus far, he hasn't said anything about Dai's unusual appearance or voice, and they knew he was kind to Midoriya about his quirk status, which already made him better than over half the people he had met in his life. If you want to learn how to throw a punch, you first got to learn how to take one. You should go ahead and assume a starting stance, and we can go from there. Right! Both boys said in unison with a little bow of their heads. Several hours later, the sun had begun to set, and they were done training and sparring for the day. Kaminari gathered his things and said his goodbyes, and began exiting the park. And all the while, Izuku kept looking up at Dara expectantly from the corner of his eyes. Once he seemed confident that Kaminari was out of earshot, he finally said what had been on his mind for the past 5 minutes or so. So? Are you gonna follow him like you did with me? What? First off, no. I'm not trying to teach himself, and second, I only agreed to sparring a couple of hours every other week. I'm not taking on another full-time student. It would be... Okay, just wondering. Izuku held his hands up in defeat, but continued looking at him as if he had more to say, a hint of a smile twitching at the corners of his mouth. Dai took a big gulp of water from his bottle, maintaining eye contact with the shorter boy all the while. With a sigh, he gave in and asked, Alright, spit it out. What's on your mind? Nothing. Zoo? Dare? They stared at each other for a moment, but it was Izuku's turn to break first. Okay, fine. It's multiple things, actually. First being, what do you think? Of? Of Kaminari. He seems nice. You've said that a lot about him, even before you met him. But what do you actually think of him? Daibai exhaled a long sigh. Do you really want to know, the full truth? Yes, please. Okay. Several hours later, the sun had begun to set and they were done training and sparring for the day. Kaminari gathered his things and said his goodbyes and began exiting the park. And all the while, Izuku kept looking up at Dare expectingly from the corner of his eyes. Once he seemed confident that Kaminari was out of earshot, he finally said what had been on his mind for the past 5 minutes or so. So, are you gonna follow him like you did with me? What? No. First off, I'm not trying to teach himself. And second off, I only agreed to sparring a couple of hours every other week. I'm not taking on another full-time student, so it would be, okay, just wondering. Izuku held his hands up in defeat, but continued looking at him as if he had more to say. A hint of a smile twitching at the corner of his mouth. Dare took a big gulp of water from his bowl, maintaining eye contact with the shorter boy all the while. With a sigh he gave in and asked, "Alright, spill it out. What's on your mind?" "Nothin'." "Zoo." "Dare?" They stared each other down for a moment, but it was Izuku's turn to break first. "Okay, fine. It's multiple things, actually. First being, what do you think? Of? Of Kaminari? He seems nice." "You've said that a lot about him, even before you met him. But what do you actually think of him?" Dare exhaled a long sigh. "Do you really want to know, like, the full truth?" "Yes, please." Well, okay. Okay, well, I think he has good potential. He's right in saying he has a big personality. He's easygoing and has a magnetic quality about him. He also has a solid aesthetic going already with just the hair alone. So if a costume designer was worth half their salt, he will probably be doing well in the popularity ranks. That being said, I think he underestimates his own intelligence while simultaneously overestimating his charisma, which leads to an informal, devil may care attitude and a self deprecating sense of humor, which isn't inherently bad, but it, that will be helpful with the media and gaining a fan base as well, like I mentioned earlier, but will ultimately lead to trouble coping with things when they've gone too far, when things have gone too far south to joke about. I also think he is friendly and kind, but perhaps a little too trusting and easy to befriend, which leaves him open to be targeted for manipulation from outside influences. If you're planning on partnering up with him, you'll have to be twice as vigilant to make up for that. Partner up? Yeah, after you graduate, sometimes newly minted heroes will start off as sidekicks to bigger names, and sometimes they'll opt to band together in their own little groups, hoping their collective experience will make up for the lack of a big name backing them. So, if you and Kaminari decide to take that route, you could be like a hero duo or whatever. He would be the face of it while you sneak around in the back while they're distracted and take people out. Dare shrugged, trying his best to seem impartial and unbothered, because he was. He wasn't jealous at all. "Oh, well, that's a good idea and all, and I'm sure Kaminari would be a very good partner and everything. But I was kind of hoping, but I guess that wouldn't really work because unless it could work, but that's just more work for you, and I mean, if you think it would work or wouldn't work, you would know better than I could." Midoriya was mumbling a bit and refused to make eye contact again. That was a surefire sign that he was too nervous to say something important. So, Dai put one reassuring hand onto his shoulder and moved his head into his eyeline to gain his attention again. "Hey, it's okay. Take a deep breath and tell me what's on your mind." Brilliant green eyes shone in the light of the setting sun as he looked up again, a new confidence permeating his whole face as he sealed his nerves. If I'm gonna have anyone be my partner, then I want it to be you. Daro was taken aback by this. He literally took a step or two backwards, as if the force of the words alone were enough to make him lose his balance. A million thoughts and a web of conflicting emotions passed through his mind all at once. His first instinct was to accept the proposal immediately. Years of loneliness and isolation had made him desperate to have someone who was in any way guaranteed to stay by his side, and if he could choose anyone in the world to have with him, it would be Izuku, hands down. He knew he would have his back, and he already was showing this much improvement after a few months, then he surely would surpass his skill in no time. But for all the reasons he wanted to say yes, there were all the more reasons why he shouldn't. Zara had been alone all this time for a reason. It wasn't safe to bring other people into this. The missions he went on were often ones no one else could do. Izuku couldn't heal or resurrect himself in the way Dare could, and even if he stayed behind on the more dangerous missions, what would happen if his captors ever caught back up to him? His only options would be cutting off all ties and leaving in the dead of night, which would be devastating for a partner, or asking him to come with him, which he could never ask of him. And even worse, if his enemies found out about him, and they captured and threatened Izuku. He would never be able to forgive himself if Zu got hurt because of him. Their current level of involvement was already risky enough. But beyond that, there was another reason, far more obvious reason why it wouldn't work out. Zu, you're going to be an amazing hero one day. The best, whether you go billboard and become number one, or if you go underground and shake the underbellies clear of its skeletons and cobwebs, I know from the bottom of my heart that you were born to be a hero. Midoriya started tearing up, and it looked like Dare was in danger of being engulfed in a sobbing hug any second now. So he decided to drop the other shoe before he lost his resolve. But I'm not. He put a firm grip on both of Midoriya's shoulders as he tried his best to maintain eye contact to ensure Izuku really heard what he was saying. I'm not a hero, Izuku. I never was, and I never will be. I'm a vigilante. I do things that are against the law, both of man and of nature sometimes. He attempted to lighten up the mood with a small joke, because Izuku was already crying. I can't be your partner because I can't be a hero like you. And I won't let you give up on your dreams and your potential to become a vigilante like me. You're destined for far more than that, far, far more than I could ever offer you. Do you understand? Midoriya offered a tearful nod, followed by a second later by a determined shake. No, what if I could do both? Both? Don't underground heroes work with vigilantes all the time? Yeah, sure, some underground heroes will have spontaneous team-ups on rare occasions where they both arrive at the scene at the same time. It's against the law for a hero not to at least attempt to arrest named vigilantes, so the cool ones will intentionally allow themselves to get distracted long enough to let us get away once the job is over, but that's a whole nother scenario. That's not any kind of official partnership. But it could be, like a secret one? And when someone notices the same vigilante showing up on the scene for all your missions and getting away every time, that's a corruption scandal at best, and aiding and abetting arrests at worst. You could lose your hero license as fast as you earned it. It's fine, but... Okay, fine. But what if you don't go on hero missions for me? What if I just went on your vigilante missions with you? What? I could have two aliases. One for my official hero career, and then another one I used to help you. Different costumes and gear too, so no one would recognize me. It's still too risky. Not to mention the fact that you can't be in two places at once. What if I could be? You're not making any sense, Sue. Izuku pulled out a journal he had started for all his blueprints and ideas for future support gear, flipping it to a page that seemed well worn, as if it were erased and reworked 100 times, and on it was a diagram of a complex-looking mask. Okay, so I had a few ideas. Kind of working on the concept of being a sort of guy in the chair figure. There's still a few holes in the mechanism, so just bear with me for a minute. Basically, there's a two-way comm system with microcams, and possibly a drone or two. I can be fed a feed of both your perspective and an overhead view of the fight. Then I could basically act as your second set of eyes and watch your back, as well as provide you with real-time quirk analysis to help you come up with good counterattack. I could also hack into camera feeds or pull up maps or whatever you need to help you out. It would be like a more advanced and personal version of your current alert system. You obviously wouldn't need me all the time, but when you're doing something particularly risky, I could offer you backup without actually needing to be there in person. I don't know, Zoo. You could still get wound up in trouble if you're caught. But I won't get caught. I can use a voice modifier so anyone who overhears me won't be able to recognize me. Though I doubt they would anyway. I'm probably going to be underground and I'm pretty plain sounding. It's still not a guarantee. I don't care. It's a risk I'm willing to take. I want to help you. If it makes you feel any better, I can make a whole system 2 ways so that you can be there for my backup missions too. We can use earpieces and voice mutters to make sure no one else can hear us talking. Look. Izuku flipped to another page, showing a close-up version of the mask from a different angle. I was already planning on using this mute system in my mask, so I could think out loud without giving away my ideas or position. Adding a voice changer in the comm system wouldn't be any extra work. We could even put in a distress signal so if either one of us gets in deep shit, it will alert the other. I want to work with you, and if I can't do any of that officially in person capacity, I want to work with you, and if we can't do that in any official in-person capacity, then this is the next best thing. Dare was running out of reasons to say no, or at least reasons he could say aloud. This hardly seemed the time to spring into a whole tragic backstory of him, not to mention telling Zoo that he might need to skip town at the drop of a hat at literally any moment would only stress him out more and make him worry more. And that was a strain on their relationship that he just wasn't ready to put there willingly. On the other hand, he felt guilty hiding so much from someone who trusted him so much and put his faith into. It was a lie of omission, a lie meant to protect him, but a lie nonetheless. He took a deep breath, prepared himself to tell Izuku everything, to lay out the reasons why associating himself any further with Dare, even on a secretive basis like this, was a horrible idea. But then Izuku grabbed his hands. He held them tightly, as if they would fly away if he let them go, and he looked at him as if he were the most precious creature on the planet. Please, Dare. I don't want anyone else to be my partner. I want you. Let me help you. And with that, all the resolve in his body dissolved like popsicles on a warm summer day. He was powerless to say no to Izuku when he looked at him like that. So, instead, he found himself saying, "Okay, if you're sure you want me, then I'm yours." And then he was wrapped in a warm embrace before he had time to fully process his words at all. It wasn't until several hours later, staring at the roof of his van as he laid on his mattress that night, that Dare considered the possible alternate meaning of their words. I don't want anyone else to be my partner. I want you. He knew he had meant to be his hero partner, a partner in crime and justice. But maybe he could also mean no. Dare physically shook the idea from his head. That was beyond wishful thinking, and that's not what he meant by that. That would be ridiculous. Dara had never actually asked Izuku what his orientation was, but whatever his preferences were, it would be impossible for Dara to fit that description. At least in any kind of permanent capacity. You can't be attracted to someone who doesn't have a permanent form you can be attracted to, can you? Besides, it would never work. Dara was too selfish, too broken, and too unstable to be with anyone in that way. Much less someone like Izuku. He deserves far more than any kind of life he could give him. At the bare minimum, he deserves someone who is real. So, Dare buried the thought away in a deep little box in his heart. Here was his friend, his protege, and his partner. That was enough. It had to be. Midori had a hard time trying to sleep at night. He looked up at his ceiling. The ancient plastic glow-in-the-dark stars took the rough form of constellations he imagined in his youth. The same words repeating in his mind over and over again. I'm yours. Every time he heard those words repeated in his head, they seemed to mean something different. I'm yours. In what capacity did he mean that? Context clues say that it's a partner, a business-oriented hero vigilante partner, as they discussed. But as the words echoed over and over again, it felt more than that. Dara was more than that to him. He was also his friend, and his mentor, and his lifeline. In the short few months of knowing each other, so much of his life revolved around, or was a direct result of Dare. Dare had his positive influences. He had even made a new friend, and he had an acquaintance or two, but he wouldn't have his job or be attending online courses where he met them if Dare hadn't convinced him he was capable of it first. He was stronger now, both physically and mentally thanks to him. He was happier, safer, and more confident. He owed so much to Dare, which is why he desperately wanted to return the favour, and be there for him in return. To prove he was worth all the time and effort he took into training him by using that training to be of use to him. It would make sense, he thought, for Dare to say Izuku was theirs. That he was accepting him for this position. That he was his guy in the chair, his eyes in the sky, his protege. But that wasn't what he said. He said, I'm yours. What could that mean? What could it mean? What does it mean? Is it possible he was offering up something more? For a partnership of a different kind? The way he was looking at him when he said it, like Izuku was the only other person on the planet. Midoriya groaned loudly into his pillow in frustration. He was overthinking this. He knew he was overthinking this. He was reading into things much deeper, too much, and imagining false depth behind glances that surely weren't as meaningful as he remembered seeing them in his mind's eye. He always did this. Imagined a world where people cared about him in more or different ways from what they actually did. Rose-coloured glasses of wishful thinking and desperation is what made him believe Kachan still gave a shit about him after all those years. He wouldn't let his delusions allow him to believe he had a chance when he didn't. Never again. They were friends. They were partners. These were things Dara had said out loud in his own words, so he knew they were true. Everything else was just a fantasy. He locked up that fantasy in the highest tower of the most impenetrable fortress of his mind, assigned a dragon of his insecurity to guard it, never to see the light of day again. He really wasn't his. He wasn't really his. Not in that way, and he never would be. But that was okay, because the ways he already were so much more than he ever thought he would get from someone. The him from 2.5 months ago would have never thought he would have not one but two friends, and that he would have a partner to help him reach his goals as a future hero. He was so lucky to have these things now. This was the time to be grateful for the miracles he was already granted, not to be stingy and ask for more. He took a deep breath to seal his resolve, and fell asleep with a smile on his face. Chapter 5. Suit Up. 1 month later. It was a slow day at the tool shed. Rainy weather tended to scare off most construction work, and most people thought twice about buying electronics in bad weather. So in the 3 hours Midoriya had been there, he had only seen 2 customers. The boss informed him, the last time things were slow like this, that he could work on some homework or something at the help desk if he wanted, so long as he still paid enough attention to greet and help any customers that did come in. He didn't have any homework per se. In fact, he was a few months ahead of his coursework in most subjects at this point. But he did have other projects to work on. So he went to work refining the blueprints for his gear, as always muttering under his breath without realizing. Let's see, the 3D mock-up looks pretty good, but I'm still not sure which material to use for the outer casting. It'll need to be durable enough to hold up in combat, but anything too heavy will literally be a pain in the neck to wear on your face all day. A possible list of materials were scrawled out in the margins. After a moment's consideration, he circled one of them and moved on to the next problem. I should have enough saved up to buy whatever materials I can't scrap for, but where am I going to actually build this thing? I'm going to need actual equipment and a welding bench for parts of this, and I can't just go to the school's workshop because they'll definitely ask what's going on, and I can't have anyone see what you're working on. Midoriya reeled back in his chair, caught in the crosshairs of Hatsume's 2 close eyes. He had met her once or twice before. She was the pink-haired, eccentric regular Kaminari had warned him about, and despite being rather loud, she was also oddly good at sneaking up on people. Ah, hey Hatsume, it's nice seeing you again. What can I do for you? Yeah, whatever. What's that? Hatsume brushed off his attempt to redirect and zoomed in her quirk on the book still in Midoriya's hands. It's nothing, he said, flipping it shut to avoid her prying eyes. Nothing yet, you mean? I heard you need the workshop space, right? Midoriya wasn't sure how much Hatsume had heard or seen, so he scanned his memory to see if he had said anything particularly damning. I've got a workshop, you can use mine. What a convenient and tempting offer, but there was still the issue of her learning too much. It's like a mask, right? Some sort of support gear. I saw comms systems and voice mufflers. That's a smart combination for a mumbler like you. Have you considered some form of recording system so you can review your notes after a fight? Or perhaps an audio transcription so you don't need to write things down by hand anymore. Wastes too much time. Well, she already knew the basics of what it was, and had managed to make a few helpful suggestions, so I guess there was no use in hiding it at this point. That's actually a really good idea, Hatsume. Thanks for the suggestion. She got entirely too close to his face again, as if measuring him with her eyes. Not a problem. It's for your hero costume, right? For when you and Kami get into UA? Kami? The zappy blonde boy. Full names take too long to say. So I just call him Kami. Right. Does that mean a Mido? Nah, you're mad ass. Nah, you're mad ass on account of all the golden ideas you're trying to hide from me in that sketchbook of yours. Why's the sin, you mad ass? Hatsune made grabby hands towards his sketchbook. Midoriya didn't let her grab the book, but he did reopen it to the sketch of his mask. She already knew about it anyway, so if he was going to use her workshop, the least he could do was show her what he'd be building. 5 minutes of back and forth later, and Midoriya had a finalized design with even more features than he had initially planned on. With the flip of a switch on the side of the mask, he would be able to turn on an auto transcription feature that would leave a record of what he was saying on his computer for him, a digital version of his analysis book, which would be automatically encoded for security. A switch on the other side to turn off his mute function in case he had to speak to civilians or other heroes not patched into the same comms system as him. Similar buttons hidden near the ears would also allow him to turn on and off a voice changer, and the distress speaking features. A filtration system would protect him from smoke and poisonous gases, making it useful for rescue missions. All great ideas, and aesthetically, it would cover the bottom half of his face, leaving his eyes uncovered for visibility, and be painted a sleek, dark green colour that would blend into both the shadows and the trees. It was perfect. With a curled fist over his lips to physically bar him from muttering out loud, Midoriya considered which changes to. With a curled fist over his lips to physically bar him from muttering out loud, Midoriya considered which changes to this design he should make for Darei's mask as well. For starters, he would need the transcription feature, so he could take that out in favour of other features. He would also need a visor of some sort, so he could pull up the visuals Midoriya would be sending him of maps and camera feeds and such. Perhaps a one-way mirror effect, allowing him to see out but preventing others from seeing him. Darei always seemed jumpy, for the lack of a better word, about people seeing or recognizing him. It seemed like an odd fear for someone whose appearance changed at least slightly on a near daily basis. But the reasons for his discomfort were irrelevant. Perhaps a full helmet opposed to a mask? That would cover his distinctive hair as well, allowing for further concealment of his identity, as well as Midoriya to add extra microcams to get a full 360 view of the fight instead of just a front-facing one. He could warn him if someone was coming up behind him that way. What should it look like? A quick glance around his surroundings for inspiration revealed that Hatsume had already wandered off, but had left her phone number on a scrap piece of paper for him. Later that night, when he was less distracted, Midoriya would realize this is the first time a girl had ever given him their number, and he would blush about it and bury his head in his pillows. But for now, he was a man on a mission. He spotted a tiny desk calendar sitting on the help desk, a cartoon image of a daredevil making a daring leap on a flaring motorcycle. His eyes went wide at just how perfect it was. Of course, Darei, the self-proclaimed reckless fighter, should have a daredevil's helmet. Maybe he could even make some updates to the rest of his costume too. His current one definitely had seen better days. It was more patches than original material at this point anyway. He would bring it up. He would be sure to bring it up for tomorrow's training session. It was getting late, and their training had ended long ago. Darei had insisted on walking Izuku home, and he had, in turn, insisted he spend the night for his troubles. This wasn't the first time he had stayed at his house, but it would be the first time he would be doing so on purpose. The first was after Zoo had gotten some sort of limited edition comic he was really excited about. so Dare had to come over and have another comic reading binge, and it was already 3 a.m. by the time either of them looked up from their stacks. Zoo had apparently secured a workshop space with one of their frequent customers at work, and was very excited about having a space and equipment to start building his support gear in. His school had a workshop he said he was allowed to use, but he said he didn't want to work on any of their support gear there for security reasons, which was smart, but Dare still wasn't sure how building it in a customer's workshop would be any more secure. Zoo had reassured him that Hatsume was only really concerned about the what and how of building things and couldn't care less about the who or why, so they would be in the clear. They trusted him, and the Kaminari situation had taught him that, generally speaking, he could trust people that Zoo trusted. He would keep an eye on it, but he warned himself not to stress too much about it. That mask's gonna look really badass on you, Zoo. I knew you'll be good at this stuff. Thanks, Dare. Dare noticed his ears had a tint of pink on the edges. He was getting better at accepting Dare's compliments without going completely red in the face. But he was never completely without blush. It was cute. Wait, no, bad Dare. Not cute. You could use this as a part of your portfolio for your support course at UA too. Show them how you built it for the support course and give them a demo during the test of the hero course. You think? Yeah. In fact, you could fill your portfolio with everything else you make of your support gear too. Give them the mechanical and the practical. I'm pretty sure no one has ever done that before. Might give you an edge. You'll need to fill out some forms ahead of time, so they let you bring it all in with you, but it shouldn't be a problem. That's a great idea, he said with stars in his eyes. Come to think of it, if you have time, you could even make something for Kaminari too. Show them you have the ability to build for other people's quirks and fighting styles in mind, not just yourself. Diversify the portfolio and all that. I'm sure he would appreciate the help too. You're a genius! No, that's you, Zoo. I'm just here as the voice of common sense and reason. Zoo had that too nervous to bring it up look on his face again. Is there something you wanted to show me? Dare asked, fishing for whatever was currently worrying the freckled face of his partner. Yeah, kinda. Actually, I don't know if you're gonna like it or just find it offensive. Why would I be offended by your support gear? 'Cause it's not for me. It's for you. Dare gave him a puzzling look before reaching over and flipping the page. It was a helmet. Izuku gave him the rundown of the design, siding with what was the same from his own mask, then all the ways it was different. Dare wasn't sure how to feel about the fact that Zoo had picked up on his nervousness around being recognized, or that half of the reason he went for a full helmet as opposed to a simple mask, the 360 camera and extra protection being the other half. From an aesthetic standpoint, I molded it after those old school Daredevil helmets that stunt cyclists would wear. I just thought it would make sense. The pun of your name aside, you said you're kind of reckless in your fighting style, so, I'm not sure if you have a code name for your vigilante work or anything. I mean, I'm sure you do by now, but if not, then, Daredevil might be a cool one, if you want. I actually don't. I just don't tell people a name when they ask. Oh, well, you don't need one, I guess. But if you want something to tell people, there's more actually. He flipped to the next page where he sketched a whole new suit, where a whole new suit existed. Please don't be mad. I noticed your current suit was kinda, threadbare. So I figured you're going to need a new one soon anyway. Then this would be a chance to go for something a little different. I took inspiration from your current suit as well as some few prominent daredevils from back in the day to come up with this. I made sure there were lots of pockets to carry all your stuff and gear and first aid supplies. It's also shock absorbent, fire resistant, and difficult to cut, so it should help offer extra protection. He couldn't help but laugh at that. Izuku seemed confused and perhaps a little hurt by his laughter, so Dara did his best to reassure him. I'm sorry, I'm not laughing at you, I promise. It's just, you're going through such extreme measures to make sure I don't get hurt, and it's kind of the point, you know? Izuku's eyes went wide from worry. You want to get hurt on your patrols? Well, no, I don't want to. But if anyone's going to get hurt, it should be me. That's what I'm here for, to take the damage for other people. Dare? Izuku had a stern look on his face, like he was about to chastise him. It's fine too. It only hurts me for a second, and then it fixes itself. The squint of 1,000 questions entering his head at once threatened to permanently wrinkle the area between Izuku's eyes. So, with a deep sigh, Dare gave in. This was his partner and his best friend. If he could trust anyone with knowing his quirk, how his quirk worked, it would be him. Okay, listen, I'm going to tell you something I've never told anyone before. I'm sure you've worked some of this out on your own anyway, but I need you to promise me you won't tell anyone about this. As much as I know you will want to, please don't write about this either. No one can know. Do you understand? Izuku offered his pinky finger for a promise, a serious look on his face. Dara accepted it and dropped their hands down onto his knee, pinky still entwined. He was nervous about this. The casual contact was a nice reminder that Izuku wasn't going to hurt him. So, my quirk, I'm actually not sure what it is, or how it works, or why. But what I do know is, he struggled to find the best way to phrase this so it would make sense to him. So basically, anytime a part of my body gets damaged, my quirk generates a new piece, undamaged piece, to take its place. It's not really healing per se, nor is it really limb regeneration, because it's not like the old part gets removed. Well, unless it gets chopped off, but that's a different story. Point is, old part gets damaged, it just morphs or reforms or whatever into a new part sans the damage. So while it hurts me, it's not permanent, and it won't affect me for anywhere near as long as it would anyone else. So that's why it's important that I'm the only one that gets hurt and no one else. So it's like a shape-shifting quirk that's triggered by injury? Kinda. But also not really, because I don't get to choose the shape it takes, like a normal shape-shifting quirk. So as far as I can tell, the appearance is completely randomized. I think it's because of my lack of stable genetic coding. Like, my quirk just can't tell who I'm supposed to be, so it just makes things at random. Izuku had that 1,000 questions look again, so Dare just kept talking about what he did know, hoping that there would be some answer in his most pressing concerns. Or maybe I have too much genetic codes. I'm not sure actually. No fingerprints, palm changes each time my hands do. Hair on my head reads as belonging to a different person. Blood type comes up as unknown, but can apparently be used similarly to type O, in that it's universally donatable. I'm both everyone and no one as far as my DNA is concerned. That's actually cool. I guess that makes you really good for special ops and stuff, because you're basically untrackable. Dara considered for half a second, telling him about how useful it's been, but decided against it. He didn't know the whole story. He didn't need to know the whole story. It would only compromise him further. He was going to just tell him the things directly related to his quirk. But his partner should know these things, especially if he was going to take it upon himself to redesign his gear for him. So, instead he said, "Yeah, that's true." Izuku flexed his fingers on the hand currently not attached to Dare's, clearly itching to write things down, but resisting the urge because of his promise. Dare appreciated the effort, and in an effort to distract him, decided to tell him more. There's also the, immortality factor. The what now? Immortality factor. The whole replacing the damaged parts thing goes for internal organs as well. Anytime my heart stops or other things fail, I get a new one of those as well. It takes longer to regenerate the more complex pieces, so I guess it takes a while. So sometimes it takes a while. I guess it's not really immortality either, because I do die. I just don't stay dead. Izuku's eyes went so wide at the realization that Dara had died before that he thought they might fall out of his skull. Yeah, maybe that was a bit too much to think about, so he shifted the topic once again to a slightly less bewildering aspect of his quirk. I kind of mentioned it earlier, but I regenerate parts from scratch if I have to. Like if I lose an arm or an eye or something, I can make a new one. But that takes a lot of time and energy. So I tend to pass out for a few days when that happens. So I guess the anti-slice fabric idea is good for that aspect. Izuku looked a little pale. Do you do you need a minute, Zoo? Some water or like a nap or something? Yes, please, came out a shaky whisper. He wasn't sure which part he was saying yes to, so Dara gave him all three. He gave him a water bottle from his mini fridge, and then moved it to a chair so Izuku had free rein to the mattress they were sitting on. He wanted to ask if he was okay, but figured talking would counter the intuitive of the whole leaving him alone for a minute thing. So, instead, he just gave him a concerned glance from across the van as he waited for him to say or do something of his own accord whenever he was ready. Izuku sat there going on the facial Izuku sat there, going on a facial journey through the 6 stages of grief. Dara wrapped a blanket around his shoulders as he took shallow sips of water every few minutes. For what felt like hours, but was in truth only 30 minutes, Zu mentally worked through his thoughts. Once Izuku seemed to find his voice again, that trademarked look of determination flashed across his face, and his eyes met Dare's from across the van. Dare, I'm gonna ask you something, but I want you to tell the truth about it. Do you promise? I promise. On the day we met, did you purposefully reset your face to avoid scaring me when you found me again? Dave wasn't sure what he expected him to ask. What he expected his reaction to be for the truth of his quirk to be, but it wasn't that. A few bewildered blinks later, Dave finally answered him. Yeah, of course I did. I should have done it before I approached you the first time, but I hadn't realized how bad my face had gotten until I caught my reflection in the pond. Izuku was crying now. Dare didn't know why, but he was. Dare said nothing, unsure what it was he had said that had upset his partner so much. Zu got off the mattress and knelt down in front of Dare's chair, tears still glistening in his eyes, but a stern look on his face all the same. Don't ever do that again, he said with surprising force. Dare's head tilted to the side in confusion. He couldn't exactly stop his quirk from working, if that's what he meant. Izuku put one hand on Dare's face to realign their eye contact, and he spoke up again. Don't ever hurt yourself on purpose to make me or anyone else more comfortable. You look the way you look, and if anyone has a problem with that, then screw them. Getting hurt on the job is one thing, but doing it to yourself is not okay. Darvo wasn't sure why it mattered. It's not like it would hurt for too long, and it wasn't going to leave any marks behind either. But the look on Izuku's face said trying to argue would be pointless. He couldn't really promise he would never need to do another reset. He was still on the run after all, but he could promise not to do it for other reasons. Okay. Izuku held out a pinky finger, his brow furrowed in a stern glare. Promise? Promise. Good. Now, tell me what you think of the suit and helmets I can put together a final design. And with that, the mood was lifted, and they were back to discussing things as if they were back to discussing designs as if nothing had happened. Dare appreciated it. The serious face, and the risky topic had him feeling a little anxious for a moment there. But once again, Zune proved he never had a reason to be nervous around him. He could be honest with him about what he was, and he would never think less of him for it. If anything, it seemed like clearing up the air between them about the taboo topic of Dare's quirk made things easier between them. He wouldn't have to hide it from him anymore, meaning they could spar even harder, and Dare wouldn't need to turn it away when he got hit. He should have done it just told him sooner. Now that he had done it, he couldn't think of any good reason why he hadn't already. This part of him wasn't the dangerous part to know. By night's end, they had finalized ideas for Dare's new look, walked to Izuku's, and started brainstorming some costume ideas for him as well. Izuku fell asleep face down on his bed. One arm flopped over the side of his mattress. A spare futon was set up for Dare on the floor next to his bed, and by the time he fell asleep too, the fingers of his outstretched hands were left brushing against Izuku's fingertips. If either one of them noticed this when they woke up in the morning, they didn't mention it. Since his hero costume wasn't something he would need or want to keep a secret, Midoriya decided to consult his other friends for their input. Kaminari and Hatsume agreed to meet him at a coffee shop after work so they could all brainstorm together. Costuming wasn't Hatsume's area, but she could help come up with ways to incorporate other support gear into the overall design, and her overall eye for detail would still be useful. Meanwhile, as a hopeful fellow hero and arguably the most fashion-forward person he knew, Kaminari could help determine what actually looked cool and what was only cool to the nerds. It was a small focus group to run his ideas by, but a good one. In exchange for that help, Midoriya would be buying the drinks as well as helping Kaminari design his costume and owning Hatsume one free guinea pig on the project of her choice. It was a potentially deadly offer, but between her help on this and offering up her workshop space for him to actually build stuff in, it was the least he could do. Midoriya spread out the 3 sketches he had made as well as a few of the support item ideas he had come up with. Okay, so here's what I got so far. They all have their benefits and downsides to them, so I'm not sure which one to go with. Let's up the gear, Hatsume said enthusiastically, her eyes roaming all over the pages as if they were treasure maps. I had a feeling you would say that, Kaminari said with a smirk. But, in this case, I actually agree. Knowing what sort of techniques and vibe you're going for with your gear will actually steer us in the right direction for the style. Midoriya pulled out his 3D printed mock-up of his mask out his bag. He didn't plan on telling Kaminari about all its functions, but it was going to be a part of his costume, so people were going to see it, and the more obvious features, like the voice changer, was going to be obvious anyway. They just didn't need to know what was on the other end of the comm system. So this is just a prototype, but this is what it's going to be what my mask looks like. Thanks again, Hatsume, for helping me build this. Just call me May, it saves time. Right, thanks, May. Midori refused to make eye contact as he continued on. Anyway, this part is kind of the branching off piece I base all the other designs off of. But it's basic enough in appearance that it could really fit into a variety of other styles with minimal tweaking. So he placed it down on the table so Kaminari could pick it up and take a look. As far as the rest of the gear goes, I've got a couple of options. I don't know how many of these I'm actually going to build, but I brought all of them in to. As far as the rest of the gear goes, I've got a couple of options. I don't know how many of these I'm actually going to build, but I brought them all along to see what you guys think. This was a small fib. It was not all of his ideas, but some of them were tie-ins to his plan with Dare, so he left those behind. These were just the pieces he planned on using for his hero work. Basically, what I did is, I thought about some of the most useful and versatile quirks the pros have, and thought about ways to get similar results from support gear. If you can't use your own quirk, store-bought's just fine, Kaminari joked. Hatsume cackled at the joke a little too loudly, but neither of the two minded. They were used to her lack of volume control by now. So, you guys know Midnight? Oh god, yes, Kaminari said a little too enthusiastically. She has that knockout gas, which is super useful for ending a fight peacefully, but it really only works on dudes for some reason. Sleeping gas isn't exactly the most original concept, but it's useful and easy enough to make. Are we thinking about localized or widespread with the gas cloud? Hatsume asked as she eyed the wrist piece Midoriya sketched for the idea. Both, actually. I'm thinking about a default setting of having a much smaller dose. Having the dispenser on my wrist means I can get in close and release it directly in someone's face, which should minimize the risk of accidentally knocking out one of my allies or any civilians. But if I pull the safety pin out the back, he pointed to the sketch for reference as he spoke, then it will release a much larger cloud all at once, in case I get surrounded. My mask will filter it out, so I don't knock myself out in the process. Unfortunately, there's not much I can really do for allies and civilians in that case, so I'll only use it as a last resort, or if I know for sure there's not going to be any bystanders around. That's kinda like how I use my quirk right now, right? Kaminari asked, keeping it close range for the most part, and then go big only when I have to. Yeah, which reminds me, I had an idea for you too. Remind me when we're done talking about this stuff. I don't want to go too off track. Oh, dude, you made something for me. Well, not yet, but I want to, if you're interested. Very. But what else have you got for you? Okay, so I next thought about all the different methods of the pros use for detaining criminals. People like Eraserhead and Kamari Woods wrap people up to keep them from escaping, and that's great and all, but big capture weapons tend to be kind of cumbersome. I specialize more in like mobility and stealth, so having a net launcher or capture scuff wouldn't really would kind of be counterintuitive. So I need a smaller means of catching and detaining people. So I came up with this. Midoriya shuffled some stuff out of the way to find the correct page. Magnetized bolos, he said phantomizing the way no. Magnetized bolos, he said, pantomiming the way a bolo is thrown to help sell his idea. They can be thrown, allowing me to slow down criminals as they try to escape, but they can also be used as makeshift cuffs if need be. The powerful magnets should allow me to pin them to dumpsters or other heavy metal things once activated, so anyone who doesn't have some form of super strength should be pretty thoroughly detained. But they are small and light enough so they're not a deterrent to the rest of my work. Simple and effective, whatever you make them zappy too, Hatsume suggested with a feral grin. Oh, so you're stealing my stuff now? Kaminari said with mock offense. I did think about it, but I think the gas will be effective enough means of knocking people out that tasting them as well might just be overkill. I might add the feature later if need be though, but for now, minimizing the amount of buttons and codes I have to memorize to turn features on and off seems pretty important. How do you plan on turning these things off and on? Kaminari asked curiously. Well, some things have physical buttons or switches I can use on the equipment itself, but other things need to be done remotely, and that will be a good idea to have a remote backup for some of the more manual gear as well, just in case. So that's why I have this. This piece was in a grey area of his equipment. He planned on using it for both his hero work and his vigilante work, just like his mask. So he had to be sure not to go into full detail on its many functions and just talk about how it would be connected to his hero gear. So if the gas dispenser is going to be on my right wrist, then the brace is going to be on the left. This brace is going to be on the left wrist. This panel flips up, revealing a small screen and a keypad that will be digitally connected to all my gear so I can control things from it like a tiny computer. The fact that he could also hack into local electronics and security cameras would be left unsaid, as would be the infrared scanner to locate hidden combatants. They didn't need to know that part. Sweet, Kaminari said. Sweet! Kaminari tried to get a closer look, but the sketch was swiped from his hands by Hatsume, who was poring over the design enthusiastically. Hey! He protested before shrugging and grabbing the next design from the pile. Okay, so what about these guys? Wait a minute, are those freaking moon shoes? His face lit up in childlike wonder. Midoriya chuckled a little at his reaction and nodded. Pretty much, but a little more advanced. I wanted to have a means of increasing my mobility that would complement my parkour skills. I figured shoes that could somehow increase my speed, height, and airtime would allow me to pull off more advanced stunts as well as help me get to harder to reach areas and faster to rescue missions and villain pursuits. He would be making a pair for Daro too, and the ability to help infiltrate bases was an added plus for him, but Midoriya left that part unsaid. That's the coolest shit I've ever seen. How does it work? I actually wanted to ask Hatsume about that one. I have considered a few possibilities, from bursts of air to jet propulsions, but those both seem potentially loud and flashy, and I want to be as sneaky as possible. Any thoughts? Anti-gravity boosters with gyroscopic stabilizers come to mind, but something tells me accessing the necessary components to that would be pricey and a little illegal without proper licensing, so how about... Hatsume grabbed a pencil and page and started sketching wildly, her eyes zooming in and out with her quirk as she worked. When she was done, she launched into a long-winded and overly enthusiastic spiel that only Midoriya was able to keep up with. The gist of it being souls made of durable and springy substance, designed to build up kinetic energy, putting a bit more spring and force behind each consecutive jump or kick. He could either build up the momentum exponentially as time went on, or release the energy all at once for a super strong burst for really difficult jumps, or if he truly needed to end a fight quickly. This is incredible, May. I guess I should work on incorporating more legwork into my fighting style too. I can utilize these for so I can utilize these to their full potential. Midoriya muttered under his breath for a moment about the different ways these could be used and whether it could be wise to put similar technology into gloves for extra stability and punch power. Definitely a good idea. His muttering was eventually cut off by Kaminari, who had picked up the next sketch. Collapsible staff? He guessed. Yeah, good eye. For the most part, I tried to make gear based on versatility and practicality and less for actual fighting. I figure it's best to stop a fight before it escalates as often as possible, but in this line of work, things are inevitably going to lead to violence from time to time. So, I have two weapons. The first is this collapsible staff for people I want to put some distance between, and the other is a set of daggers for the more advanced hand to hand. What do the daggers do? Hatsune asked with a wide grin. Nothing. Sometimes a knife is just a knife. Hatsune visibly deflated at this. Well, that's just boring, she said with a shrug. Is that everything? That's all the gear, yeah. This was a lie, but the rest of the gear was a secret that only he and Dare got to hear about. Awesome! Does that mean I get to hear about my thing now? Kaminari bounced in his seat a little with excitement, the caffeine clearly starting to get to him. Oh, right! Midoriya reached into his bag and pulled out the sketches he had made for Kaminari. He had made 3 possible shapes, but the functionality was the same for all 3. So it's kind of 3 items in one, or possibly 4, 3.5. Anyway, to put it simply, they're coolants, which you can use your quirk to electrify. With help from May and practice on your part, I think we can make it so it pulls all the electricity around you into these gauntlets, allowing you to use them as a taser, as well as making your hits in general a little harder and less hazardous to your own hands. It should also minimize the risk of you accidentally shocking people you bump into, because most of the voltage will be redirected to these gauntlets. Dude, this is so freaking cool. What else? Kaminari's eyes were sparkling with excitement already, causing Midoriya to swell at pride at a job well done. Magnets. I thought about it while making my magnetized bolos, but but using the charge to magnetize the gloves means you'll be able to pull metal to you, or otherwise use the grip to climb metal surfaces. If you also do the same to your shoes, to your hero costume, you should, in theory, have no problem scaling any building made with a metal frame, or attaching yourself to vehicles. Like I'm goddamn Spider-Man? Kaminari smiled with a wide open mouth, little giggles of enthusiasm bursting out as he clutched the design closer to him. Not exactly, but you can't, you still can't, fuck. Not exactly. You still can't just walk on walls, but it'll make it much, much easier to climb. And that's just the gauntlet functions. Midoriya flipped the page over to show him the other modes. So, by knocking the gauntlets together like this, he pantomimed holding his arms out together in front of him as a block. It will activate shield mode, and these pieces will expand into a metal shield in front of you. The shield itself can be electrified if you want, so anyone that tries to hit you will be shocked instead. Dude, this is incredible. But why don't you have a shield? You're the decoy, remember? Your job is to attract the bad guys to you, make them think you're an easy target, and then knock them out. You need the extra protection because you're trying to get them to come after you. I don't need a shield because if I'm doing my job right, I shouldn't be getting hit at all. That's a good point, I guess. The other sketch is just the same thing but with different shield shapes? Pretty much, but there's also one more feature. There's more? Disc launcher! May said enthusiastically, having zeroed her eyes in on the one feature Midoriya hadn't mentioned yet from the design. Pretty much, Midoriya confirmed with a chuckle. I was thinking about that thing you said about not being able to aim your electricity once it leaves your body. So I figured we should maybe try to find a way to fix that. So, May cut him off by yanking the page away from them. So Midoriya just flipped over one of the other variants to continue his explanation. The disc provides targets via electricity and will naturally be attracted to them. By attaching them to your enemy, you can send out bolts knowing they'll hit your targets instead of lashing out indiscriminately. If you send out multiple targets, the electricity should arc between the 2 points, allowing you to hit multiple targets at once. You could even set traps ahead of time by setting up in alleys or hallways and setting bolts to them as they go past, like a tripwire. So now you have a long range and a stealth option that doesn't put you or others at risk. Dude, I freaking love you. You're the best. I've decided to stand for life. You cannot stop me. Kaminari gave little bows from his seat, raising his arms up and down with each bow as if he were praising a god. Midoriya turned a deeper shade of red than he had ever before, the mix of praise, attention, and declaration of love being too much to handle all at once. He let out a nervous chuckle that was a bit too loud and stilted to be genuine. It's not a big deal, really. I needed something impressive to put in my portfolio for the support course exam. I think I mentioned that was my backup if I don't make it into the hero course, right? Well, most of my projects were for me, and I needed to show them I can make things for other people, So I can work on people's quirks even if I don't have one myself. And you're the only person I know who could use some gear, and I really wanted to help you out since we're friends now. And you've already been such a big help already, so if anything, I'm just returning the favor. And Mido bro, dude, you're entirely too modest. This thing, without a doubt, is the nicest thing anyone has ever done for me. For real, I owe you. No, it's fine, really. I want in. Hatsume cut him off. In? On what? On these. She clutched the sketches she had collected close to her chest. And all these babies look so fun to make. And you've got 1,000,000 of them. I want to help make some. And maybe you can help me make some of mine too. Forces combined, we should have a chance of actually having them all done before the entrance exam. Mine and yours. Think about it. Most of the students are going to show up with a sketchbook of 1 and 2 complete sketches, but we could show up with a full arsenal. She clutched at his arm like he was a life raft in a storm. Is that allowed? Kaminari asked, his head tilted in consideration. Midoriya tapped at his lips with his index finger as he considered it. Well, technically there's nothing in the rulebook that says you're not allowed to collaborate on your portfolio pieces, and actually once in class, students team up all the time. We probably have 1 or 2 projects together of our own, just in case, but I see no reason why that wouldn't work. Not to mention, the extra help would mean being done twice as fast, leaving time to work on Dare's gear as well. Helping May with her projects would provide extra experience and inspiration he could use for future projects. Dare did say it was a good idea making connections with people in the support unit, and a joint portfolio was about as connected as he could get. You know what? Yeah, I'm in. Let's do it. Yes! I cannot wait. We're gonna make so many beautiful babies together. Patreons of the surrounding tables gave them dirty looks at May's remark. Midoriya melted a little further into the booth to avoid judgment. Kaminari, the traitor that he is, made things even worse. Slow down, May. You're gonna need to buy the guy dinner first before you leap straight into the baby making. And I'm pretty sure there's a line around the block to take this guy out, so you will need to wait your turn. I hate you both so much right now. Midoriya grumbled in frustration at the tag team embarrassment his friends were supplying him with. May snorted, ruffling his curls like an older sibling would give someone a nuggie. No, you're not. She was right. He didn't think he could ever hate them. He had exactly 3 friends now, and he wasn't willing to give any of them up anytime soon. The rest of the evening was spent talking about the costume aesthetics, landing on a sort of 80s punk rocker vibe for Kaminari, with a black and yellow colour-themed palette, accentuated with red, lots of leather for insulation and chains, both for the aesthetic and to have extra metal to electrify if needed. For Midoriya, they narrowed it down to the possibility of 2 ideas, but he wanted Dare and his mum to help him choose the final design. May and him decided they would meet on Tuesdays and Thursdays after his shift at the tool shed to work on their projects in the workshop attached to her house. He was pretty sure Dare wouldn't mind, since they usually used those days to work on less physical training anyway, since he was often tired after work. So after making those official work on support gear days would, if anything, make it more efficient training than just working on theory of building things. Besides which, it would give Dare 2 days off of the week that he wouldn't need to worry about him, so they could do whatever it is that Dare did when Midoriya wasn't around. The trio parted ways, bellies full of caffeine and desserts, to their respective homes. Midoriya texted Dare a play-by-play of the entire meeting. He had invited him along, but Dare declined the invitation. Midoriya got the impression that it wasn't a lack of him wanting to go that made him say no, but the necessity not to be seen out in the world. He always seemed on edge any time they left the beach before sunset, so Midoriya figured giving him as much detail as possible about the evening was the next best thing to actually being there. Dare interjected his own 2 cents on some of the ideas they had floated, and as they got towards the end of the gear discussion, he suddenly stopped replying for a while. Midoriya had made it home by this point, so he lounged on his bed, waiting for him to finish whatever was currently distracting Dare. He tried his best not to be impatient. Dare interjected his own 2 cents on some of the ideas they had floated, and as they got towards the end of the gear discussion, he suddenly stopped replying for a while. Midoriya at this point had made it home, so he lounged on his bed, waiting for him to finish whatever was currently distracting Dare. He tried his best not to be impatient. He was most likely out on patrol or something, but that thought just made him worry more. What if he was in trouble? Midoriya wished he could have a complete version of their mask and helmet so he could check in on him. Those were decidedly the first projects he would work on. 30 minutes later, he got a reply. He saw the typing bubble show up and stopped for 3 times before the message actually came through. Wait, so Kaminari confessed to you? Midoriya stared at the screen in confusion before realizing what Dare was talking about. No, it was a joke. The bubbles popped up a few more times before the next text came. You said he was in line to take you on a date and that he loved you as a joke? Midoriya tried his best to think of how to explain the concept of platonic flirting to Dare in a way that didn't sound weird. Well, he didn't say he was in line, just implied that such a line existed. Which it doesn't, obviously, but it's a nice thing for someone to say. Sometimes people make flirtatious jokes like that as a means to boost friends' confidence. They don't actually mean anything by it, though. Another minute or so passed, and just as Midoriya was contemplating sending another message to try and explain it further, Dare responded again. Is that something I should be doing? Midoriya turned bright red at the thought of Dare flirting with him. Joke or no joke? No, you don't have to. It's not like a necessary component of a friendship. It's not even a very common one. Kaminari is just a very confident and friendly person like that. So I think he likes to do that stuff for his own enjoyment as much as for others' benefit. It's a personality thing. I see. Midoriya tried to move on to the rest of the recap, typing out a long paragraph about the costuming ideas they had landed on. He sent it at the same time Dai had texted him again. Did you say it back? Before Midoriya had a chance to ask what Dai meant, he got another text to cut off that train of thought. Do you want to see a movie tomorrow? This was unexpected for a variety of reasons. Chief among them being that Dai had never offered to go anywhere for anything before. Midoriya's thumbs quickly moved, worried he might change his mind if he wasn't fast enough to reply. Sure, what movie? Another pause, and 4 typing bubbles later he said, They're airing this documentary about the golden age of heroes on Channel 7 tomorrow night. Figured I could come over and we could watch it together. And then you can show me those designs in person and we can ask your mum her opinions as well. I'm sure you want her input too, right? So they weren't going out to see a movie at all. He tried his best not to be disappointed by that. This plan seemed nice too. Sure, sounds fun. From the other side of town, Dare stared at his phone as if it had personally insulted him, and in a way it had. They reminded themselves that this was a good thing, that either Kaminari or Hatsume dating Midoriya would be a good thing for him. Zoo deserved a partner that could take him out and treat them to all the cutesy shit he could stand. Someone who could go to coffee shops or go see a movie. Someone who could flirt with him or hold his hand or have him hold back the same hand every time. It would make him happy. And that was the initial mission statement all along, right? To enjoy his life so he wouldn't be tempted to take the advice of his tormentors? So, why was he feeling so disappointed? Why was he asking questions he didn't want to answer to? Why was he offering movie dates he could never actually go on and then backpedaling to another hangout? He knew why, but he was going to have to get over it. He never was going to get what he wanted in that regard, and wishing for it was only going to hurt him more. So he focused on the positive instead, sending out one final reply before heading out on his nightly patrol. Yeah, super fun. Chapter 6. Dare has seen a great number of baffling and peculiar things in his many years as a vigilante, but some nights the universe still found ways to surprise him. This was one of those nights. His scanners had detected a pattern in the area, reports of low-level perps turning themselves into the police, with no memory of how or why they had gotten there. 5 of them so far, spread out across 3 separate stations in the past month. It wasn't a lot to go by, but Dare suspected there was a new player in town. There was a question of whether they were a new vigilante, such as himself, acting altruistically to help lighten the load of the local police force, or if this was a criminal simply eliminating the competition with scare tactics. Either way, Dare wanted to know. Based on what little information he had so far, they either had a mind control or memory altering quirk, possibly a combination of the two, and that was a dangerous power to have. If they were a bad guy, Dare wanted to take them down before they had the chance to get too big, and if they were a good guy, then he may be in need of Dare's help. By triangulating the areas of the cases so far, Dare determined which part of town was their usual stomping ground, and climbed onto the roof of a taller building to get the lay of the land. Less than 4 minutes later, Dare heard the sound of a window opening directly below him. He leaned back so they wouldn't be spotted by whoever was stargazing at midnight, and to his surprise, he saw a child crawl out of the window and onto the fire escape. The kid didn't see him. Most people aren't accustomed to checking the roof lines for other people. But here he was, looking out all around the surrounding windows and scanning the ground below. It took only a few seconds of observation to figure out what was going on. He was sneaking out. The kid looked to be about Zoo's age. Their hair was wild, fluffy, and lilac, and bags under their eyes suggested sleep was a foreign concept to them. Welp, looks like he's hunting down mysterious figures. Would have to wait. This kid was going to need an escort to whatever teenage nonsense they were getting into. It was a dangerous part of town, and until he figured out if this was a simple sneak out or an actual runaway attempt, it would be irresponsible of them to not keep an eye on him. Dare tracked them for several blocks. They didn't seem to be headed towards any particular direction. They bypassed train stations and convenience stores and kept changing directions at random intervals. Maybe they were just walking around to clear their head. Dare heard sounds of struggle from an alley nearby. At the same time the kid down below did, and to his shock and anxiety, instead of walking away or calling for help, the kid took off running in the direction of the fight. The tide purple cloud arrived in the alley a few seconds before Dare did. Due to his head start, a man with a knife and some sort of mutation quirk had backed a woman up against the wall. It sounded like an attempted robbery. When the man looked up and saw the boy with purple hair, he did his best to shoo him away. "Get out of here! This doesn't concern you." Dare hated to admit that he agreed with the criminal, but he was right. They had no business being here. The kid spoke with a monotone that made him seem almost bored of the scene in front of him. "Are you having fun?" "What?" The perpetrator's intense confusion was cut short, the whole body entering a relaxed but frozen posture, the face blank and eyes dull. The kid smirked a little and then walked closer, listing out the commands. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to drop the knife, turn yourself into the police, and forget you ever saw me. As if under hypnosis, the man seemed to do just that. Oh shit. This kid was the guy he was looking for, and so far, he looks to be on Team Vigilante. Once the man had exited the alley in his partial trance, the kid turned to the kid. "Are you alright?" "I'm fine, thank you." The woman entered the same dazed state, and Dare held his breath. Depending on how he treats a victim, they were going to have one of two very different encounters after this. "I'm glad you're alright. I'm going to walk you home. Tell me your address." The last part of his statement had that strange echo quality to it, as what he told the perp. Perhaps this was the actual brainwashing part. Dare wished Zoo was here so he could give his 2 cents on how his quirk worked. The woman complied in giving her address. The boy pulled out a map from his pocket to try and find the best route. Either he doesn't have a phone or he didn't bring it with him. Dare followed both of them to make sure everyone found their way home safely. Once they reached the woman's address, the boy spoke to the woman again. "Looks like this is your stop. This has been great. Forget you ever saw me." The kid pulled up the hood of his jacket to further obscure his face, bumped into the woman, and then took off running. Once the woman had been shoved, she seemed like she'd been jostled out of her state. By the time she gained cohesion of her surroundings, the kid was long gone. Interesting. Dare took out after the kid. The woman was home safe now. And while in the shock of suddenly being in a new place wasn't the greatest situation to leave her in, seeing someone like Dare wouldn't exactly put her at ease either. Continuing to monitor the teen seemed to be more important at the moment. As he followed along, Dare tried his best to formulate a plan. He had to find a way to introduce himself without spooking them into using their quirk on him. If they made him forget about him, then he would be back to square one again. What was the least threatening way to approach someone who doesn't want to be seen? The decision was made for him. The sounds of another scuffle could be heard a few blocks down, and once again, both kids went running towards it, one on the ground and the other on the rooftops. This mugging seemed a bit more violent. It was 3 against 1, a barrage of kicks landing on a man curled in the fetal position on the ground. Hey, what the fuck you think you're doing? The kid yells as he ran onto the scene, but all 3 men ignored him. He grabbed the shoulders of the tallest man and tried to peel him away from the victim. I said, what do you think you're doing? The man answered him with a swift punch to the face. They fell back, hands reflectively moving to hold his bloody nose. Guess that means it was Dare's turn to step in. Dare jumped off the building. It was only 1 story high. His ankles gave a wet crunch sound from the impact, but he had worse landings going on to a fight. Ignoring the shifting of cartilage in his ankles, he charged towards the man that threw the punch, letting him land a punch on his left shoulder so he could use his right arm to grab the man's wrist. He twisted his body and pulled the man's arm into a position so he could toss him over his shoulder. The second man pulled out a knife, aiming to slash at Dare's neck. These villains weren't opposed to using lethal force, it seems. Good to know. That means Dare would feel less remorse about breaking a few of their bones. Dare blocked the man's knife with the meat of his bicep, swinging the arm into a large arc to force his attacker to let go of the knife. Using the momentum his arm swung created, he swung into a high kick, knocking the man's face into his body. Dare blocked the man's knife with the meat of his bicep, swinging the arm into a large arc to force his attacker to let go of the knife. Using the momentum his arm swing created, he swung into a high kick, knocking the man's face into the body of the third man, making them both lose their balance. The first man had finally recovered and was standing up again. Dare took the knife he had won from the second man out of his arm and used it to feint at the first. He was hoping the man's instinct not to get cut would cause him to back up to where Dare wanted him, away from the bewildered kid still clutching his nose on the ground. It worked. Now that he had a bit more room to work with, he could have some real fun. All 3 men were on their feet and taking swings at Dare. He baited them in, then ducked just in time to have 2 of their men lunge at each other instead of him. A move he had seen in one of Zoo's comics. I can't believe that worked, he said enthusiastically before he could help himself. He couldn't wait to tell Zoo about that later. He would get a real kick out of it. Meanwhile, his attacker seemed far less amused. A fist just barely passed his face with a little too much wind behind it for Dare's liking. Body shots he would take without complaints, but he wanted to avoid damage to his face in this fight. He still had to talk to the kid after this, and he'd less likely be cool about it when he saw his face morph in front of him. Besides which, he promised Zoo he wouldn't reset his face on purpose anymore. So keeping his facial structure at least sort of matching was suddenly a much higher importance. Dare managed to catch one of the arms and didn't hesitate to swing it harshly against his knee. The sound of snapping bone, followed by the perp falling to his knees in a scream, meant that he wasn't likely to get back up. So now there were 2. Holy shit! He heard the teen curse under his breath. Maybe he should avoid breaking too many bones after all. It seemed like it bothered the kid and he didn't want to traumatize him too much, or worse yet, sour his opinion of him prematurely. Being a bit more careful in his takedown of the other two, he aimed for pressure points he knew would either disable limbs or knock out his opponents. 2 minutes after the fight began, it had ended. Two of the men were unconscious, their arms and legs zip-tied together to avoid making a run for when they woke. The third was still clutching his arm, whimpering. Dare approached him slowly, arms raised to show he meant no further harm. You want me to reset that for you? Otherwise the cops are liable to take you in, and it'll be another 48 hours before you get to see a doctor. Fuck you. The man spat venom at him. Literally. The sizzling spit was most likely the man's quirk. Dare sighed in resignation, but then an idea came to him. Hey kid. He addressed the wide-eyed and bloodied kid, slowly backing away from him, who froze at being addressed directly. Do you mind doing me a favor and use your quirk to get this guy... Fuck. Hey kid. Dare addressed the wide-eyed and bloodied kid, slowly backing away from him, who froze at being addressed directly. Do me a favor and use your quirk on this guy so he lets me reset his arm. He'll never heal right otherwise. The boy's eyes went wide, a look of fear flashing behind his face. My quirk? Yeah, your mind control, or whatever it is. While you're at it, you should probably let me take a look at that nose too. His face took on a new look. One Dara knew all too well he was going to make a run for it. Hey, no, kid, don't. And he was gone. God damn it. Dara cursed. Then he turned back to the man with a broken arm. Alright, 2 options here. You let me help you, or I zip tie you as is and you face the consequences of your own actions in the form of a deformed arm. Fuck you. He repeated his earlier sentiment. Alright, but don't say I never offered. Dare ties him up, much to the criminal's protest. Checking on the original victims revealed that the man was unconscious but stable. Dare placed an anonymous call for both an ambulance and a paddy wagon. Then he picked up the set of daggers the man had been using earlier. He tested the weight and the swing of the blades for a moment, and decided he would be taking them. It wasn't really stealing if you got stabbed with it. Once your blood was on something, it at least partially belongs to you. Like kids licking a cupcake to claim them at parties. Besides which, Zoo had mentioned wanting a nice set of daggers, and these should do for now until he gets his own. As he ran from the scene, Dare contemplated if he should try to find the kid from earlier or not. He knew where he lived, assuming he would be returning to the same building he crawled out from earlier, so he could always return there another night and hope to catch him again, which might be for the best. He wouldn't want to overwhelm him on what was already a particularly eventful night for the junior vigilante. Deciding space was a good first step for the time being, Dare headed towards Dagobah to turn in for the night. He had his knives to clean anyway. Midoriya took one last look at the 3 sketches before him. He knows exactly what the him of 4 months ago would have chosen. Past him would have gone for the costume that looked the most traditionally heroic. The one with the ears that represented All Might's hair and the permanent smile on the mask. But now it just doesn't feel right. It's not that he hated All Might or anything. He may have said some hurtful things to him, but it was just coming from a place of honest concern, just like his mother. Heroics is a dangerous career, and the lack of a quirk makes it all the more risky. So he understood why they told him no. It still hurts though. Midoriya has had a hard time thinking about All Might without remembering all the other voices of doubt he's heard his whole life. And all those doubts cloud his brain and make it harder for him to focus on proving them all wrong. So he got some new bedding and took down some of the posters and replaced them with that of other heroes. He didn't get rid of all his merch. In fact, he kept the majority of it, just sold off enough to pay for the materials for his support gear and make enough room for other merch. Now, instead of a shrine to All Might, his room looks like a shrine to the ideas of heroes in general, and his desk has slowly been converted into a makeshift workbench for his gear. He still needed to go to Maze for most things, but he could do some basic tinkering and some repairs here if he needed to. All of which to say, he doesn't want to look like All Might anymore. He wasn't anything like him in any other aspect, so why should he emulate his aesthetics? Where All Might was strength, he was dexterity. Where he was the symbol of peace, he would be a symbol of change. Where he was fame and adoration, he would be the shadows and obscurity. There were opposites really in a lot of ways. He didn't set out for it to be that way, but they were. So the costume that would have once been perfect, it was now an easy write-off. With a sigh, he set it aside and took the remaining two designs out to the living room. He would be showing them off to Dare first, going over some of the versatility aspects of the costumes that he didn't really want to worry his mother with, and then he would show her while they ate dinner, in hopes that the food would distract her from asking too many questions. It wasn't that she was unsupportive, but he could tell she was still a little hesitant and apprehensive of the idea of him becoming a hero. She worries, she's a warrior, and Midoriya likes to think that she would be just as worried if he did have a quirk. But she plasters on a smile anyway, and tells him to follow his heart despite her anxiety, and in exchange he smiles back and promises to stay safe. When he enters the living room, Dare smiles at him, looking excited to see his designs. He was excited to show him too. When he enters the living room, Dare smiles at him, looking excited to see his designs. He was excited to show him too. Dare was nearly as invested in Midoriya's dreams as he was. They were partners after all, so his input meant a lot to him. Okay, so they're both kind of similar as far as colour palette, but with enough key differences, it changes the whole vibe. So really it's a decision of if I want to lean into the whole super stealth thing, or into the whole gadgets and tech thing more. Why not split the difference and go for an international super spy and wear a suit like James Bond? Midoriya knew it was a joke, but he found himself explaining why that wouldn't work anyway. A suit would be too restrictive and difficult to fight in, not to mention overly stuffy, which might cause me to overheat. And also, it would clash a little with my gear, so... God, you're cute. That was a joke, Zoo. Now sit down and show me what you got. It took everything in him not to turn bright red and freeze on the spot. Did he just call me cute? Is he trying to do the whole platonic flirting thing because I told him Kaminari does it? Is this something he's going to do from now on, or is this a one-time thing? Does he expect me to do it back? Should I? It wouldn't come out nearly as smoothly if I did say it, and if I'm stuttering when I say it, he might think it's sincere. Would it be? How am I supposed to respond to this? Do I respond at all, or should I just ignore it? Would ignoring it be insulting, or would it be like an acceptance? I suppose moving on as if normal might be best. Responding to it might make them uncomfortable, right? Okay, yeah, let's just hope I'll just ignore it for now and see what happens again. In movements that were a little too quick and mechanical, he sat down next to Dare and showed him the designs. So, the stealthier option is an all-black bodysuit. It keeps everything close to my body and obscured, and May said she could weave it in with this visual distortion thread that will make it hard for people to notice me. It's not like actual invisibility or camouflage, but it helps you blend into the background more. Okay, interesting. That could be good for the whole underground thing, helps with infiltrations and whatnot. But on the other hand, you don't want to be so underground and under the radar that no one knows of your existence at all. If your goal is to be the first quirkless hero and show the world it's possible, then you kinda need the world to see you from time to time. That's a good point. I hadn't really thought of that. Maybe there's a way to turn the distortion field on and off? So I can use it for missions, but I can still turn it off for patrols so I can interact with civilians. Maybe. What's the other one? The other is a bit more cyberpunkish. The jacket has bioluminescent strips that help disguise solar and lunar panels to help provide extra charge to some of my gear. I can't rely on Kaminari being there all the time to charge things for me after all. Inside of the jacket is a highly reflective material, so it can double as an emergency blanket for civilians if I turn it inside out. The pants have got lots of pockets for smaller gear and first aid supplies, kind of like we're putting into your new costume. But it also has a light stripe up the legs to match the jacket. Okay, interesting concept. I do have some concerns with the jacket though. For starters, it might be a bit too warm in Columbusum for the summer months, and while the lights are objectively really cool looking, it would definitely deter your stealth. Also, I like the idea of having shock blankets in case of an emergency, but if you have to stop, take off and reverse your jacket to use it, then that's just time ticking down on the clock you might not have. Plus, you can only give it to one civilian. You would be better off carrying 3 or 4 compact foldable blankets in some of these pouches. Then you can distribute them quickly to multiple people without having to undress yourself. Oh, yeah, I guess those are all valid points. Midoriya deflated a little at the realization of he had overlooked so many things. However, the solar and lunar charge packs are a great idea and will definitely help, especially as you add more and more gear to your repertoire. The validation had Midoriya's smile return just as fast as it had left. Dare putting a hand to their chin, tapping at their lips in thought. The eyes went back and forth between the two sketches, and after a moment, as if they made a sound as if coming to a conclusion of some kind. Okay, hear me out. I think maybe we can combine the two concepts, but also go somewhere a little different in the aesthetics. Do you mind if I draw something up real quick? Midoriya's face lit up like a Christmas tree. The idea of Dare coming up with the concept for his hero costume, especially after Midoriya had made his, just seemed right somehow. Yeah, but please show me your ideas. Midoriya scrambled to get a pencil and his sketchbook, and handed them to Dare in a manner that he hoped didn't seem overly eager. Midoriya chewed at his nail bed and resisted the urge to peer over Dare's shoulder as he worked. 5 minutes later, he was done, and turned the book around to show him. Okay, so I'm keeping the pants from the second sketch, sans the lights, but also keeping the charger strips. Also making them a bit more form-fitted, like the self-suit instead of the jacket. I'm thinking of a tactical vest. Extra pockets will store some first aid stuff, and maybe some smoke bombs in case you need a smooth getaway. Plus, if the vest is bulletproofed, it should put your mom's mind at a bit of ease. Dare chuckled a bit nervously before talking about the other features. Lack of sleeves means the vest shouldn't be too hot in the summer and won't get in your way. We can do a mesh sleeve underneath. You should ask May if there's a way to make the sleeves have the same anti-slice properties as he put into my suit, but also use some of that vision blur stuff. If there's a way to turn it on and off, the whole suit can have it, so you can get this self suit benefits. But if it's an all or nothing thing, You should just put it into the mesh sleeves, so it's even harder for people to read your moves ahead of time that way. That's a good idea. Thanks. Also, so adding in the gear we know you're going to use, the mask, boots, gloves, wrist beats, and arm guard, it will be like this. As he listed them off, he quickly added them to the sketch. And I don't know how you feel about makeup or anything, but if you did the whole black stripe across your eyes thing, like kind of like that one guy from comics does, it will not only obscure your face more, but it would also help yourself and reduce glare. With all the elements in place, the full ensemble looked like a sort of punk rock, dystopian zombie movie vibe. It had all the practicality of his two ideas, but looked like it was made for someone way cooler than Midoriya actually was. It was badass, but do you really think I can pull something off like this? I mean, look at me. Oh, I'm looking. That's the point. Think about it, Midoriya. While still stealthy, this creates a very commanding presence. It forces people to take you seriously, even if they and see you as a real threat. Even as an underground hero, you still want to be a little bit known, so you can help other Quirkless people carve a space out for themselves in the world. But at the same time, you're opening yourself up to a lot of potential hate. So keeping your civilian identity hidden should help shield you from the bulk of that on your days off. If your hero self is seen as this hard-ass, serious war vet kind vibe, no one will suspect your sunshine and freckles self to be what's underneath. That makes sense, I guess. But what are we going to do? But even with the costume doing most of the work, I doubt anyone would find me intimidating. I wouldn't be so sure. You're an unknown element. There's never been someone like you before, and your mask is going to put you on mute most of the time anyway. So, put yourself in the bad guy's point of view. You parkour your way into the building, unseen and unheard, like a ghost. Knock these guys out with the gear you made, and you're doing it all without superpowers, something that's never been done before. And you do it all looking like this? Dairo points at the sketch for emphasis as he says this. I'd be pretty freaking intimidated. Midoriya held the sketch up to his face, worrying at his bottom lip as he fought it through. Dairo had a lot of good points. From a practicality standpoint, it combined all the best parts of his ideas and solved problems he hadn't even realized with his earlier concept. Erasing his mum's concerns with the bulletproof vest was a nice touch, and the added weight would be easily cancelled out by his boots' kinetic energy effect. He hadn't really thought about going the whole alter ego thing. He was prepared to just accept whatever hate came his way. But he'd be lying if he said getting to avoid some of it didn't sound really nice. He was mildly concerned that civilians in need of rescue would be intimidated by it as well. But turning off the mute, or even removing the mask temporarily, should help him rescue them if he need be. Beyond his own self-consciousness, he can think of no real reason why this wouldn't work. It was, without a doubt, super cool looking. The more he thought about it, in a way, it almost matched with Dare, in terms of being, well, daring. And even if the outside world wouldn't know about it, they were partners. Midoriya set the page down and took a picture on his phone and sent the photo to both Kaminari and Mei. He would need their help finalizing and figuring out some of the logistics, but his mind was made up. Yeah, okay, this is it. Midoriya started tearing up despite himself. Noticing this, Dare panicked. Hey, whoa, it's okay. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be. If you don't like it, we can come up with something else. You don't have to use this idea just because I came up with it. No, it's not that. I do like it. I love it even. It's perfect. And the fact that you helped me make it makes it even better. These are happy tears, not sad ones, I promise. Yeah? Well, I'm glad. Well then, I'm glad I could help. A shy blush came across Starry's face. You helped me with my new look, so, you know. Thanks, Starry. Midoriya wrapped him in a sideways hug on the couch. He was going to say more, but he heard the sound of his mum's keys in the door. So instead he sprung up and ran to the door to show Mum his costume. As Starry predicted, the bulletproof vest was his mum's favourite feature. Kaminari and May were also enthusiastic about it, with May being fired up about the challenge of making the costume with so many intricate needs to it. Combining the anti-slice and the vision distortion details into one would take some experimentation and help from her mother, who works on textiles for hero costumes professionally, but she was excited by the possibility of using it for other projects as well. Kaminari alternated back and forth between praising how badass it looked and complaining Midoriya would look cooler than him. Marginally cooler, and only in costume. I still have this more suave personality. He teased, eliciting an eye roll from both Midoriya and Dare. Midoriya planned to get started on the construction on his mask tomorrow with May, promising Dare that the helmet would be done right after that, before moving on to the rest of his own gear. Both projects should be done by the month's end, at the latest, and 1 week at the earliest. Dare suspected it would be somewhere in the middle. 1 week of getting his head around the basics of building support gear, and then 1 week of building both of them in record time. Dare didn't stay the night. Midoriya offered, but he said he needed to take care of. He had something else he needed to take care of that night. That was most likely code for vigilante work, so Midoriya let him go without much of a fight. He taped the sketch of the costume on his wall by his bed, imagining the day he would have an official poster of himself wearing it, and once again he fell asleep with a smile on his face. Chapter 7. Shoot Your Shot. Dare had a plan. The plan was to ask Midoriya to make him a plan. The Lilac Vigilante had a quirk, which would be difficult to counter, especially without knowledge on how it worked and what they could do with it. So today they would trail them to try and gather some information. Perhaps take some video on his phone, and if by day's end Dare hadn't figured out a way to talk to him themselves, then they would take what they knew to their partner for analysis. That's what partners are there for, after all. The thought warmed his heart a bit, knowing that there was someone who had his back. He tried not to think too hard about what happened to the last one. Zoo wasn't like them. This time would be different. The first piece of the puzzle came from the building he lived in. East Musatafu Foster and Adoption Center, according to the sign out the front. So, they were an orphan then. This doesn't surprise them much. Vigilantes often came with a tragic backstory attached. What did surprise them was the total and complete lack of medical attention the kid had apparently received after they came home with what was clearly a broken nose. Once again, crawling out of the window to the fire escape, he spotted no splint, no bandages. It didn't even look like it had been iced. If Dara had to hazard a guess, it looked like they had attempted to reset the nose himself, and then just went to bed. All other aftercare simply forgotten. It didn't bode well. Best case scenario, those in charge were unaware of his injury because he had hid in his room all day. But even then, that meant they went a full 24 hours without doing a welfare check on him. When benevolent neglect is the best case scenario, it doesn't paint the best picture. Dare made mental note to do some research on this place tomorrow. The second piece of the puzzle came after they stopped their first mugging for the night. It went pretty similar to the first incident Dara had seen them in. The kid ran in, made a bored-sounding remark, the robber told him to get lost, and then activated his quirk and sent the guy packing. What was interesting about it was what happened afterwards with the victim. Are you alright, sir? He asked the nervous salaryman, but the salaryman didn't respond, simply threw money at his face and started running. The kid crouched down to gather the money before it could be blown away in the wind, and yelled after the man as he fled. Wait, I'm not trying to rob you, come back! But it was pointless. He was already long gone by the time he had finished gathering all the cash. He stared down at the bills and the coins in his fists, then up and down the street, looking for any sign of the salaryman had gone. The kid chewed on his bottom lip, a guilty look on his face, before slipping the money into his left pocket. Dare couldn't help but notice he did not put the money in his wallet, nor did he spend it when he went to the 7-Eleven for coffee an hour later. He did, however, give half of it to a homeless woman who asked for a bus fare, and then slipped the rest into a donation box in front of a children's hospital. This told Dare everything he needed to know to decide that he liked this kid. He clearly had it rough, and seemed to be lacking some relatively basic things for a kid his age, like a cell phone or shoes without holes in them. No one would have judged him for keeping the money for himself. Hell, Dare would have. He would have considered it cosmic karma payment for services rendered. But this kid didn't, and that spoke volumes of his character and his motivations. He reminded Dare of Zoo, and the desire to do good for goodness sake. Unfortunately, they only had the time to gather one more piece of information on them before circumstances demanded he made himself known. Unfortunately, they only had time to gather one more piece of information on them before circumstances demanded he must make himself known. They both heard the shouting at the same time. Two men inside a convenience store, shouting at the teller to empty the register. Even through the window, it was easy to see they both had guns. The kid hesitated, the physical human equivalent to buffering, he seemed to consider his odds. Dare slid down the side of the building he was perched on, pleading inside his head the whole way down. Don't do it, kid. Don't even think about it. Those are guns, and you're not bulletproof. Thankfully, the kid wasn't an idiot. He turned around to run towards the nearest payphone, just as Dare turned the corner and met the kid's eyes. For a second, they stood there maintaining eye contact. Dare saw a flash of recognition, followed by fear in the kid's eyes. He spoke before the kid had a chance to do so himself. It's alright, I can handle them. I'm bulletproof. It was an oversimplification of the truth, but he wasn't technically bulletproof, but the bullets just wouldn't kill him. But this was not the right time to get into the difference between the two. Do me a favor. Wait here until you hear the shooting stop. And then please call the cops and an ambulance. The kid's head tilted to the side, their face scrunching confusion. Why do you need an ambulance if they can't hurt you? Dare smirked, one hand clamped on the kid's shoulder in reassurance. It's not for me. He gave a two-fingered point to the direction of the robbers. It's for them. And then he cracked his neck and ran off towards the action. Step 1. Getting the robbers' undivided attention focused on him and not on the teller. Best method of getting attention fast? Breaking a window. Dare didn't bother with the door. He simply dove through the glass, landing in a roll on the broken glass. The shock and the sound did exactly what he knew it would, and before he even finished his roll, the bullets were already flying in his direction. He heard the teller yell as they dove down behind the counter. Good. Good. As long as they stayed down, they should be safe. Dare felt one bullet graze his shoulder as another one purchased into his calf. They hissed through their teeth at the pain, but powered through as they charged the first assailant. It was only muscle. It would be replaced in a few minutes. He leapt up, ignoring the incoming shots, one leg swinging up over the man's shoulder as the other wrapped around his chest. The force knocked them both back into the candy display in front of the counter. The leg slung over the shoulder, made a crunching sound as it crashed into the shelves, but there was no time to worry about that now. The guy's partner had already begun aiming towards Dare's back. Dare swung backwards from the man below him, resulting in the second assailant accidentally shooting his partner in the shoulder. "Shit!" the robber yelled in frustration and anger. A vengeful rage filled his resolve, and now his injured partner nursed his injuries. Dare took advantage of the temporary confusion to spot the gun of the first man had accidentally dropped on the ground. Looking back up at the still standing attacker, Dare knew he and the robber knew exactly where this was headed. Dare took another shot to the left arm as he dove for the gun. A quick somersault and a sliding spin later, Dare was knelt on one knee, his gun leveled at the man's legs. He wouldn't be running away without his kneecaps. Meanwhile, the angry figure loomed over him, his own gun pressed into Dare's forehead, but for what would be a fatal blow. Neither figure pulled the trigger. "Drop the fucking gun! Drop it, or I swear I'll blow your fucking brains out." "I'd rather you didn't." Dare kept his voice and weapon stable, trying to exert dominance despite his lack of high ground. "I don't give a shit what you want. Drop the goddamn gun." Dare considered his options. He could simply shoot the guy's kneecaps and accept the headshot in retaliation, but he would have 3.5 witnesses to come back to him coming back from a fatal wound later on. Not to mention the security footage. He could clear the footage when he wakes up, but he'll clear the footage when he wakes up. He would need to do that either way, but that was only half of the problem. The kid outside could help wipe their memories, but would he agree to do that? Surely he wouldn't be willing to wipe his own mind. He would need to play it safe and avoid any obviously fatal wounds. Time to use his acting skills. With a defeated sigh, he slowly lowered his gun, dropping it on the ground and sliding it across the room out of either one of their reaches. Then raised both hands in surrender. The man did not lower his own weapon. "That's what I fucking thought, punk," he shouted before turning his head back over his shoulder to check on his partner. That was all the opening Dare needed. Muscle memory from hours upon hours of being forced to practice this move took over. In the blink of an eye, Dare's right hand grabbed the backside of the man's wrist, deflecting the gun as he simultaneously reached for the area just above the man's elbow with his left. The man fired a futile shot over Dare's shoulder as Dare quickly spun, continuing to pull the man's arm down and away from him at an angle. As the man clattered to the ground, Dare quickly twisted his arm behind him. If he tried to fire his weapon now, he would only be shooting himself in the back. Dare knelt down above him, snapping the robber's wrist to get him to drop the gun once and for all. He wanted to slide the gun across the room as well, but from the corner of his eye, he saw the first man slowly moving in their direction to try and help its partner. Time for acting lessons part 2. He grabbed the gun, using his other hand to keep his body weight to keep the other man held beneath him, and swung the weapon towards the crawling man's face. "Stand down," he said with an even voice. He did not turn to face him, only pointed the gun in his direction to show he knew where he was. The robber stopped crawling, but he did not sit back down or move away. So, with a bit more force behind his words, Dara repeated themselves. I said, stand down. To fully drive his point home, he cocked the gun to show he was ready to shoot if he needed to, and then, only then, he flicked his gaze over his shoulder to make eye contact with his target. It had the desired effect. The man flopped backwards and scooted away. Dare put the safety back on and tucked the gun in his waistband. A minute later, he had both attackers secured with zip ties around their wrists and ankles. He found the teller sobbing behind the counter in the fetal position. She was clearly deeply distressed, scrambling on the ground away from Dare as he approached, but seemed otherwise unharmed. So instead of addressing her, he simply entered the necessary codes into the system to delete all the footage of tonight. He made eye contact with the hysterical young teller on the ground. She was terrified, not just of the attackers, but of Dare as well. As much as they hated scaring people, using their fear of him as a means of securing their silence was often the easiest and most effective. So he slowly crouched in front of them, and held one finger up to the woman's lips as well as his own. Shh, he hissed at her in a mix of a whisper and a hiss. As he slid his own finger off the woman's lips, using the same hand to wipe away some of her tears, before he stood back up and walked out of the store. Once he exited the building, he looked around for any sign of the kid, but it seems he made a run for it shortly after calling the cops. Sirens could be heard approaching in the distance, so Dare headed home as well. He had been shot a few times in the encounter, and the discomfort of regeneration was more than enough for one night's work. His only debate now was deciding to tell Zoo tomorrow. He still needed his help figuring out the other kid's quirk, so he would have an easier chance talking to him, but he would inevitably have questions about the fight that separated them tonight, and something told him he wouldn't be too pleased about that. Zoo worries about him, as pointless as the concern was, and it made him feel a little guilty every time he told him more about his painful injuries. But a whole new arm or leg would be difficult to handle, and the fact that the Vigilante Jr. was smart enough to avoid a gunfight was a necessary part of the analysis, so he would need to tell him at least that much. It had been a while since the last time he was shot. Guns were never particularly common in Japan, but now in the age of quirks, they were even rarer. Most big-time criminals prefer to use their own abilities as opposed to traceable bullets. Now, the only people still using them were low-level thugs with weak or non-offensive quirks, or the Quirkless. One of the most common career paths for the Quirkless was crime. Between discrimination, making it difficult to obtain legal employment, and the lifetime of mistreatment affecting one's morals and priorities, it was clear why. But that was just for the lucky few that made it to adulthood at all. Hate crimes and suicide rates made it so less than 20% of those diagnosed quirkless see the age of 25, and those who do had a 60% chance of turning to a life of crime. It was a deep, unsettling set of statistics, one that made it a miracle of Zoo's existence even more. It was a deeply unsettling set of statistics, one that made the miracle of Izuku's existence even more important to preserve in Dare's mind. He had the misfortune of being born without a quirk, but instead of allowing that to slow him down or sour him against the world, it made him more determined to help others. He didn't want to be a villain, he wanted to be a hero. And while he still had 10 years to go until he reached 25, Dare was determined to get him there. He wouldn't let his best friend become another statistic. The only number he wanted associated with his name was number 1, the first and the best. If anyone could do it, it was Zoo. Shinso Hitoshi crept back through the window with his heart still hammering tensely in his chest. That was a bit more action than he was prepared for. He was pretty sure that Technicolor Dreamcoat dude was shot at least twice, but he just kept moving. He said he was bulletproof, but the blood splatter he saw spraying after impact begged to differ. So did he just not feel pain? Whatever their deal was, this was the second time they had run into each other in as many nights. Was it a coincidence, or was he being followed? And for what purpose? If he was aiming to beat him up or kidnap him, then he had plenty of opportunity to do so. Instead, he seemed to be helping him. He had even willingly spoke to him on several occasions, which made no sense at all. He knew what his quirk was. He had asked him to use it on one dude last night. So, if he knew he was a monster, then why was he talking to him now? Did he just not know how his curse worked? That had to be it. He wouldn't put himself at risk if he knew. Hitoshi felt a bit guilty for not warning them, for hiding how easily it would be to hurt him. But at the same time, Hitoshi had a lifetime experience telling him the stranger would likely want to hurt him too. So he couldn't feel too bad about keeping himself his only line of defense to himself. He crept through the rundown building into the bathrooms so he could flush out the blood in his nose. Once that thoroughly unpleasant experience was over, he returned to his room for an even worse one. His room was once a supply closet that the warden threw an old mattress into. On the one hand, it was nice to have the only private room in the building. All the other kids slept in bunk beds with 2 to 3 kids in a room. But on the other hand, his private headquarters were not given to him out of respect or anything. It was to keep him isolated, to prevent him from corrupting the other children. Not that he would. He had never once used his quirk against any of the other kids, or the staff for that matter, but that didn't stop them from fearing him. On the other upside to his closet room was a small window leading to the fire escape. It wasn't the only window with access, but it was the only one behind a locked door. He spent more than a few nights locked in a tiny room by himself with an easily accessible way right in front of him before he decided to go for it. It was almost like they wanted him to run away. Maybe they did. It would be easier for them if he did. They could file a missing persons report to cover their own asses. The cops would spend 24 hours lazily looking for him, give up, and then they would be in the clear. But then what would he do? It was bad enough that the bulk of his government-funded monthly allowance was stolen by the warden. He was given exactly enough money not to starve to death, and that was it. But if he ran away, he would lose even that. He could get a job, maybe, but if he was a missing persons, he could get a job, maybe, but if he was a missing persons case, that would definitely come up during a background check. And would anyone even hire him? He could always make them hire him. No, he couldn't do that. He would just be proving everyone right. Tricking someone into hiring him was as bad as stealing from them. And Hitoshi was not a villain. He's not. He was going to be a hero. With nothing else to do but wait it out a few more years and he would age out of the system, and by then he would either be a hero or he'd be dead. He just had to grin and bear it a little while longer. Well, no, not actually grinning, but the sentiment was the same. Even if he was actually smiling, it's not like anyone would be able to see it from under the monstrosity glaring at him from his mattress. His muzzle. He hated the thing, hated it with a fiery, burning passion. But if the warden caught him not wearing it, it would be hell to pay. Besides, it did a good job of hiding his broken nose. Not that anyone would care if he was hurt, but they would have questions about where it came from. Questions he didn't want to answer, even if he was allowed to speak. So, it was for the best that he kept it hidden from them. With a deep breath and a grimace, he slid the muzzle back into place and tightened the straps just enough to be convincing. Then, he laid back down on his mattress for yet another sleepless night. 3.5 years. That was all he had left before he would be free one way or another. Dara knew Zu was a genius, but he still found ways to surprise him with just how insightful he was. He knew exactly what questions to ask to get to the bottom of their little mind wiper's problem. As if following a flowchart he could only see. Fuck nah. Dara knew Izuku was a genius, but he still found ways to surprise him with just how insightful he was. He knew exactly what questions to ask to get to the bottom of their little mind wiper's problem. As if following a flowchart only he could see. Okay, so on the first night he took control of the first 2 people, but was unable to take control of the other 3. Why? What was different about those encounters? Izuku tapped his chin with the knuckle of his index finger. Dara racked his own brain to try and find an answer, but Zu got to it before him. He said something to the mugger as well as the one victim before taking over, right? Yeah. And they all responded to him except that trio who just punched him instead. Dara thought about it for a second before answering. Yeah, actually. Do you think it has to do with something Kyoga's voice or something? No, I don't think that's it. He would have heard he would have heard their voice during the struggle, and he definitely heard those guys last night giving their demands to the teller, and that wasn't enough to activate his quirk. It wasn't enough until they responded to him for him to be able to take over. Oh, so the response is what's needed to form a link then. That makes sense. Yeah, it makes it hard for you to know. It makes it hard for you too, holding a conversation though. You think non-verbal responses would work? Like if I brought a notepad along to write down my responses? Well, yeah, that could work, but Izuku trailed off, his eyes shot back and forth in his head, as if he was reading an invisible article in front of him. But, Dara asked curiously, I think if you want him to trust you, then... He trailed off again. This time Dara could see the invisible text as well. He filled in the blanks for his partner. Then I need to prove that I trust him first. Izuku nodded sadly. It looked like he wanted to say more, but wasn't sure if he should. He didn't need to. Dara understood completely. A quirk like that, people are bound to be a little uneasy around, or defensive around him. He probably has been bending over backwards. He probably has people bending over backwards just to avoid talking to him directly all the time. Must get lonely. Dara knew the feeling of everyone around you assuming the worst of you before even giving you a chance. Avoiding your gaze, crossing the street, running away. Yeah, Izuku confirmed his thought process nervously before adding in, I think if you can find a way to make it clear you know what his quirk is, and how it works, but you still want to talk to him anyway. We learned about confirmation bias and social mirroring one day in classes the other day. People are more likely to act in ways that confirm either what they think of themselves, or what other people think of them. If your words and actions tell him that you think he'll do something right, he's far more likely to do so. If I trust him, he'll trust me. but if I go in there showing hesitation, he'll view it as a reason to be equally hesitant. Pretty much. But at the same time, if you come on too strongly, he is liable to think it's just a trap or that you're faking it for his benefit. So be friendly, but don't overdo it. How will I know if that what's too friendly? I guess try reading for him for clues. Nervous tics or defensive body language would be a sign to fall back a bit, but a relaxed body posture would mean lean in. Sorry, I'm not really sure. It's just a theory though. I can't make any promises it'll work. It'll work, Darby said with full confidence. He knew Zoo was right about this, both in the way the quirk worked and the best way to approach him. Trust was still something he was trying to get used to, but he trusted Zoo, and it worked out. And he was beginning to trust other people Zoo trusted. And none of them had betrayed him yet, so he could find a way to trust one more. Even if it meant saving another kid from possible harm, then he could do anything. Hitoshi was having a strange week. Encountering the same vigilante 2 nights in a row while on patrol was already unsettling enough. But if he had any remaining doubts that he was being followed before, they were completely dashed on the 3rd night. Hitoshi crawled out his bedroom window onto the fire escape, just like he had done every night for the past month. But this night, a strange sense of being watched crept along the top of his head, and without really knowing why, he looked up. And there they were, the Calico Creeper in all their glory, sitting crisscross applesauce above him on the roof, and looking down at Hitoshi like he was a friend who was late for a movie date or something. Hey there! The looming figure smiled with their head cocked to the side, one hand raised in a non-committal wave. Nice place. Hitoshi swallowed down the bitter bile threatening to rise in his throat. He was made. This guy knew where he lived. He knew what he did. He knew how he did it. He was fucked. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he turned on his heel and started to run down the fire escape. The other fighter followed him, though not in the way the stairs were designed. Instead of descending like a freaking normal person, the lunatic decided to hang on the side of the railing, let go, then cling to the railing just below long enough not to disrupt the momentum, before dropping himself again. Each clatter of the iron on the way down made his annoyance heighten all the more. The show-off was probably just here to tell him to back off, that it was their turf and that they had no intentions of sharing it with a villainous monster like him. They reached the ground floor just as Hitoshi descended the last flight of stairs. He expected them to stand in front of them or block their path, but instead they stood to the side, gesturing with their head for Hitoshi to join them, as if waiting for him before going on a jog. The whole thing was overly friendly and confusing. He had no memory of agreeing to meeting up with anyone else for that matter. And yet here they were. Why? What was their angle? What do you want from me? Hitoshi whispered with as much don't fuck with me energy as he could muster without waking anyone inside. They shrugged before whispering back, I just wanted to talk to you. He squinted at them suspiciously, trying to read between the lines and discern their real purpose. About what? Figured you could use some backup on your patrol. This took him back a bit. He was expecting any number of threats to be slung at him, but not this. They wanted to team up with him? Why? The last person asking for Hitoshi's help with anything wanted him to use it on picking up chicks, then beat the shit out of him when he refused. Were they looking for a similar arrangement? I'm not looking to be anyone's lapdog. He interjected a bit of venom in his words, as he shoved past them into the to begin walking down the alley. They quickly caught up, but didn't pass him, just maintained the same pose as they spoke. Good, I don't want you to be one. He glared at him from the sides of his eyes, waiting for the other shoe to drop, but it never did. What do you want then? Patches shrugged again, with a smile at the corner of their lips. It gets real lonely and dangerous on the job. As I'm sure you've noticed, an extra set of ears and eyes makes everything easier. Hitoshi scoffed. I'm not looking for a fucking sidekick either. Not a sidekick. I've already got a partner. Maybe I'm just looking for a friend. This was confusing on multiple fronts. Firstly, he'd never seen or heard of a partner, unless this guy had a twin and they had simply never been in the same spot at the same time. But that seemed unlikely. And secondly, if this guy was looking for a friend, why the fuck was he talking to him? I'm not exactly friendly. Are you sure about that? He stopped walking for a moment out of sheer confusion. What is that meant to mean? You're a smart kid. You must know I've been following you for a few days now. I've seen you walk people home, donate money you could easily have kept for yourself, and stop to pet every stray cat you come across. You seem pretty friendly to me. Well, Hitoshi had known, logically, that they would have been following him. Something about being point blank about what... Fuck. Well, Hitoshi had known, logically, that they would have been following him. Something about being point blank that this was the case made him feel entirely too seen. Then you've seen I've also hijacked people's mind and bend them to my will. You've only been following me for a few days. How do you know I haven't done bad things as well? Because you're a good person. He said it like it was obvious, like it was an indisputable fact. Hitoshi could do nothing but blink back with bewilderment. But evidently, the stranger wasn't done with their little speech. I think you've got a lot of potential. You're clearly new to the whole vigilante thing, but with some proper training and support, I think you could do a lot of good for the world. Breathing got harder and harder as each sentence left their lips. After swallowing back some of the tightness in his throat, Hitoshi managed to choke out a few words. You do? Of course. And I would like to help you, if you would let me. Hey, how old are you? You in high school yet? At this point, he was too dazed to think about his responses. He went into autopilot. Not yet. I was hoping for a UA, but I doubt I'll get in. No kidding. Some friends of mine are going for the same thing. The heroics class, right? You don't strike me as a support or business type. Yeah. Well, in that case, we get together every other week to train. You should join us. With eyes as wide as saucers, he looked into the stranger's soul, searching the eyes for any hint of what the trick was, what they would want in return. I don't understand. Why would you want me there? Because it's easier to train all three of your future heroes at once than it would be to work out separate schedules for all of you. Future heroes? And I'm included in that? That's what you want, isn't it? Surely you're not joining the hero cause for kicks. The confusion was washed out at the sudden realization of guilt. Despite following him for the past few days, they must not fully comprehend his quirk. After a long pause to gather his resolve, he told him the truth. My quirk is mind control. Once someone responds to me, I can take over their mind and order them to do what I want or say. Order them what to do or say, whatever I want. Just by speaking to me, you're putting yourself in grave danger. Do you really think someone like me can be a hero with a quirk like that? I don't see why not. The quirk isn't what matters. It's what you do with it. If you do heroic deeds with heroic intentions, then you're a hero. So, as far as I'm concerned, you're already a hero. You just need a license to start getting paid for it. He chuckled for a bit at his joke. Hitoshi wanted to laugh with him, but the chuckle quickly dissolved into ugly sobs as he broke down and fell to his knees. The stranger knelt down next to him and waited for Hitoshi to regain his composure. Once they finally got a grip, they looked back up at them, expecting for them to have changed their mind in light of his moment of weakness, but instead gave him a reassuring smile and held out his hand to shake his. "We're meeting up tomorrow at the park near Delgado Beach. At around 5, you think you can make it?" He'll need to sneak out a lot earlier compared than he has ever attempted before, but it was doable. Yeah, I should be able to." He accepted the handshake, hesitant excitement bubbling under his skin. "Glad to hear it. Hey, what's your name, kid?" "Shinzo Hitoshi." "Well, nice to meet you. Nice to officially meet you. The name's Dare Dare." That's not a name." "I know, but it's the only one I've got." They stood suddenly, offering their hand back to him, uh, offering a hand back to him off the ground. Hitoshi accepted it and stood at his side for a moment before both boys walked along the path of his usual patrol route, as if they had done it a million times before. If it was new, the idea of someone wanting him to be there, but he decided rather quick that it was a feeling he could get used to. Chapter 8. Then there were 3. Dare arrived at the park with Shinso half an hour before the others were due to arrive. There were a few cursory things he wanted to discuss with him away from their prying ears. "Okay, so I maybe should have mentioned this earlier, but Midoriya, the one with the green curls and freckles, that's my partner that I was talking to you about the other day. Kaminari, on the other hand, does not know about my extracurricular activities, and we need to keep it that way. Here's the zippy zappy one." Shinso snorted a bit at that description. "Zippy zappy?" he mocked. "You laugh now, but once you actually meet him, you'll see that's a very accurate description." He had a thoughtful look on his face. "And did you tell them that I would be here today?" "Of course." "And they were okay with it?" "Yeah." "Did you tell them what I am?" Dare tried not to give a look of too much understanding at that wording. Shinzo said what, not who. They understood the sentiment a bit too well. "A future classmate and fellow hero in training? Yeah, of course I told them." "That's not what I meant." "I know. You're concerned about your quirk, right? I already told Midoriya. I needed to so he could help me find you. But I haven't told Kaminari yet. Would you like me to do so, or would you rather do the honors?" Shinzo furrowed his brow and looked away as he spoke under his breath. "I'd rather nobody tells him." Not sure how possible that's going to be long term. You don't need to worry about him, though. Dude didn't even look twice at me when we first met, and he didn't care when he found out Midoriya was quirkless either. He studied Shinso's reactions carefully. This was one of the things he needed to test before Zu got here. As much as he wants to help this kid out too, if he turns out to be a bigot, it's better to send him away before he has a chance to say something damning. To their relief, the reaction seems to be one of curiosity and not anything inherently malicious. "Quirkless? And he's your partner? As in a vigilante? Dude must be one hell of a fighter to keep up with you despite the extra toe joint. Or is that why I've never seen them? You keep them hidden so they stay out the blast radius of all your, you know?" Shinzo started promulgating some truly ridiculous slow-mo fighting moves. Dara tried to bite down his cheek to prevent the grin forming on his face. "A bit of both," they admitted. "They don't go out onto the field with me. But not because they can't keep up or anything. They're more than capable, despite being new to it all. It's just because they don't want to risk his future as a hero by getting him slammed with a vigilante charge before he even steps into UA. So, he helps me more in a more support-based capacity to keep his hands clean. You should really consider backing down yourself, much for the same reason. Yeah, that's not happening. Can't stop now. Why's that? Shinzo doesn't answer. He's just sipping on the water and started stretching. Okay, Darai relented. Fair enough. You don't gotta tell me. It was just a suggestion. He still said nothing, so Darai busied himself with analyzing the boy as he warmed up. After a few seconds of observation, he moved on to the topic he wanted to discuss next. Do you have any prior training? The kid shrugged. I know how to fight if that's what you're asking me. Street fight or real fight? Shinzo made a face that suggested he wasn't sure of the difference. It told Darai what he needed to know. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, here are my thoughts. We don't have to go with this. It's just what I think would be easiest for you. Shinzo stopped there stretching for a moment to look up at him. Okay, what? Now, I say this in the best possible way, but you're gonna want to avoid going for the billboards. A quirk like yours only works if people you go up against don't know what it does or how it works. So, the second that you get a whiff of fame, it's gonna be pointless. Shinzo nodded thoughtfully. That's alright. I was actually kind of hoping to go the underground route anyway. I'm kinda a bigger race ahead for Ed. He admitted sheepishly. Good, I can work with that. May and Izuku might even be able to whip you up a capture scarf if you're interested. I can't make any promises it'll be done by the time of the entrance exam, though. They kind of have a lot on their plate at the moment. Who's May? Resident inventor and lovable whack job. She's a skilled inventor, but she comes in a bit strong. You'll no doubt run into her at UA, if not before then. I see. If you've got any interest in mechanics and whatnot, then maybe I can ask you to make an introduction for you. But that's besides the point. In the underground scene, you're going to need a base level of stealth and parkour skills. They're just kind of a prerequisite for the job. However, I'm really hesitant to train you in dexterity-based fighting style on your past injuries. The joints are already weakened, making them much more susceptible to further damage. My past injuries? What past injuries? He eyed him suspiciously. Darai sighed a bit and began pointing as he listed them out. You've dislocated your shoulder twice, broke the opposite arm a few times back. Broke your opposite arm a few years back. Pretty sure at least 3 fingers are still out of socket. You cracked a rib at some point, and you twisted your ankle 2 weeks ago. Not to mention your nose you still haven't gotten proper treatment for, which at this point is definitely going to be crooked forever, even if you let me fix it. Shinzo's arms wrap around defensively around their torsos. How did you... He trailed off. I've broken enough bones in my time to know what that looks like. But don't you have some sort of hearing quirk, don't you? I saw you get stabbed and shot multiple times and come back the next day like nothing happened. So either you're impervious or you're healing. Dai couldn't help the smirk. The guy was observant. Zero was gonna like this guy. I wasn't talking about my bones, kid. Shinzo's eyes went wide for a fraction of a second before schooling his expression back to Fox indifference. As a fellow vigilante, one who has seen him work in person before, Shinzo was able to understand the sentiment beyond its face value. Dara had broken a lot of other people's bones. What he didn't know was that most of those happened well before his vigilante days, but they had no intention of ever telling them that. Right, Shinzo said with a slight scowl. Anyway, I'm going to say something you're not going to like. He seemed to brace himself before nodding his head. Okay, yeah, hit me. You're going to need to work out a bit more. I think the best thing for you is going to is building up a bit of bulk and getting some protective muscle over your weak-ass bones, they teased. Shinso chewed his lip as his eyebrow furrowed in contemplation before defending himself. It's not for lack of trying, but building muscles requires a lot of extra carbs in your diet, and... What, doesn't the foster home of yours feed you? He said it as a quip, a funny little joke, but Shinso's wide eyes and immediate defensive backtracking had him feeling suspicious. What? No, of course they have to. Shinso. Dara tried to think of the best way to approach this clearly touchy subject, but from over the kid's shoulders, he could see Kaminari and Midoriya approaching, so for the sake of his privacy, he wrapped it up. We're going to have to talk about that later, because it looks like the guys are approaching, but we will be discussing him, okay? Shinso gave a nod of barely concealed panic and shame before pulling his features into a mask of sleepy boredom. The other boys greeted him warmly, all three of Dare's students getting along reasonably well, which is a thing they never thought in a million years, though they would need to worry. The notion of him having one student, less multiple, just a few short months ago would have been unthinkable, but here they all were. As the night went on, the new kid became visually more relaxed in the other's presence. After Kaminari tried his third flirty pun on Shinso and of the evening, the lilac insomniac simply looked at Dare dead in the eyes and deadpanned. I see what you mean by zippy now. And Dare gave a sympathetic nod back. Dare couldn't really give him the fighting training he wanted to give him until he had started to build on the necessary mass for it. So, in the meantime, he focused on a skill all three people would need to work on: free running. It was an effective running training tool as a means of both practicing parkour and getting a good cardio for endurance. Zu, of course, excelled with hardly any effort due to his months of training. Kaminari and Shinso were about on an equal footing, since Kami hadn't been training with them for that long as often. They would all get better over time. He was confident in that. Dare could theoretically work a few lessons into the fabric of their patrol time for Shinso to help catch him up if he wanted. He was still worried for the kid, not only because his quirk made him a target for both hate and interested parties, but also because he was real cagey when it came to any questions about his personal life. His deflection and at times outright refusal to discuss what happened to him in the hours he wasn't with them was highly suspicious. After a few days of getting a brush off on matters like what he had to eat that day, or where he got his latest bruise from, Dare was beginning to consider if they should launch an investigation. Just as predicted, Zu was able to complete the mask, helmet, Dare's new costume, and both of their boots in under a month's time, so they were now fully outfitted, and Zu was able to digitally join on a handful of their patrols, a feat he was a bit emotional about, in true Zu fashion, the first time they were able to actually give Dare a warning that prevented him from getting hurt. Duck! Zu yelled through the comms in Dare's helmet, just a moment before the metal bar would have made contact. Dare did as instructed, as he chuckled to himself. They were having fun in this fight, and maybe they were also glad for the chance to show off just a bit. As they rose back up, they replied, "Quack, quack," which confused the unaware assailant in front of them long enough to knock him out with a right hook to his jaw. Quack, quack? Shinso questioned once he had finished putting the zip tie around the second hooligan's wrists. Zu called me Duck. Dare gave a teasing explanation as they gestured to the ear zone of the helmet, earning them a eye roll from Shinso and a weepy giggle from Zu. "What's wrong?" he whispered to his partner. "Nothing. It's just, I actually did it. I did something useful. I helped." Dare's chest fills with an equal part of warm fondness and cool sympathy. "Yeah, of course you did, Zu." There was a beat or two of silence before Shinsei nudged Dare and signaled with his head that it was time to get going. It took a few nights for Zu to stop sniffling whenever Dare thanked him for his help, but they got comfortable with the praise eventually, and before they knew it, the three had fallen into a nice rhythm. It was now 2 weeks after the duck thing, and they had about 2 hours left before sunrise. So, they started making their way back towards Shinsei's place. The conversation sometimes got a bit muddled, with Dare having to relay everything Zu was saying to him since he didn't have his own comm system. After the third or fourth instance of having to repeat him, Zu was the one to bring up the obvious solution. "Hey Dare, maybe I should make a mask or something for Shinsei too. Get him patched into the same comm system and all that." It had been a month of them patrolling together and training every other week, but something about having him on the same server felt significant in some way, like they were officially making him part of the team. Dare wasn't opposed to the idea, but he was a bit surprised that Zu was so ready and willing to add him in. As much as he tried to hide it, Dare could tell that Zu was just a bit jealous that Shinsei was the one out on patrol with them in person while he was stuck at home. "You sure?" he whispered for confirmation from his partner. "Yeah." He was quiet for a second before explaining further. "He's our friend too, and I want to keep him safe, since he does the same for you. We're always going to be partners, but he's the one on the field with you, so whether we meant to or not, we kind of made him part of our team a long time ago. It's about time we made it official, don't you think?" Dare swallowed down a bit of his excess nerves as he glanced at the lavender boy walking beside him. He was looking ahead, his glance scanning back and forth for threats as they went by, but every once in a while his gaze would shift towards Dare's helmet, as if he were nervous about what was being said. Zu was right. He was part of the team too. He had been for a while, and deserved a formal invitation and access to the same gear. "Hey Shinsei." Dare called for his attention, sliding up the visor of his helmet so he could easily be heard and make proper eye contact. Sleepy eyes startled slightly before landing on theirs. "Yeah?" Zu and I were wondering. I know you said you weren't looking for a sidekick or anything, but we've all been working together for a while now, and, well, if you're interested, that is, we'd like to make you, like, an official part of the team. Get your own helmet or mask or whatever, so we can communicate going all three ways, if you want. Shinsei blinked a bit more than was strictly necessary, his gaze trailing down on the ground for a few paces before looking back up at Dare again. "Are you serious?" "Yeah?" Dare rubbed at the back of their neck nervously, unsure of what to make of this reaction so far. "You really want me to join in on your whole Wonder Drawer thing? Like, for real? On a permanent basis, and not just for the time being?" Dara shrugged as they replied, "Yeah, or as long as you'll have with us, at least." Shinzo looked straight ahead, once again blinking a bit more than was needed. Dare wasn't sure what to say. Apparently Zu did. "Hey Dare? Hey Dare? Real quick, give Shinzo the helmet. I want to talk to him." Okay, sure." Dare went to take off the helmet and handed it over to Shinzo. Shinzo looked at the helmet with confusion for a moment, before apparently realizing his intention. He slid on the helmet, and Dare did his best to listen into what Zu was saying to no avail. He only heard Shinzo's replies between what appeared to be paragraphs of information from Zu. Dare quickly started to feel slightly out of the loop. Was this what Shinto was feeling the whole time? Shinto was under the impression of this whole "Let's Help the Weirdo" campaign was going to be a short-lived thing, that they would keep him around for a while as a curiosity, and then send him away once the novelty had worn off. So, when Dare asked if he wanted to join their squad for real, he wasn't sure what to make of it. He was stirred from his confusion by Dara handing him the helmet so Midoriya could speak to him. And a part of him was worried that this would be the part where Midoriya had told him he didn't actually want them to join the team, but he put on the helmet anyway. "Hey, Toshi," he said brightly. "Sorry, can we call you Toshi? I guess May's been rubbing off a bit on me now, so now I feel compelled to give all my friends little nicknames," he said with a nervous laugh. Shinzo could almost see the blush that was no doubt sprouting. Shinzo tried not to look too shocked by the implications they were friends. The green-haired boy said it so nonchalantly that Hitoshi had the impression he got the impression he was viewed as such for a while now, and being shocked by that might give them the same impression that in truth he didn't feel the same. In truth, he had considered the three training partners as his friends for a while now, but had assumed it was a one-sided relationship. Was it too much to hope the others felt also this way? Yeah, you can call me whatever you want." A nervous half of breath came out as a chuckle at the end. "Okay, you can just be Izuku if you want. Or just Zoo, that's what Dare calls me, but you knew that already." He really wanted to reciprocate this whole nickname thing. That seemed like the friendly thing to do, but calling him Zoo felt like an intrusion on some kind, on whatever him and Dara had going on. So without putting too much thought into it, he said the first thing that came to mind. "How about Zuku instead? Nice middle ground." Then he cringed at his own awkwardness. "I like that." Dara made an intrigued expression, but said nothing, so neither did he. "So, about your mask," Izuku began. "I've actually got a few ideas I'd like to cover with you. If you put the visor down, I can project the sketches so far, but it might be easier to just go over it in person. That way we can all give our input at the same time. If you're free before training tomorrow, then we can meet at the park an hour or two earlier to get it over with." You've already put sketches together? How long had they been considering letting him in? If he already had sketches put together, it had to be at least a day, right? "Just a few, but we can design some from scratch if you hate them all." A note of insecurity slipped into the last statement, as if Hitoshi could ever hate something the genius boy designed with him in mind. "No, I'm sure whatever you've got is going to be great. You're the expert." "Well, I wouldn't say I'm an expert per se. I'm still just a novice at this stuff. May is a real expert, or even Dare's a bit better than me, really. He taught me most of what I know." Modest as always, Hitoshi glanced back at Dare, who was absent-mindedly chewing on their bottom lip, probably getting antsy without that helmet. He should probably try to wrap this up. Was there anything else you wanted to say?" he asked. "Yes, just that I'm really, really glad to have you on the team. I look forward to calling you a duck in the future." He laughed so brightly that at the little inside joke, Hitoshi could tell what he meant. He was also so overwhelmed by the feeling of the feeling of being welcome that he forgot to say anything back. You are going to join us, right? I just realized you never actually agreed." Yeah," he said a little too enthusiastically. He cleared his throat, slipping back into his neutral intonation seamlessly. "Yeah, I don't see why not. 3 heads are better than 1. Yay! Okay, you can give me back to Dare now. We'll talk more tomorrow, right, Hitoshi?" Yeah, sure. See you tomorrow, Izuku. Good night. Shinzo headed back back to Dare, replaying the past 10 minutes over in his head and wondering when exactly he had managed to trick these people into liking him. It still made no sense. They were his friends, his teammates. They trusted him. He had no memory of intentionally brainwashing them, but is it possible he had done so without meaning to? Feelings of guilt and confusion overlap in faint feelings of hope and excitement whirling around in his gut. Once they got back to the fire escape of his foster home, Dare laughed softly at something Zuki said and then took off the helmet again to say their goodbyes for the night. Hey, so, Dare held the helmet away from himself and whispered to him, I'll meet you here tomorrow and walk with you to the park if that's okay with you. I have a surprise I'm working on for Zoo. I could use your help with. Sure. Just don't let anyone see you. What, you afraid I'll embarrass you in front of your foster family or something? Hitoshi wasn't quite sure how to say, if they see me talking to anyone, then I'll be punished, and might not be able to train or work with you guys for a few days until I recover, without actually saying it, and making them worry over nothing. So, instead, he shrugged and said, yeah, something like that. Dare nodded with an expression that vaguely read as sadness. Right, I get it. Around 3 work for you? Sure things. Do you have a nickname or something you want me to call you by now, or... Dare smirked. Not really, but if you want, call me Dare if you want. A beat of confused silence passed between them before he got the courage to say, Don't I always? No, you call me Dare. I'm giving you permission to use my first name if you want, which is also Dare. Another beat of confusion hung in the air. Hitoshi opened his mouth to argue, but was cut off by Dare. I know it doesn't seem like there's a difference, but I can tell. But is there a difference? Not in pronunciation, but in sentiment? Yeah, just trust me. He still wasn't sure what he fully got it, but he went along with it anyway. Okay, well, I guess I'll see you at 3 then. You bet. Night, Toshi. Dare ruffled Hitoshi's hair a bit and started backing away with a smile on their face. Night, Dare. He rolled his eyes as they tried to fix their rumpled hair, but returned the smile anyways. Dare finally slipped on the helmet back on, turned around and started jogging off into the night. So Hitoshi began climbing up the stairs of the fire escape to sneak back in. A hesitant, vaguely guilty excitement for tomorrow made its way into the gut of his heart. From the gut to his heart, where it settled and warmed his chilly bones. Unfortunately, he was not the only one still awake when he got back inside. Chapter 9. Silenced. Dare was afraid something like this would happen. They weren't sure what this was yet, but when they walked up to the alley leading to the Toshi's and saw a handyman installing bars on his window, they knew it wasn't good. Dare took a few grounding breaths, trying their best not to let their anger and anxiety get the best of them. Toshi's probably fine. It's possible this is a coincidence. The building management just decided to beef up the security or something. This is kind of a bad neighborhood after all. But why start with the windows on the top story? Okay, fine. We hope for the best and prepare for the worst then. Dare pulls out his phone to call Zoo. After 2 rings, he picks up. Hey Dare, what's up? The sound of drills and machinery in the background told them that he was currently at Maze working on something. Not wanting to alarm them without reason, Dare elected to maintain a casual vibe. Hey, Grease Monkey. I just wanted to reschedule our training later today. Oh, is everything okay? Dang it. Guess Sue could sense the anxiety anyways, or perhaps just had enough of his own. Well, he wasn't about to lie to his partner. I hope so, but I'm not sure yet. We might have a situation over at Toji's. Like, what kind of situation should... Dara could hear Zoo walking away and muffling his whispers with his hand before asking, should I be suiting up for this? Dara contemplated for a moment. What was the worst case scenario here? Depending on how much they knew, either Toshi was caught sneaking out and would be punished as a rebellious teen, or he was caught as a vigilante and would therefore be facing legal charges. If it was the second, having more vigilantes show up would only make it worse. No, I think I'm going to try to sneak in as a civilian, see what I can learn about the situation, and get back to you when I know more. Try not to stress. It's probably nothing. Just focus on your projects. And maybe call Kaminari. Let him know we won't be meeting at the park today. Okay, I'll try. Stay safe. I'll try. Dare hung up before Zoo could have a chance to argue, taking a mental inventory of what gear he had on him. This was supposed to be a training day, not a working day. So, he didn't have most of his stuff. Just a pocket-sized first aid kit, his multi-tool, and a flash drive. Admittedly, Dare had gotten a bit distracted from his mission of investigating the foster home. Thus far, he had seen a few troubling reports, but nothing more extreme or frequent than what was normal for places like this. As upsetting as it was, the foster system was always less than fair or ideal. Corruption and abuse were laced into the very fabric of this institution, but there was plenty of good that came from it as well. Dai didn't have the resources to try and revamp the whole R system, much as they wished they did, but they were known in a step of whatever. But they did know to step in when they got wind of any particularly shady cases. And if they had never had to rescue someone from this particular home before, there was always a first time for everything. Hopefully not, though. The idea of having to rescue a kid he already knew and was friends with was already making anger bubble under his skin. He did not want to feel the rage he felt back then. He was one of the good guys now, and he had intended to keep it that way. A preliminary lap of the building told him that most of the kids and staff were either working on getting dinner ready or were outside playing basketball. That's good. Not many people inside the halls meant he had less people to dodge. However, they had yet to see Toshi yet. They were either in a room without windows or they were gone. Dare pulled up his hood of the jacket further than normal to avoid being seen by a security camera by the gate. Walking through the double doors on the front of the building, he saw a large sitting room, a stairway straight ahead, and a series of offices to the right. Dare slipped into the largest of the offices, assuming it would belong to whoever was in charge. The room was unoccupied at the moment, so Dare wasted no time as they located the laptop and quickly began transferring all the files into his flash drive. They also left behind an invisible quick link that makes it easier to hack into the system remotely later, just in case. Less than a minute later, they were back in the main hall, training their ears to hear what was going on behind each door they passed. Upon reaching the third floor, Dare located the door leading to Toshi's room. Pressing an ear to the oak revealed two things. The handyman was done and gone now, and Hitoshi was not inside. Just as they were about to give up and assume Hitoshi was not in the building, they heard a faint and heartbreaking whimper come from the room closet across the hall. Dare flinched in an involuntary reaction to the sound. It was far too familiar to sounding for comfort. Dara took a deep breath in, slipping on a mask of his vigilante persona. If they were right, and Toshi was the one trapped in the closet, crying, then they were going to need a stable and reassuring presence to help them get out of this mess, not someone radiating fear and anger. Trying the knob revealed that they were what they already knew on some level. It was locked. And the sounds of panic scuffling behind the door revealed something more that Hitoshi couldn't think too hard about at the moment. No time to look for the key. They had to get them out of here now. So Dara used the multi-tool to pick the lock instead. Curled in the fetal position and shaking like a leaf was Toshi. The lilac eyes that met his were wide, tear-filled, and bloodshot, a black eye forming on the left alongside a cut that would definitely scar. Dried blood pooling near his hairline suggested some form of head wound. A large tear in the shoulder of his hoodie, and by the way they were clutching at their forearm, said something was most likely broken there as well. But the absolute worst thing, was a painful-looking, too-tight muzzle currently cutting up into his cheeks, in a way that had lined up too well with some pre-existing scars on his cheeks, meaning this, or something like this, had happened before. Dara swore to himself right then and there that it would never happen again. A bloodlust so powerful that it nearly rivaled the day he escaped had him shaking and silent at the doorway for a few seconds, as he struggled to find their higher reasoning skills. He needed to get them both out of here right now, or he was going to burn the whole building down to the ground. Blinking the angry tears out of their eyes, they slowly squatted down next to their terrified-looking companion and pulled out their phone again. He didn't wait for any greeting or formalities. The second he heard Zu pick up, he gritted out his message. "Meet me at the beach, right now," before hanging up and not leaving the room. Before hanging up, once again, not leaving room for Zu to argue. Moving as slowly and gently as they were able to, they reached for the straps of the muzzle, pausing to give verbal reassurances each time Toshi flinched. "Hey, it's okay. You're okay. I'm not going to hurt you." It took longer than they would have liked to remove the muzzle, but he wasn't about to leave it on him a second longer than was necessary, and simply yanking it off would have only caused more panic. Once it was finally off, he spoke to him as softly as he could. "Okay, now we need to get out of here. Is there anything in your room you need to grab first?" Emphatic shaking of his head was the only response Toshi gave him, so he moved on to his next question. "Is there anyone else who's in danger?" A wide-eyed stare was followed a moment later by more shaking of his head, slower this time. Dara would give a thorough check of the records he had obtained earlier to double-check that later. One last question before they could leave. "Can you walk, or do you need me to carry you?" Toshi furrowed his brows as if unsure of the answer before they made a slow, clumsy movements to stand. They wobbled a little. It was clear to Dara that it had been several hours since they last stood, but he didn't appear to have any major injuries to his legs. How long had he been locked in here? Dara looked for the nearest unbarred window leading to a fire escape, locating it at the end of the hall. "Okay, we're going to get out this way. Is that okay?" He really hoped Toshi would say yes. He didn't want to go through the front door. If they encountered anyone on their way out, there was no guarantee that they would keep their cool long enough to not do something highly illegal. And as tempting as it was to go and break a few bodies right now, he had a feeling Zu would not approve of violence against civilians. Toshi was still clutching their arm to their chest, but nodded in confirmation, and slowly moved to the window to climb out anyway. He still hadn't said anything, even after the muzzle was removed. They said nothing the whole way down the stairs, or through the alley, or down the side streets leading them away from the scene. Dara was unsure of if it was shock that sealed his lips, or if there was something more to that, but there would be time to figure that out later. For now, his only priority was getting this kid to the beach safely, and then he was going to have to see an old acquaintance about a job. Don't panic. Dare told Midoriya not to worry and focus on his projects. He could do that. Sure, Dare was heading into an unknown situation that had something to do with Toshi, but his friends were both strong, capable, and smart, and they would be fine. It was fine. Everything was fine. Do not panic. He was shaken from his totally not panicked state by strong and grease-stained arms of May on his shoulders, who had apparently been talking to him for a while. But hey, it only blew up twice this time. That's an improvement, right, mid-ass? What? Oh, yeah, sure. Wow, you're extra spacey today. Let's sell in your engines, baby daddy. May, we've been over this. You can't just keep calling me that. People are going to get the wrong idea. He chastised her with a foreign authority despite his bright red face. So, what's wrong about it? We're making babies together in the workshop all the time. We're doing it right now. Oh, God, May. You've got to stop. I refuse to believe you don't genuinely know what that sounds like. You have to know. May burst out laughing, clutching at her torso as she buckled over. After taking a minute to calm down, she spoke through her laughs. Relax. Of course I know. But Kami is right. You're just too easy to fluster. It's fun seeing people's reaction to these things, and you always get so red and squeaky. It's adorable. Besides, no one's actually going to think we're dating or anything. Not when you're so clearly spoken for. What is that meant to mean? His phone rang again before May had a chance to elaborate. Caller ID said it was from Dare, so he quickly slung off his stool and jogged to the other end of the workshop for privacy. The smile on his face quickly dissolved as he heard the tone in Dare's voice, and the panicked sound of tears in the background. Dare only said a single line of instruction before hanging up, telling him to get to the beach immediately. He wasn't about to question it. He gathered his things, apologized to May for the abrupt exit, and ran all the way there. Sliding open the door to the van, he discovered only Patches, the cat, waiting for him, so he slid the door closed again and began pacing as he waited for the others to arrive. Dare spotted him before he did, and called out for him from the stairway leading down to the sand. Zoo! Midoriya whipped around so fast that it was nearly audible, and started jogging to the direction. He met Dare halfway, and when he caught sight of Toshi's condition, he nearly screamed, "Oh my god, what happened?" Dare took a firm hold of his shoulders and turned him away from Toshi to make eye contact with him and said, "I know, believe me, I know. But honestly, I think he might still be in shock. So I really, really need you to calm down so we don't set him off, okay?" Dare's voice and face seemed calm, but the slight tremble of his fingers revealed the hidden emotion underneath. Midoriya took a deep breath, if shaky, before plastering on a reassuring smile on his face. Dare was right. It was time to enter hero mode, to be the calm eye of the storm his friend needed right now. They nodded to each other before turning back to the shell of Hitoshi, still swiftly shuffling towards them. Midoriya spoke first, in a low but hopeful, cheery voice. "Hey, Toshi." He scanned for injuries the way Dare had taught him, and determined the highest priority was probably the arm. "We've got a first aid kit in the van. Do you mind if we take a look at that?" Hitoshi stared a little, glanced down at the arm he was clutching tightly to his chest, then looked back up, with a mild confusion. Then he looked at Dare, then all around them at the beach, before looking down and clutching his arm even tighter with a wince. Midoriya had no way for sure of knowing what was going on in his friend's head at the moment, but he got the impression he had only just registered where he was. A tight sorrow and worry clutched at his heartstrings, but he did his best not to let it slip. A faint shake of Dare's exhaling breath next to him was the only outward indication that he was having a hard time maintaining his cool. Toshi, Dare said with a slow step in his direction, we need to make sure nothing is broken and treat your injuries as soon as possible. It's important that everything heals properly, and I have some pain meds in the van for you too. This was news to Midoriya, but it made sense for him to have a part of his first aid kit, so he didn't think too much about it. Hitoshi did not respond, just continued looking down at his feet to avoid the gaze. Toshi? Midoriya tried to get his attention. The tear tracks running down Hitoshi's face got thicker, and he began to shake. Midoriya and Dare both reached forward at the same time. Hitoshi flinched away from their touch at first, but then he steeled himself and slowly shuffled towards them. They each put a hand on either shoulder of the fragile kid in front of them. It's okay, Toshi, Dare said. You just barely above a whisper. You're safe now. We won't ever let them touch you again. Hitoshi's sobs finally became audible, and his legs came out. Dare and Midoriya both moved quick enough to catch him in a hold and hold him upright in a three-way embrace. Midoriya wasn't exactly sure how long they stood there like that. He tried his best not to cry too, to maintain an air of strength and confidence, but in the end he couldn't help himself. He wasn't Midoriya after all. At some point of their huddle disbanded, and Dare and Midoriya gave Hitoshi a full checkup and tended to his wounds. Luckily, Hitoshi's arm wasn't actually broken, but there was a hand-shaped bruise and some hairline fractures on his forearm, so they gently wrapped it in ace brace for stability. Dare gave Toshi pills that Midoriya did not recognize as anything his family had gotten over the counter, as well as a bottle of water. And once the empty stare Hitoshi had been sporting all night morphed into one of indifference and occasional giggles, Dare took that as a sign they kicked in. Dare pulled a needle and thread from his first aid kit, and Hitoshi's eyes went wide. He started crawling backwards frantically from his seated position in the sand. Midoriya was not a fan of how fearful his friend looked. Whoa, hey, it's okay, Toshi. That cut above your eye's kinda gnarly. I just wanted to give it a citrus juice so it stays closed, but if you don't want me to, then I'll just tape it up. Hitoshi took a few quick breaths that sounded kinda strained, but then laughed again to themselves before loosening back up. He crawled forward again and fumbled with the first aid kit, pulling out the medical tape and handing it up to Dare. Dare took a deep breath before accepting the tape and putting the needle and thread away. Okay, no needles, got it. Half an hour later, and they had finished patching Hitoshi up, and he was just swaying slowly in the sand with the wind, occasionally letting out a laugh or a little sob. Midoriya wasn't sure of how much of this was a result of trauma, how much was the head wound, and how much was whatever medicine Dare had given him. But he was willing to bet it was a solid mix. Dare pulled him aside so they could talk without Hitoshi overhearing. Hey, so I know it's kind of last minute, and that this isn't exactly the best venue, but I was thinking we could have tonight is a good night for a bonfire and slumber party. What do you think? Dare said. Yeah, I agree. This really happened to him at his foster home? Midoriya asked. Dare pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. Yeah, he can't go back there. Not ever. What are we gonna do? You don't have to do anything. I'm gonna handle this. He had this faraway look on his face, more than a dash of hostility present in the hang of his shoulders. Whatever he was planning, it wasn't good. Dare? Yes? What's going on? What are you planning? Darai sighed and shook his head again. I'm not going to hurt civilians, if that's what you're worried about. I'm sure Karma will get back to them in due time. But there's something I need to take care of tonight. Will you watch him for me? Make sure he stays awake and safe? That depends. Are you gonna be safe while I'm doing that? Darai huffed and gave him a smirk. As safe as I am every night. That's not really reassuring. Darai gave a smile that didn't reach his eyes and said, I know. Do you trust me? He did. He had never given any reason to doubt him before, and they had shared things that they hadn't told others before. In many ways, Darai was the person he trusted most in the world. Of course I do. Good. There's some emergency money in the glove compartment. Go ahead and order pizza or something, and light a fire. Try to keep him calm, but don't let him out of your sight. Eventually those meds will wear off, and he is going to be a bit fragile. Darai went to the van and started to suit up in his vigilante gear, which really did not help Midoriya feel any better about whatever mystery mission Darai was going on. He hadn't brought up his mask or his laptop, so he wouldn't be able to help him. Darai saw the worried scowl on his face and gave his shoulder a reassuring squeeze. I'll be home before midnight at the latest. I promise. Midoriya held up a pinky between the two of them, which Darai wrapped around his own without hesitation. The simple action did wonders to calm his nerves. Darai promised, so he knew, one way or another, it would all be alright. Darai hated what he was doing, going to see Dragon after all these years. They had learned a while back that having a fake identity was actually more dangerous for him than not having an identity at all. Getting a passport and ID meant that even if they were tracking him wasn't really him, he was still trackable. So once his last set of papers were burned and his face reset, he elected not to get new ones. But he couldn't do what he needed without having the paperwork to back it up. So here he was, standing in front of Dragon Den's pawn shop. The business was the front, a convenient way to launder the money of a man whose income came from primarily sales of fake IDs, experimental drugs, illegal weapons, and shifty loans. And against all his better instincts, he was here to ask for his help. He took a deep breath, reminding himself of the reason he was here in the first place, and opened the door. At the sound of the little bell above the door, the dragon looked up from his perch behind the glass counter. Emerald eyes looked up at him up and down, measuring him for potential, before a smug expression made its way onto his slimy face. Well, look what the cat dragged in. He leaned forward, his scruffy chin leaning lazily into his fist, as messy black curls fell onto his eyes. He's a lost little kitten. Darai flinched instinctively at the nickname, suddenly feeling even grosser about being here. I need a favor. The smile on his face bordered on sadism. And what would that be? You know what? Darai snapped impatiently before grumbling the rest of his request through gritted teeth. I need new papers. And a job. His last job for the man involved being a guinea pig for a few new drugs they wanted to put on the market. The only good part of the whole experience was the paycheck and the leftover pain meds he had saved for emergencies. Hopefully, this time would be a bit more pleasant. The sleazy, imposing figure rose from his seat and walked around the counter. He pinched Darai's chin between his thumb and forefinger and jerked his face up to meet his eyes. Well, in that case, you're a lucky kitten. I'm in need of a new delivery boy. This was a test if he showed hesitancy or weakness at this stage, then the dragon would not help him. So, Daro aimed for sassy indifference as opposed to the hesitant nerves he actually felt. And what? Pray tell, what happened to the last one? Same thing that always happens. They failed. Not everyone is as sturdy as you are. Daro swallowed down the bit of bile he felt rising in his stomach, not allowing the mask of fearlessness to slip in front of this man. What a shame. I can do a few jobs for you, but I won't be in town for long, he lied. He knew this was risky. If anyone would have the ability to track down his fake identity, it would be the man that made it for him. But the idea of getting looped into a long-term contract made him feel sick to his stomach. This man wasn't as bad as his former captors, but he was a close second. Fair enough. Same rate as last time then. It's 100,000 yen for the papers, and you're on 25,000 yen for each delivery. You'll need to run 4 jobs for me before you start seeing profits. I'm aware. And who shall I say you are this time? Normally, he would tell the dragon. All he'll tell the dragon is a vague description of what he needed. But for this to work, he had to be someone very specific. He needed to insert himself as an existing family and make it convincing enough to fool whatever government official was in charge of the stamps that day. So, with great mental difficulty, he forced himself to say what he needed to. Shinso Daro, I'm 18 years old, I'm a mechanic, and I'm going to be adopting my younger brother, Hitoshi. Chapter 10. Midoriya grabbed a bench out from one of the abandoned cars and dragged it over to make a makeshift fire pit. He parked Hitoshi down on the bench and wrapped a blanket around his shoulders, placing the box of pizza and 2 water bottles down between them, and lit the fire. The sun had set and the stars were out, and it had now been 3 hours since his friend had first got here, and he still hasn't said a word. Daro told him how he was found, locked in a closet for God knows how long, clearly injured and afraid, and worst of all, wearing a muzzle. It didn't take a genius to reverse engineer what went down and why. While the specifics were a mystery, it was clear that this had happened because those monsters were supposed to take care of him, instead decided to attack and abuse him, all because they feared him for his quirk. Quirkism wasn't exclusive to quirkless people. People could be subject to similar hate and discrimination for quirks that were deemed useless or unacceptable. It was a different flavor of the same depressing Sunday. People took one look at Hitoshi and decided he must be evil, despite being one of the nicest people he had ever met. And then they looked at him and decided he was nothing at all. For a fraction of a second, he wondered which had it worse. But there was no worse in this scenario. At the end of the day, they both suffered for things outside of their control. And together, they would help their friends. With the help of their friends, they would both overcome their obstacles before them and become heroes. Step 1, getting his friend to talk again. I wasn't sure what toppings you like or dislike, so I just got plain cheese. I hope that's okay. He tried to break the ice, but Hitoshi looked down at the box, then to him with a faint nod. The periodic giggling had stopped about an hour ago, so whatever payments Daro gave him earlier must be wearing off. Midoriya wondered whether he should give him more, but without knowing exactly what it was or what the proper dosage looked like, he was hesitant to do so. Hitoshi still hadn't grabbed a slice for himself, so Midoriya grabbed one and handed it to him. After a full 3 seconds of staring at it, he eventually grabbed it and nodded his gratitude to Midoriya, who smiled back as if to say, no problem. They sat in silence for a while, staring into the fire and eating their subpar quality dinner. He wished he knew what to do. What magic phrase would help pull his friend out of his head and tell him it was safe to speak? What would Dare say if they were here? You don't have to talk if you don't want to. If you want to, we can pretend this whole thing never happened and never talk about it again. But I do want to talk to you about other things. He remained silent, and the furrow in his brow said he was thinking about it. Midoriya opened one of the water bottles, and handed it to Toshi before opening one for himself. Toshi hesitantly drank the water, taking the tiniest of sips, but once the liquid hit his lips, he seemed to realize just how thirsty he was, and chugged the rest down in 3 big gulps. Midoriya reached for the bag of snacks he got from 7-Eleven and pulled out 2 sodas. We've got Dr. Pepper Mountain Dew. Oh, fuck. We've got a Mountain Dew and a Dr. Pepper. I wasn't sure which you'd like, but you strike me as the type to enjoy anything caffeinated, he said with a chuckle as he held both options out in front of him. Hitoshi shrugged a little and grabbed the Mountain Dew. It still wasn't words, but it was non-verbal communication, so that was progress. Midoriya smiled at him before taking a swig of his water, before bringing up the next topic. I didn't bring my laptop, so I can't show you the 3D models, but I do have sketches of your mask in my notebook if you want to see. He reached into his bag and flipped to the appropriate page. Hitoshi looked at the sketches with a look of unmitigated confusion, so Midoriya took that as his cue to start explaining. So, you'll have the same communication system as Dare's Eye, as well as have a distress beacon, because those are given. But then I beefed up the voice changes to give you way more range. There are a few preset options, but you can also take recordings of people's voices and generate their voice in real time. Then hit this button here to save for each future use. There are also these little dials on the side to fine-tune something manually if you want. May has this really great idea to include volume control so you can either be sneaky and quiet or crank it up to burst someone's eardrums. May said she can try to use a directional speaker for that function so it can be blasted like a ray as opposed to kind of making the whole building deaf. Kind of like President Mike with his speakers on his neck. You know President Mike, right? He's a pro hero of a radio station that can scream really loud. He's going to be one of our instructors at UA, so you'll meet him soon enough. Hitoshi let out a sob, pulling Midoriya fully out of his mumbling spiral and alerting him to the pain and confused look on his friend's face as he cried. Oh God, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. Do you hate it? It's okay if you hate it. We can do something else. He panicked a bit as he scrambled to the first available free page. Toshi's hand landed heavily on top of Midoriya's to stop the hand that had already begun sketching something new. Midoriya looked at him to see if this would be the moment he would finally speak, but he still just bored into his lavender eyes into Midoriya's, as if they were trying to telepathically communicate. Midoriya wasn't above begging. Toshi, please, talk to me. I really want to know what you're thinking so we can work on this together, and I miss your voice. Toshi swallowed and spoke with a creaking tone struck into his throat from both tears and disuse. You still... He didn't finish his question, instead beginning to rub her throat to soothe it. But he didn't need to. Midoriya already knew what he was asking. Of course so, Toshi. We're a team now. Nothing's going to change that unless you wanted to. We're going to get into UA together and be heroes and work with Dare to make the world a better place. One where people like us have something to look up to. Toshi scoffed a little and looked at the stars, rubbing his tears and snot from his face. You really think so? He asked in a small voice. I know so. Hitoshi nodded slowly, letting the words sink in. He was quiet for a moment before meeting Midoriya's gaze again. I prefer coffee. he said as he swallowed the liquid in his soda bottle. But you're right, anything caffeinated will do the trick. And I like sausages on my pizza. Midoriya beamed. Thanks for telling me. I'll keep that in mind for next time. How about you? He asked shyly. I like ham and pineapple. Toshi scrunched his nose in fake disgust. You monster, he teased. Hey, it's not that bad. And I like classic pepperoni too, especially if it has that nice gooey cheese that gets all stringy. Well, at least your taste isn't completely trash then. The next couple of hours were spent like that, asking each other questions and then roasting each other for the answers. Shinso liked music, Midoriya liked comics. Neither of them cared much for sports, but did enjoy sports anime. The casual banter and camaraderie the boys had both boys soon forgetting the unfortunate circumstances that led up to this impromptu slumber party on the beach, until Dara got back at 11:45 riding a new motorcycle. Each time Hitoshi thought he had a better understanding of who Dara was, they would do or say something that made him question all of it. And having them ride up in a bike as if they always had one was, well, at a certain point you just got to stop questioning things. Midoriya had questions though. Lots of them. Oh my god, since when could you ride a motorcycle? Dara laughed a cheesy grin on the face. Well, what kind of daredevil doesn't have a bike to do tricks on? One that's broke, Hitoshi teased in a deadpan. Dara's eyes flashed wide for a second as he recognized Hitoshi was talking again, but to his credit, he knew better than to point it out. So they just rolled with it. Hitoshi was grateful for that, among everything else he was grateful for. Ouch, dude, rude. You didn't steal it, did you? Midoriya asked nervously. Double ouch! Who do you think I am, Zoo? I'll have you know this is a company vehicle. I got a job. Really? That's great, Dai. But how did you? I mean, why now? Dai shrugged. Needed the income. For what? Hitoshi asked. Dai's gaze flashed over to Hitoshi for a second before landing back on Midoriya's. Hitoshi had no idea what was going on, so he allowed the others to carry the bulk of the conversation for him. The beach is getting clearer every day, Dai said, gesturing around them. You're doing a great job, but the cleaner this place gets, the more my van's gonna start sticking out. I figured it was about time I started looking for an apartment or something. Whoa, I hadn't even thought about that, but, well, in that case... Midoriya averted his gaze, and nervously started kicking the sand beneath him. There's going to be an empty unit in my building soon. The old lady next door is going to be moving in with her granddaughter. Yeah, I know, Dara said with such a warm smile, filled with so much raw affection, that Hitoshi suddenly felt like he shouldn't be here. The blush and silence that passed between them lasted only a few seconds before Dara cleared his throat and started walking towards Hitoshi, pulling a stack of papers out of their backpack as they did so. So, I have good news, or I guess just news, depending on your reaction. Dara's sudden nervousness always made Hitoshi feel nervous as well. Okay, what is it? As promised, you're never going back to that place again, because as of 9:47 this afternoon, your custody has been transferred to your older brother. Hitoshi felt a lot of emotions at once, chief among them being confusion. So, after sputtering like a codfish for a minute, he finally managed to say, "But, I don't have an older brother. Yes, I do. You telling me you don't see the resemblance? Dai wrapped his arm around him in a move that was part side hug and part hair ruffle. Still failing to process the information, Dai flipped the stack of papers to the large page, slapping his hand down on the dotted line where he had signed. Then he extended his hand and offered to shake. The name was Shinzo Dare. Nice to meet you, brother. Hitoshi was crying into Dare's chest before he even registered the fact that he had moved to hug him. Midoriya's arms soon wrapped around the both of them as well, spotting tears of his own. This was a lot of fluids he had leaked in the past 24 hours. He must be hanging out with Izuku so much. Not that he minded much. If becoming a crybaby was a price that he had to pay for friends, no, for family, then he would gladly pay it. Maybe Dara would teach him how to ride a motorcycle so he could regain some tough guy points that way. The whiplash-inducing roller coaster of emotions that was the last 24 hours was not lost on him. He went from getting asked to join the team to getting damn near tortured by the warden to escaping and then, I guess, being adopted? Or at least being put under new custody. It was a lot to process, but the music coming from the radio, the waves, and the stars above all did wonders to clear some of his troubles from his head. At least for the time being. A voice from somewhere back in the back of his head told him he should be more upset, or more afraid, or more something. But ever since those meds Sarah gave him kicked in, he was having a hard time remembering why. The reason why. He knew what had happened from an objective, factual point of view, but the emotions and turmoil that would normally accompany that was lost to him. He made a mental note to ask Dare about it later. Welp, since you aren't allowed to sleep tonight on account of your noggin. Dare gave his forehead a gentle tap. So what do you want to do for the rest of the night? Hitoshi shrugged, unsure of what the options even were, but Midoriya stepped in with an answer for him. You like music, right, Hitoshi? We can turn up the music and have a sing-along dance party. Ooh, fun! Dare perked up, turning the dial before Hitoshi even had a chance to debate it. Part of him was afraid of looking like an idiot, but based on the wild and awkward movements of the others, he might actually be the best dancer here. So, with a deep breath in, he went ahead and joined in. After several hours of dancing and singing their voices hoarse, the sun began to rise. Dare offered him and Midoriya a change of clothes so they could get out of the now very sweaty outfits, and decided to walk to the 7-Eleven for some breakfast and coffee. Hitoshi pretended not to hear when Midoriya pulled Dare aside into the bento aisle. Dare, is the beach getting cleaner the real reason you decided to get an apartment? Here's part of it, he admitted. But honestly, I just don't want Hitoshi to sleep in van long term. Kid deserves a real home, and being closer to you as well is a big bonus. Hitoshi smiled a little to himself. If Dare was going to play the role of the older protective brother role, then Hitoshi was going to have to play the role of the annoying younger one, and tease him mercilessly for his obvious crush later. For now, he was too busy playing the role of the good friend to pretend not to listen in on the bye disasters. Maybe one day, they would realize their feelings were mutual and actually get together, but Hitoshi knew them to try and meddle in that whole affair. Once the goods were purchased, they walked back to the beach to eat and watch the sun finish rising over the waves. Eventually, it came time for Midoriya to head home, but before he left, he informed them that Kaminari wanted to get together in the park later that day, either to train or to just chill with the homies, as the text message read. Shinzo made no promises that he would be joining them, but he also wasn't completely against the idea either. Midoriya said his goodbyes for a minute or two, and for a minute or two after he left, they just sat in companionable silence before Dari began fidgeting beside him. He was picking at his nail beds harshly enough for it to bleed for half a second before Hitoshi saw the skin morph into a whole new shade sans damage. Dai saw him staring and took a deep breath before saying the words of all anxious people despise most in this world. Hey, so we need to talk. Hitoshi chugged the rest of his coffee. Whatever this was, he already knew he was going to hate it. Dare played a fun little game in his own head called Let's Argue, in which the rational and emotional parts of their brain went back and forth deciding how much, if any, information he should give Satoshi. On one hand, they were now both teammates and roommates, ones that, as far as the government was concerned, were now relatives. So they were linked and involved with each other in enough ways that a threat to one of them was really a threat to both of them. It wouldn't be fair for Hitoshi to be made a potential target without his knowledge. So in a lot of ways, he already was a potential target, and in a lot of ways, he already was a potential target before they actually met. A quirk like his was exactly the kind of thing his captors would love to get their hands on, to exploit or experiment with or steal. Which, if he was being honest, was more than half the reason he started trailing him to begin with, trying to make sure he was safe. And now that they were traveling as a pack, what was once two small targets had become one huge target. He had a right to know. But how do you say something like that? How much does he need to know? And And should he tell him anything else while he's at it? He told Zoo about what his quirk was, and how he'd left some hints at his some less than pleasant parts of his upbringing, but he hadn't really told him anything else. For some reason, it felt weird that Toshi knew more about him than Zoo. Does that mean he should tell Zoo more or tell Toshi less? His nerves got the better of him. He started picking absentmindedly at his nail beds without thinking. When he felt the familiar itch of his skin regenerating, he knew he had messed up. Sure enough, Toshi had been watching the whole thing. He had reset in front of him before, of course, but it was always body parts that were covered by his costume. This was the first time he would actually have been able to see anything happen. Well, if anything, this solved one problem for him. He knew what to start with now. He would tell Toshi the same thing as he told you about his quirk, and then use that to segue to saying, well, he'd burn that bridge when he got to it. Hey, so we need to talk. Toshi chugged his coffee, looking suddenly miserable. He probably thought he was going to make him talk about himself. Don't worry, or maybe do a bit, but not about... You know what? I'm going to start over. He took a deep breath and told him about his quirk, how damaged parts were replaced with new ones, how they came back with a new appearance because he had no genetic set coding to go off of, how things could grow back but it would leave him knocked out for an indeterminate amount of time, and how he was, for all intents and purposes, unkillable. And Hitoshi was taking it all surprisingly well. Perhaps too well. Probably because he still had a bit of those drugs in his system. Guess that's another thing he has to talk to him about. Okay, yeah, I guess that all tracks. I knew you had some kind of healing ability, and obviously one doesn't get that to look, like you do on accident. So yeah, it makes sense. Thanks for telling me. Yeah, there's more. Sure, of course. Why not? This was the hard part. The part he hadn't told anyone before. And honestly, didn't want to be talking about it now. How do you say it? I guess you just do it. We may or may not, at any moment, be hunted down by some very dangerous people who may or may not want to experiment or just outright kill us, or at a minimum try to use extortion or other methods to get us to join their cause. Hitoshi nodded slowly, his face pale and sweaty, but expression was somehow normal. Oh, Hitoshi eventually said, after another moment's pause. Why is that exactly? After doing some more quick math on how much to reveal, he decided the truth was once again necessary. Well, they're after me because I escaped from them a few years ago, and I used to be one of their greatest assets. So they aren't super psyched to just let me go, and I suspect they will be interested in you because, as much as I firmly believe you would never use it for those purposes, a quirk like yours could be incredibly dangerous in their hands. Which means in the minute they catch wind of it, they'll try to acquire it for themselves. I see. And now that we're both sort of attached to each other, it will, if they find either one of us, they'll certainly find the other. At the same time, having backup, someone to keep an eye out for each other, should also be as much of a help as a hindrance in this. So, you win some, you lose some, I guess. When were you planning on telling me this? Honestly, it's gotten him this far, so he may as well stick with it. I wasn't. Hitoshi chewed on the inside of his cheek. A subtle annoyance and anger cleared his expression. Dai deserved that anger, but that didn't make him feel any better about it. Hitoshi was owed an apology and an explanation. My plan initially was to keep an eye on you from afar, make sure no one else was following you. But then I met you, and I decided it would be safe if you had some actual help. I figured if I trained you up and made sure you knew how to look out for yourself and defend yourself, that you would be safe. But then we became friends, and then teammates, and then I found you when you were already being held hostage in that way, and I'm sorry. I should have said something sooner. Hitoshi looked contemplatively out at the waves, refusing to look at them as he spoke. Does Izuku know? He knows about my quirk, but not the rest of it. They wouldn't target him because big shocker here. The bad guys are kind of quirkless, and wouldn't see him as having any value to them. Maybe not, but he has value to you. They could use him as a hostage to get to you. The blood drained from Dare's face as he realized the truth in that statement. He wouldn't put it past him to do something like that. Was he putting him in danger? Should he be distancing himself to keep Zoo safe? Maybe getting a place next door was a bad idea. You should tell him. Hitoshi cut off his spiral before he could truly begin. He's your partner, or whatever. He deserves the truth as much as I do. And besides, knowing Zoo, him and May will probably try to find some sort of anti-kidnapping device to keep us both safe. So, if he knew, it was a risk. Dare chuckled a little at that. I have no doubt they will try. But as much as I believe in them, even they can't do the impossible. Though, maybe they can booby-trap the apartment after we move in. It was Hitoshi's turn to laugh for a minute before a fond smile came to their face. Thanks for that, by the way. Taking me in? You really didn't have to. You don't need to thank me. I wanted to. You're my friend. I want you to be safe and happy. Well then, thanks for giving a shit. Anytime. Is that everything? That wasn't even 10% of everything, but it was the bulk of what he needed to know. There was one more thing he wanted to talk about, that they had to talk about. Almost, he said in a wince. This is still the matter of those medications I gave you earlier. Dare did the quick math on what wasn't necessary information, and he didn't need to know where they came from or why he had them. He just needed to know what they were and what to expect. They're painkillers, but they don't just dull the physical pain, but also suppress the mental and emotional pain. You probably felt kind of giddy when they first kicked in, but they're gonna keep teetering off for about 24 hour window before it dissolves completely. You're gonna have some pretty fucked up nightmares for a few nights, but since you were able to sleep last night anyway, I figured the mercy of getting out of your head for a bit was a bit of regular choice than ibuprofen or whatever. I guess that explains some things. Once it wears off, will I feel it again? Dare took a deep breath before answering. Yeah, you will. But it should be less intense than it would have been. Hitoshi nodded a bit and looked at him with a look that was equal parts curiosity and despair. Do you have more? Yes, but I won't give it to you. I'm sorry. One dose is fine, but continued exposure leads to problems. Dare tried not to think about the side effects and withdrawals he was subject to during the testing phase of the drug. Right, okay. Hitoshi shrugged with a slight scowl. Are you going to tell me where you got these miracle drugs from? No. Fair enough. Silence passed between them for a moment before Hitoshi spoke again. So, if you're going to be posing as my older brother, Does that mean I have to start calling you Oni-san or something? Dara knew he was just teasing him. The notion of being addressed by the Japanese honorific for an older brother was equal parts ridiculous, endearing, and not fully accurate, but he still found himself smiling as he said, "Only if you want to." Hitoshi smiled as well and said, "Maybe I will then, from time to time, just to tease you." "Sure thing, kiddo." They ruffled Hitoshi's hair like the dad dropping their son off at a little league. Hitoshi groaned at the interaction, feigning annoyance, but the smile tugging at the corner of his lips gave him away. "So, what's going to happen to the van after we move up in society?" Hitoshi asked. "We'll fix it up together. Get it running, and I'll teach you how to drive." "You'll have to teach me how to fix cars first." "Of course. What kind of Oni-san would I be if I didn't teach you the family trade?" "And here I thought the family trade was just vigilante justice." That too." They shared a knowing smirk before Dara turned up the music on the radio, electing to spend the rest of the morning relaxing before heading to the park to meet with Zu and Kaminari. They still had a lot to worry about, but in that moment, Dara felt a sense of calm, reassured in the knowledge that as long as they all stuck together, they would be okay. Time passed slowly and far too fast at the same time. Midoriya got a series of letters from his school that baffled him. The first was his middle school diploma, which was odd because he still had another 4 months until school was supposed to be out of session. The second was a letter informing him that he had exceeded the maximum number of credits he was allowed to achieve at this point in time without first meeting with a counselor and taking a test in person to prove he was not a bot. And the third was from the said counselor telling him that he had somehow accidentally acquired enough credits to fulfill the general education requirements for his first year and a half of high school. This was troubling on a number of levels, the first being that he had done it completely by accident. He just kept hitting the Take Next Course button whenever he completed a lesson. How was he supposed to know that he had already completed everything he needed to finish middle school? He had honestly forgotten that this was a combination of middle and high school institution, so he figured when he reached the end of it, it would stop giving him more options to take more. But I guess when it says at your own pace, they really mean it. When the counselor told him if he wanted, he could take the test to prove his human status, complete the rest of the courses, and become a high school graduate before the age of 16. But he didn't want to do that. He wanted to go to UA. After a quick panic attack about how he had messed up, the counselor informed him that as long as he stopped taking any more online classes, this shouldn't actually impede his ability to still attend UA. He would just have a lot of free periods where his classmates were taking the courses he had already passed, which was already a lot to take in, but it got worse from there. When he told the rest of the Diesel dudes the semi-official name for their group, because that's what Kaminari titled the group, after he learned that Hitoshi was working on cars with Dare now, the fact that Mei wasn't a dude and Diesel wasn't really using electronics was apparently irrelevant. Dare dropped another potential bomb on Izuku. Dare: "Oh my god, Izuku, you realize what that means?" Toshi: "That Izuku is officially the biggest nerd ever." Dare: "No, though that very well might be the case. It means he can do both." Midoriya: "Both of what?" Dare: "Both the support course and the hero course." Mei: "Oh my god, Midas! Double D is totally right, you totally should." Midoriya was too baffled by the possibility to respond. Surely that was somehow against the rules. You can't just take 2 courses at the same time, could you? Kaminari asked his question for him. "Wait, for real? Is that even allowed?" Dare: "I'm looking at the bylaws online right now. There's no rule against it. The schedule lines up perfectly. Heroics classes do their gen ed classes on even days. Support classes do it on odd days. since you would have a lot of free period during those times, you can just attend the alternate classroom when you attend. You can just alternate which classroom you attend each day and take support classes as electives. May, you can keep being my baby daddy in the labs and also a hero in the streets. It's perfect. Zaro, you've got to stop calling him that. Kami, yeah, don't be stingy. He's all our baby daddies. Wink. Toshi, ew. Kami, oh please, like we haven't all had a crush on our resident broccoli-headed genius at one point or another. Daro, this is getting off topic. Daro, the point is, Zoo, if you wanted to, you could not only be the first Quirkless student to graduate from the heroics course, but you could also be one of the first to graduate with multiple degrees. Toshi, one of the first? Daro, after looking into it more, it turns out the principal, Nezu, did the same thing, but with all 4 courses. Guess that's why they put him in charge when the old principal passed away. Passed away? Or was murdered in cold blood so Nezu could take the job? This dude is seriously freaky. Toshi, I wouldn't go saying things like that out loud, Kami. He might take you out. He might take you out too if he knows you're onto him. Kami. Die. Zoo, you there still? You haven't said anything yet. Midoriya didn't know what to say. A small part of him was kind of sad earlier that he wouldn't be able to make the support course if he made it into the heroics course. He really loved building support items. It was like a fun puzzle, trying to figure out how to make something work, and using his analysis skills to determine the best possible gear for each hero was really fulfilling. Like, all those notebooks had real purpose. For a minute or two each night, when he thought about what he'll do if he didn't make it into the heroics course, he had secretly resigned himself to committing to the support business and then going full vigilante with Daro. But now that he knew he wouldn't necessarily have to choose, that he could do both, it seemed too good to be true. But that was, it must be an actual option, if one that was both possible and allowed, because Nezu himself had done it. So maybe, just maybe, he could have his cake and eat it too. Midoriya, yeah, I'm still here, just a little overwhelmed, but I don't know. I think I might go for it. If you guys think I should go for it? Kami, go for it, bro. May, do it. Toshi, sounds tiring to me, but sure, dude. Daro, if anyone can do it, it's Yuzu. Midoriya, oh god, that means I have to pass both entrance exams. Toshi, not just the entrance exams, dude. You're gonna have to study. You're gonna have twice exams to study for during midterms and finals too. Midoriya, oh god, is it too late to change my mind? Daro, you can do it easily. We believe in you. Kami, yeah, why are you worried about tests, bro? You're as easily as smart as Nezu. If he could do all 4 courses at the same time with no thumbs, you can do 2 of them with both of your thumbs, no problem. May, there's no way we'll fail at our exams with our babies meet us and even sweat it. Toshi, plus, even if you do fail, you'll still make history as the first to flunk out of 2 courses at the same time. Bleh. Midoriya, keep it up, Toshi. So there's a brave word from someone who designs your power, with the power to design your costume in a way that gives you a wedgie. Real brave. Toshi, I take it back. You're a genius and a saint. And have I told you that your dance moves were in no way embarrassing to watch? Kami, you're having a dance party without me? The heck, guys? Midoriya, who'll be sure to invite you next time, Kaminari? Toshi, actually, Daro and I should be finished moving into the new place by next weekend. Maybe a housewarming party is in order. Kami, oh god, and there are roommates. Toshi, he's my brother, dumbass. Kami, since when? The hell? I thought Though I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. You must be why you're both so attractive. Some families really do have the best genes. Di, if you promise to stop hitting on me with a tangible effort to die. If you promise to stop hitting on me in a tangential effort to flirt with my brother, then you can come to the housewarming party. Otherwise, I'm locking your ass out, Pikachu. Kami, hell yeah, party time! Midoriya, wouldn't miss it, Smiley. May, does that mean I finally get to see the van you guys are working on? Dare I? That depends. Are you gonna try to put cannons and ejectors on seats in it? Toshi, well, hang on. Maybe we could get some go-go gadget nonsense. Wouldn't be the worst idea. What about rocket boosters? Dai, absolutely not. To both of you, teaching you how to drive a normal van will be enough of a challenge without turning it into a Mad Max mobile. May, party pooper. The next 4 months were some of the best and most stressful months of Midoriya's life. Now that Toshi and Dare lived next door, a simple hop of the fence between their balconies was all it took for them to hang out together. But on the downside, Dare told him some truly horrifying news about this big scary villain network that he was apparently on the run for. Did not care for that news one bit, but it made him feel all the more paranoid whenever they were gone. So after several nights of arguing about it, Dare finally agreed to let him go on patrols with them. He was told that his attendance was conditional on him promising his promise not to actually get involved in any fights, but he quickly and often broke that rule. Toshi helps convince Dare that getting into real fights would be the most effective way to get actual combat experience, and was therefore the best possible training to prepare them for the entrance exam. So eventually, he stopped telling him no and started telling him to be safe instead. They did something his mum and landlord would be furious about if they ever found out. A quick study of the floor plans revealed that the closet in Midoriya's room was right up against the closet in Dare's room, so they made a secret door between them. They just couldn't resist the chance to live out every kid's secret fantasy about having a tunnel to your best friend's house. Besides, it meant he had an easy way to sneak out when it was time for patrols. With the extra time that he would have gone to his online classes, he was now able to do twice the amount of work on everyone's gear, as well as help May with the stuff for their portfolio. He also took up a few extra shifts at work. Once school started, he was going to have to quit, so he wanted to build up a decent savings before then. They eventually invited Kami to the training at the beach instead, without telling him that it used to be where Dare and Toshi lived. They had most of their support gear now, but it was technically illegal to train with some of it, because quirk use without proper supervision was against the law. But not getting the chance to practice with it ahead of time would put Kami and Toshi at a disadvantage. So, the occasional late-night rendezvous at Dagoba Beach every other week was the best compromise to train while avoiding the cops. The beach was almost completely clear now, with the only remaining trash being a small obstacle course that they left at the far end of the beach. The news called it a modern art installation, and in a way it kinda was. Whenever one of them had a particularly bad day, they would all go run the course and quickly add to the growing collection of graffiti and the metal structure was acquiring. Sometimes it was just stupid little doodles or meme quotes, but one night they put their effort to write their hero names in cool fonts. Assured that the evidence would be covered up by other artists long before anyone could link it to them. The selection of your hero names was usually something that happened later on in your schooling, sometime in your first or second year. But since Dare already had a name, and because Midoriya wanted some vibes direction as he designed the rest of Toshi's gear and costume, They had another bonfire and workshopped it together. Since a solid 90% of Midoriya's movesets were involving silently moving through the shadows and knocking his opponents out before they got the chance to fight back, he took the name Nox. It fit the vaguely spooky and intimidating aesthetics of his costume that he still wasn't sure he could pull off, no matter how much his friends told him he totally could now. A close call with a villain's scissors hands, Quirk left a 3-pronged scar across the side of his head, and he had no choice but to get a haircut. So now that he had an undercut, according to Kaminari, made him look 25% more badass. He had to lie to his mum, saying that he fell victim to a particularly large, ferocious alley cat. He was pretty sure she didn't believe him, but she didn't press on it too much, so they both just stuck with the obvious fib. Toshi's name came from an entirely different conversation entirely. One of the nights they got together to train, they started asking Toshi some questions about his quirk, so they could figure out the best way to train it. He had come a long way in the past few months and actually trusted them enough to answer all their questions. Midoriya was so proud of him. So it just requires some kind of response, right? Midoriya asked. Yep. What counts as a response? Does it have to be verbal or would sign language work as well? Nah, it has to be a verbal response. So, if you told someone a knock-knock joke, Kaminari began with a cheesy grin. Hitoshi scoffed a bit before saying, yeah, saying who's there would work. What if they don't actually go along with the joke, though? Like if you told a really bad joke or a cheesy pickup line and they just groaned in response. Would that work? Kaminari asked. Hitoshi made a series of faces that showed how hard he was thinking about it before finally admitting, I don't know. Maybe? Let's try it. Kaminari lit up with excitement, but Hitoshi flinched back at the idea. What? Try it on me, he said with growing enthusiasm. Midoriya and Daro both looked at Toshi with thinly veiled concern. It had taken them several months to agree on to practice his quirk on either of them. The idea of putting the loved ones under his quirk was a sore spot for him. After all the beatings he had taken over the years, training him not to use it at all was hard to reprogram. There was a lot of guilt and uncertainty there, but at the same time, it was something he would need to get used to, so he could train with the rest of his class when they got to UA. You want me to use my quirk on you? Are you sure? It might be a bit scary. I'm not afraid of you, Toshi. I trust you. Now flirt with me. Hitoshi blushed as he stumbled over his words. What? Tell me a bad pickup line, and I'll groan about it, and you get to try and mind wipe me or whatever. Then we'll know if it's a non-verbal word counts as being verbal or not. A non-word response counts as being verbal or not. Pretty please? I mean, if you insist. Kaminari nodded sympathetically. Hitoshi still looked mildly uncomfortable, but swallowed it down and slipped into a mask of false confidence. Hey cutie, are you a light bulb? 'Cause you light up my world. Kaminari blushed, and it looked like he was about to say something more, but his expression went blank before he could. Hitoshi only held the connection long enough to confirm that he had one, and dropped it before telling him to do anything. Then he proceeded to raise his eyebrow at Kaminari in a silent question of whether or not he was okay. Kaminari simply seemed completely nonplussed by the sensation. Bro, you're supposed to say a bad pickup line, not hit me in my electricity pun-shaped weak spot, Kaminari teased. Hitoshi scratched the back of his head nervously in lieu of a response, while Midoriya was writing notes at a mile a minute, and a series of new possibilities came to mind. They took turns as a test dummy, as they confirmed a laugh, a scream, a confused grunt as viable responses as well, which was great news. Hitoshi's quirk was only effective as long as his opponents didn't know what it was or how it worked. So as a means of keeping it as effective for as long as possible, the Hatchet planned to use subterfuge and distraction to keep it a secret. If no one knew what the activation requirements were, even if the word got out about what his quirk was, no one would know how to combat it. So, if he went into each encounter doing something different to throw them off, and exchanged a few lines of dialogue before he took over, then no one would know what factor was it that made it work. They workshopped a few possible red herrings, like prolonged eye contact, a fist bump, screaming like a banshee, putting a finger or two in his own head, or even singing a little song. Kaminari joked that if he started singing really catchy songs, the villains started to sing along. That would be the funniest possible way to activate his quirk, and they were all quick to agree. He could be, you could be like my own personal little siren, Kaminari teased. Hitoshi turned bright red and looked away for a moment, leaving Kaminari looking absolutely tickled pink at successfully flustering him once again. Midoriya was about to chastise Kami for teasing him, when all of a sudden Kaminari gasped and said, "Wait a minute! Wouldn't that be an amazing hero name? You could be Siren, the enchanting hero, luring bad guys to their doom and getting all the ladies in your room," he said with a wink. I mean, definitely not the last part about the ladies, but... A worm? Kaminari asked with a renewed interest. Are you, Kaminari did a little limp wrist motion to demonstrate his point before continuing. Because I'm painfully pansexual, if that wasn't already obvious. So, yeah, no judgment here. Well, I guess so. Maybe. Hitoshi looked a bit uncomfortable with this particular line of questioning. So, in what seemed to be a display of both solidarity and mercy, Dari decided to change the subject by saying, Yeah, we're all a little fruity here. Not important. What is important is that I agree. Siren would be a killer codename if you're into it, Toshi. Toshi looked between the three of them before a wide grin came on his face. On one condition. Zoo has to make me a trident. Midoriya felt a surge of energy rattle his whole body with excitement. He squeaked like a happy piglet as he pulled out his sketchpad and started rambling a mile a minute as he put together the concept for his costume and gear. A color scheme of dark purples, blues, and green would give him an underwater vibe that was still dark enough to blend into the night sky. A net launcher / grappling hook designed to look like a fishing net, and an anchor that would help detain criminals and advance mobility. His mask would get a cosmetic upgrade to look more like it was barnacle covered in waterlogged, as if it was made from scrap metal from a long submerged shipwreck. A similar treatment would be given to any other pieces of metal on the accessory to fully sell the illusion of the story they were trying to tell. The capture tape that Eraserhead has as a scarf would be doubled up and wrapped around either fist like an arm like a boxer, giving him additional support for his punches, as well as being a suitable nod to his favorite hero. And when the job was done, he could use them instead of zip ties until the authorities arrived. Kaminari tried to convince him to go topless to really sell the merman thing, but Toshi turned that down on the grounds of what kind of idiot leaves his core completely exposed in his hero costume. So they instead went for a middle ground option, having a shirt made of the same armored, vision-distorting mesh material that Midoriya's sleeves would be made out of. The netting would be both practical and on brand, and it's not like Toshi had much of a reason to be embarrassed by the exposed view of his chest and arms. Now that he had ready access to real food whenever he wanted it, and a living personal trainer, he was quickly starting to bulk up. But the real centerpiece, in Midori's opinion, was the requested trident. A collapsible weapon that would be easy to carry in addition to a holster on his back, while still being durable enough to wield like a staff. But his favourite part was that it doubled as a lightning rod, so he and Kaminari could do some really cool combos if they wanted to, and it would be perfectly safe to do so as long as Toshi's hands stayed on the rubberized safety grips. And with that decision, Hitoshi's hero identity as Siren was finalized. And now they were Daredevil, Nox, Siren, Vigilante duo, and future underground hero duo of Mr. Tafu. Time went on, they worked, they studied, they completed their assorted projects. At night, the trio would patrol, and every other weekend they would be either at the beach with Kami for additional training, or they would all get together in Dario's apartment to watch movies, or play games, or whatever else they felt like doing. The stronger they got, they got stronger, they got better. They got a bunch more scars, they got that kind of contented confidence that can only come from several months of hard work and gentle friendship. And perhaps more importantly, they got to be as ready as they possibly ever could. And now the time had come. It was finally the day of the entrance exams. Okay guys, that is it for the first 10 chapters of Double Dare, however you pronounce it. I'll continue to say that, because people keep getting mixed up. No. Okay, so it looks like Dare, but it's Dare. I'm 99% sure of that. But anyway, I hope you enjoyed the first 10 chapters. I was going to say 10 hours. No, it was the first 8 hours, I think. 7.5. I think it's 7.5 hours. I hope you guys enjoyed it, because it was chaos to try to sort through all my files. Like, granted, my files are organized, but fuck, it was hard to... It was not hard. More like tedious, if anything. But anyway, I'm rambling. Please go to sleep, because I know some of you, and I know most of you, not most, some of you will be staying up past midnight to watch this, or if you're just listening to this to fall asleep, that's pretty good. But please do not listen to this in one sitting. I am begging you. It will rot your brain. Not literally. I am bad at English. You're getting a rant on me getting bad at English, because I haven't done one in a while. English, why? Get there. Okay. Either where. Where, when, where. That's even complicated to say in my head. Then you get words like minute and minute. What the fuck is minute? You spell it the same as minute and mean totally different fucking things. I'm sorry, but minute. M-I-N-E-U-T-E. Not minute. You need to add an E in it. You need to add an E in the middle. Minute. I'm sorry. But anyway, hope you enjoyed that little rant. Fucking hell, I hate English. And I struggled so much with recording this. Like, this whole thing so far. But I hope you enjoyed it. I've got, like, a steady system now of how I record. I hope you can tell it getting better throughout the whole thing. If you can't, fuck. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed. Make sure to interact with the algorithm, because it's fucking not working for me anymore. But anyway, hope you guys enjoy, and see you later. Bye-bye!